Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions.
Chapter 5301 Enjoy the Little Things Too. Alexander was different. His encounter with Beowulf had left something unseen and unresolved, something he may not have fully recognized as unresolved. The mentality that had driven him external, the need to prove he could handle himself without relying on another, had been carrying that unresolved wound into every battle since. The existential Aestia ordinances had not simply injured his foundations. They had found the existing fracture in his way and pressed against it with the efficiency of a force that attacked what was already compromised. The Enneagram was gone from his chest. He had given it up. That was the clearest sign. The willingness to relinquish the core instrument of his civilization, to hand it to someone else and ask that someone else to take responsibility for the beings within it, was not the action of someone whose way was intact. It was the action of someone whose way had developed cracks, and if those cracks were not addressed, Alexander's peace would remain forever a diminished version of what it could have been. Noah didn't like this. He had always thought that people like him, and he had considered the peacemaker someone like him, as virtually invincible. The great usurper, the primordial paradox, the creature, hell, even Irwin and little Bobby with his ridiculous luck. He considered all of them beings capable of bouncing back from anything. But this was not always the case. Nobody was entirely invincible. The Gilded Ones were making this abundantly clear. He looked at the visage of Alexander, who hid his desolation as listening to how the great usurper had overcome something he couldn't, seemed to further increase the cracks on his way. Something had to change. Something had to be done. Noah allowed his body here to handle this as his awareness moved. In the source lands, his gold resource body existed in the dense dark of the strand of broken scales with the contentment of a being who had remembered that adversity was not the only thing worth experiencing. Day had turned to night in the usual rhythm of the illumination flowers, the golden bloomlight having receded and the familiar deep darkness of the strand pressing close around the ancient trees. As for what he had been doing this entire time here, it was not hunting or exploration. Instead, it was dual cultivation. The last few hours had been this, and he had no intention of pretending otherwise. He had, at some point, considered building an entire cultivation system around the practice because it was the mode of cultivation he genuinely enjoyed most. But he had recognized in himself the tendency toward excess that such a system would accelerate, and a man had to have balance. He had impulses. He controlled them adequately. What the practice had produced, however, was not merely enjoyment. The gold resource had scaled upward significantly across the session, compounded by uttering persevere every second throughout, the two processes running in parallel and feeding each other. This, alongside the weight of the infinite cause now officially equivalent in scale to the first cause behind an observable existence's emergence, was the deeper reason he was holding his own against the creature and Calypso in the Infiniverse. Persevere, every single second, for the last few hours, was the reason he was managing to stand against the creature and Calypso in the Infiniverse. The strand of broken scales was not separate from the arms race. It was contributing to it from a different angle. He was also navigating a careful line regarding the Gilded Ones. His identity in the source lands remained that of a Gilded One's Custos. His most recent lover was a Gilded One. The entry of Gilded Ones into the source lands was a unique breach as he had to navigate when and whether to reveal this to the creature or Sir William soon. He would gauge the benefits and risks of disclosure before releasing that information, and the timing would be his to choose rather than the events to impose. He looked at Ian. She sat in a meditative position among the ancient roots of one of the strand's massive trees, her entire existence burning with golden flames that were a different color and density than they had been when they arrived on the dark beach of this place. Her cedar source was gone. What replaced it was Gaulder, the second demarcation, dense and viscous and pressing outward from her foundations with the warmth of someone who had made the crossing that most beings in the Sourcelands spent lots of time here attempting. With his Osmantian absolute infinity running through her, with the depth of their bond and the hours of dual cultivation and the persevere feeding through their connection into her foundations, she was emanating the immensity of a Devonian Paleozoic scale Superbius Gilded One. A step from the fourth scale. She was, at this moment, almost certainly stronger than her brother. She opened her eyes. The golden light within them illuminated the surrounding darkness, the night of the Strand pressing close around them, ancient vegetation and old danger lying beyond the mile of perception they could each maintain. "Are you ready to venture deeper?" he asked. Before, they had sheltered in the caverns when night fell, because the night brought things that their prior capability had not been sufficient to face without unnecessary risk. That calculation no longer applied. He would be the danger traveling in the night now. He wanted to see what lay deeper in the strand of broken scales, what the Gilded Ones had already found in there, and what lay beyond what they had found, because there was always something beyond what had been found and he had every intention of finding it. Ian looked at him. She stood, unhurried, the golden flames settling around her as she rose to her full height and looked at him. Then something moved behind her eyes, a calculation completing itself, and she said, "We can begin after another hour or so." A pause. "I felt perhaps we could continue our session. If you weren't overly tired, of course." Her eyes held deliberate mischief. "You were a bounded life form before. If you require longer periods of rest, I could understand." His existence buzzed. The Sourcelands exploration could wait a few more hours. When a man had been challenged, he had to answer. When he was the one being challenged? Oh. He made a silent prayer for Ian as boundless multicolored infinity exploded across the region of the ancient strand around them. Existence could throw at you countless adversities and push you down again and again, and this was its nature and it would not change. You persevered. You kept moving. You found the next problem and addressed it. This was what a being did when they had decided that stopping was not an option. But you also had to remember the other things. The things that made you glad you kept moving. The things that gave you pleasure and anchored you to what you were beneath all the power and all the adversity and all the weight of the decisions existence kept demanding you make. For some it was food, money, resources, position. For some it was the satisfaction of a battle that pushed back hard enough to mean something. For some it was the company of another existence at the hour when the ancient dark pressed close. Existence was long. Existence was unfair. Existence was genuinely and consistently brutal in ways that could not be softened by any amount of power. But there was no point in living through all of it in misery and missing the parts worth living for. One had to remember to have fun. To enjoy the little things. Otherwise, what was the point of any of it at all? Chapter 5302, Attendance and Orders I. Taylor had, in her life, been present for a number of moments that reasonable beings would classify as significant. She had watched source lifeforms move through her observable existence. She had communicated with infinity. She had been kidnapped by a temporal assassination squad, trafficked across observable existences, survived a lockdown imposed by a fourth-scale source lifeform, and spent several hours watching what she was now privately classifying as the most insane thing she had ever witnessed, which was a monster conducting an evolutionary arms race against a relictus and an entity of mythic standing simultaneously. She had seen things. Sir William Arthur appeared before her and Adrastea in the obsidian space they occupied with the unhurried materialization of a grand being. He looked at them both, and began rambling right then and there. Duty, he said, is not a concept that existence rewards. It is a concept that existence requires, regardless of whether the requirement is acknowledged or compensated. The beings who understand this and act on it anyway are among the rarest configurations that existence produces. His measured cadence filled the obsidian space without effort. Swords of existence are few. Those qualified to become them are fewer still. The weight of what they carry and the adversity of what they face ensures that the position self-selects for a category of being that most existences never produce. He paused. But a sword requires more than a blade. Intelligence gathering. Information networks. Support infrastructure. The analysis of threats before they reach the beings responding to them. His eyes moved between her and Adrastea with the assessing attention he brought to everything. The attendants of existence fulfill these functions. The requirements are less strict than those for swords, but the position remains for those who are worthy, and it carries what all positions connected to this structure carry: a link to the primordial source. Taylor processed this internally. An attendant. Not a sword. An attendant. Support infrastructure. Intelligence gathering. She wanted, briefly, to be offended by this. The Baba Yaga, attendant of existence, gathering information while actual swords went out and did the dramatic things. She could feel the indignation of it forming somewhere in her chest. Then she thought about the battle she had been watching for the past several hours from the golden sands of Ashore, the booming impacts registering across existence, the three figures trading strikes at speeds that her perception could track but her processing could only partially make sense of. The monster she had made a deal with, burning with an absolute infinity she couldn't fully read, going against a relictus and an ancient entity simultaneously and adapting in real time, becoming something incrementally grander with each exchange. Those were monsters. She was not a monster. She was genuinely excellent, extraordinarily capable within her own framework, and she knew this about herself. But she was not that. Attendant was accurate. She exhaled. Yes, she said. I'll become an attendant. Adrastea was quiet beside her for a moment, his purple gold hair catching the obsidian light of the space, his archaic tattoos moving in their slow shifting patterns across his skin. He had the composed bearing of someone who had arrived at his answer before the question was fully asked and was simply waiting for the appropriate moment to deliver it. Agreed, he said. Sir William Arthur nodded once, with the efficiency of a man who had expected both answers. You two will begin in the Cornwall observable existence. He straightened slightly. One of the bases of the swords of existence. Let's go. He clenched his fist. Obsidian rivers surged outward from him in every direction, the primordial source running through the currents, and the rivers wrapped around the three of them and the obsidian space disappeared. Existence was unpredictable. This was the only honest assessment Taylor had ever been able to make of it. You could be minding your own business at your centennial family gathering, the important beings of your whole observable existence present, everything exactly as it should be, and a temporal assassination squad could arrive and kidnap you across the boundaries of time itself and traffic you to the brain world observable existence. And then you could survive that. And then a source lifeform could lock down an entire observable existence and erase the temporal assassins. And then the source lifeform could appear and offer you a position within the structure of the swords of existence. And then, well, you could get trafficked to another observable existence entirely. Taylor of the Light, Baba Yaga, attendant of existence, looked at the obsidian rivers carrying her toward the Cornwall observable existence and thought that existence was, if nothing else, reliably grand and unpredictable. Existence was full of wonder. The brainward observable existence. The superbious citadel of House Ubergulden had a name. The Aurum Primolis. The first gold. It had held that name since the Second Age, when the house had commissioned its construction from the Avarisha engineers who had spent 400 years on its foundations alone. The towers had risen grandly. They rose now into the brain-world observable existence's upper dimensional layers in golden spires that measured their height in light years rather than any unit designed for beings who experienced space at the scale of rooms and corridors, each tower a statement of accumulated standing delivered at the only volume the Upper Golden House had ever found appropriate. In the central tower's depths, surrounded by the silence of a space designed to contain the full breadth of incoming information without losing a syllable of any of it, a petite woman in a white lab coat stood at the center of a domain filled with multicolored monoliths. They were similar to dreamstones in their construction, but these were not dreamstones. These were unique and more comprehensive, each monolith releasing continuous flows of information into the surrounding space that the woman absorbed without apparent effort, processing and filtering and occasionally speaking a command into the stream before moving to the next. Upper Golden Morgana. Her power was difficult to place. This was not an accident. At certain moments it registered as the fourth scale. At other moments, when she moved with a particular intention or when something in the information streams produced a specific response in her foundations, it registered as something beyond that, something that the fourth scale framework wasn't quite large enough to contain cleanly. She was small. She was calm. She occupied the center of the golden monolith domain with the composed certainty of a being who had stood in this room for eons. At this time, she tapped one monolith. A voice emerged from it with crisp efficiency. Upper Golden Dietrich has been located alongside other recent entrants within the Sourcelands. He is being escorted to the Superbia settlement in the Strand of Broken Scales at this time. Upper Golden Adelheid remains unresponsive through her thread, however vital signs confirm she is alive. Chapter 5303, Attendance and Orders 2. Morgana listened to this with her eyes on the monolith's surface, watching the information flow through it. She moved the information to its appropriate position in her ongoing assessment and turned to the next monolith without pausing. It was already buzzing. The information it released carried the signature of the Aestia Division. Results of the existential Aestia Ordnance deployment on the lower observable existence. Causal stilling confirmed across full survey range. Dredge conversion estimated above 99% of prior population. The source lifeform and the relictus of infinity operating in the lower observable existence are not among confirmed casualties. The domain is stable and ready for analysis. Not among confirmed casualties. The source lifeform. The relictus of infinity. Morgana stood with this information for a moment, not because it surprised her but because she was being thorough, processing the gap between the intended outcome and the confirmed outcome. She had known the source lifeform was a variable. A source lifeform choosing to involve themselves was not something normal. The relictus of infinity, on the other hand, was unique. Arrange a legion, she said, her voice carrying into the monolith stream with the flat precision of a being delivering instructions they had already fully formed before opening their mouth. Led by a few fourth-scale gilded ones. Go through everything down there. No surprises this time. The monolith carried the command. It would be followed. She turned back to the other streams, the information flowing through the domain around her in its continuous currents, the Aurum Primalis conducting its business in the first gold tower as it had conducted business since the Second Age, and Upper Golden Morgana processed what existed and decided what would exist next. She had given the order for the ordinances to be sent down in the first place. The lower observable existence had been a problem. Problems had solutions. Solutions had costs. The calculation was not one she had found difficult. She was Upper Golden Morgana. For someone as grand as her, an elder gilded one, the calculation was never truly difficult. Under her decisions, many would live, and many would die. Someone had to make the decision. This is the truth that the comfortable and the sheltered spend their entire existences refusing to accept, because accepting it would require them to acknowledge that the peace they inhabit was not produced by their virtue but by someone else's willingness to do what virtue would have forbidden. They live in the space cleared by choices they would never have made. They enjoy the silence left behind by sounds they never had to hear. And they look at the beings who made those choices and call them monsters, because calling them monsters is considerably easier than thanking them. They should be groveling on their knees in gratitude. The strong do not enjoy making the hard choices. The being who orders the cleansing of a region, who looks at the accumulated decay of civilizations that have forgotten their purpose and signs the authorization that removes them from the calculation entirely, does not do so from pleasure. They do so because the calculus demanded it and nobody else in the room was capable of running the calculus without flinching in the middle of it. Weak beings flinch. This is their defining characteristic. They see the scale of a decision and they see the cost and they step back from it, and the decay continues, and the rot spreads, and the countless quintillions who might have been protected by the decision made at the right moment are instead consumed by the thing that the flinching allowed to persist. The strong do not flinch. They look at what exists and they look at what should exist and they calculate the distance between the two and they sign the authorization. Someone has to. When the weak are absent from the room, the decision gets made correctly. Fuck the weak. The source lands. The hours passed gloriously, as hours in the source lands tended to pass, without any particular acknowledgement that they were passing at all, time having declined the invitation to be a relevant factor in this place. The one constant across all of them was persevere. Every second. Every utterance. The utilization of the first letter of the primordial tongue building on everything that had been built before it, the density of it accumulating the way that geological pressure accumulated. It was not in dramatic events but in the continuous unrelenting application of force across time. He had also been uttering excelissimi throughout, the second prime letter layering its effects into the same sequence. Prime excellissimi compounding confirmation, each utterance of excellissimi during the active arms race period is being added to the first utterance's ongoing effects rather than resolving as a separate event. The evolutionary process initiated by the first utterance is still running. Every subsequent utterance compounds the final result. When the arms race concludes and the first utterance's process completes, the total effect will reflect every utterance made across the full duration. The final evolution will be multiplied by however many times the letter has been spoken. He was looking forward to seeing what that produced. For now, the illumination flowers had bloomed again above the strand of broken scales, their golden light cascading down through the ancient canopy in broad shifting columns that turned the tree surfaces to warm amber and made the surrounding darkness retreat to the spaces between root systems where the light didn't reach. In his hands was the wing of a pterosaur, large enough that holding it required both hands, its flesh carrying the dense warmth of a Gaulder source creature's residual energy through every fiber. He ate without ceremony. Around the high platform of branches where he and Ian had spent the night, 14 corpses of flying Gaulder source beasts were distributed across the surrounding canopy in various states of what happened when Osmantian absolute infinity in the form of concentrated lightning and condensed fireballs found the sources of creatures that had decided a high vantage point occupied by two beings in the night was worth investigating. They had investigated. He had answered without interrupting what he was doing with Ian, the storms of infinity clearing the cluster of beasts in the time it took him to decide they needed to be cleared. As he ate, he bent down to wake up Ian. Ian rose up groggily as if he had pulled from deep rest, and he offered her the meat all around to replenish their sources. They consumed what they could and stored the remainder as in a short period of time. Satiety Noah Osmont, 100%. Satiety Ian, 100%. He finished a few beasts and they moved. Chapter 5304, Settlement I. The higher they climbed through the air above the canopy of the strand of broken scales, the more the pressure made itself known. It came from above rather than from any directional source, pressing down on his Gaul resource with the blunt authority of this place, communicating what it communicated to everything that tried to rise above its designated level, that the sky here was not neutral territory, that elevation was claimed by the things powerful enough to claim it. And that claiming required being the kind of thing the sky couldn't simply press back down. He kept going up. His Gaul resource was saturated in a way he had no prior reference point for. The second demarcation pressed to its ceiling by the utilization of Persevere of the past several hours. It was dense and viscous and incapable of rising further. And yet every passing second added another utterance, and every utterance reinforced what was already there, the ceiling not broken but the substance behind it made denser than any ceiling had been designed to contain. He felt like he could break past whatever ceiling there was at will to arrive at the next stage, but he held back for now and compressed everything further. The multicolored flames around his body were not the open billowing flames of earlier utterances. They had compressed into something concentrated, drawn close against his body by the density of what they were expressing, the air around him sparking and trembling as he passed through it. The infinity and the Gaulder source and the observable and unobservable force burning around him produced the ambient condition of something at the edge of a threshold, the environmental quality of standing next to a furnace. The unobservable force was an interesting development he was still mapping. He had noticed in the past several hours that its qualities bore resemblance to his Humilitas ego of infinity, the obsidian brilliance of it carrying a capacity to make things imperceptible, to move without registering against the awareness of beings who were looking for observable force expressions and finding nothing. As he was thinking through all this, a crimson-furred mass dropped toward him from above. A baboon, massive, its gold resource blazing through the crimson fur and pulses, its foundational depth carrying the density of something that had been in the strand of broken scales long enough to become dangerous to most things that shared the space with it. It dropped with the committed velocity of something that was excited for meat. Oh! Noah angled his body and shot forward, arcs of Osmantian absolute infinity surging around him. Boom! The impact was total. His frame burning with concentrated infinity hit the baboon's mass at speed and the creature's musculature and bone structure exploded. The prime cause of harvest released its golden tendrils immediately, reaching into every component of the creature's existence before any of it could disperse, converting the full content of what the baboon had been into loot that flowed into his foundations. He had not slowed down. They continued through the air above the canopy and the beasts continued to present themselves over time. A massive armored tortoise with a shell carrying gold resource energy through its plates hung from the underside of an enormous branch, dropping toward them when they came within range. He hit it with a compressed Osmantian absolute infinity discharge that found the gap between plates, the harvest tentacles following immediately. A cluster of 3 serpentine creatures with wings and gold resource eyes dove at them from a higher branch, and he addressed all 3 in the same motion. The bellum cause and the harvest cause running in compound expression as the prime cause of tyranny froze them for the fraction of a second the motion required. Ian moved through her own encounters a few meters to his left. She was faster than she had been on the dark beach where they arrived. Considerably faster. The gold resource burning through her foundations carried the power of everything the past several hours had added to it, and she dispatched the beasts she encountered in a few seconds each, precise and deliberate and far more composed than the circumstances strictly required. A few seconds compared to his instantaneous resolutions. They flew on until... Oh! The geography had been changing for the past several minutes in ways he was only now recognizing as deliberate rather than natural. The trees of the strand of broken scales grew in various formations, some dense, some sparse, their ancient root systems competing for the same deep substrate. But the trees here were different. Infinity said they were called Lotusvara trees. Their trunks rose in the shape of lotus petals layered vertically, each layer wider than the one above it, the wood carrying a luminescence that pulsed in the same rhythm as the illumination flowers above, the bioluminescence running through the bark in patterns. They formed concentric rings around a central point, each ring a different height, the arrangement too precise to be coincidental. In the far distance at the formation center, the massive logs of the outer Lodesvara trees had been felled from their foundations. They had been arranged. The logs formed a wall that stretched across the visible range of his perception, each log enormous, their cut surfaces facing outward in a continuous barrier that pulsed with an authority and aura he placed immediately. Superbius. Ira. The existential radiation of both egos pressing outward from the wall in visible waves, the pride of one and the war nature of the other combined into the atmospheric condition of a Gilded One settlement. Around the wall's exterior, the bloody remnants of source beasts were distributed across the ground and the surrounding Lodesvara tree bases, some recent, some older. Several Galdr source creatures prowled the perimeter with the habitual circling of things that sensed something they wanted and couldn't reach. Noah's eyes went sharp. A Gilded One settlement. In the strand of broken scales. This changed the topology of the situation in several directions simultaneously. He looked at the wall and at the Superbius and Ira aura pressing outward from it and at the prowling source beasts unable to breach what the settlement had established, and he thought about what the Gilded Ones inside knew of this place among other things. Ian came to float beside him and followed his gaze as her eyes shone brightly. Chapter 5305, Settlement 2. The compound inside the settlement smelled of glorious old power. It was built from the bones of Galdr source beasts as it carried an oppressive quality and added the weight of bones that had come from things powerful enough to have accumulated considerable source pressure before dying, the structural material of the walls still emanating faint traces of what had been inside the beasts when they were alive. He stood in line alongside dozens of Superbius Gilded Ones and felt the sacred weight of the assembled power pressing outward from each of them. His Kustos stood at his right, fully healed, the warmth of her primordial bond restored to its full expression after the trauma of the crossing and the early battles in the Strand. At the compound's center, a group of Gilded Ones radiated. Not the standard radiation of Paleozoic scale cultivation. Something heavier. More saturated. Dietrich had spent enough time on the source lands now to have developed a working sense for what source demarcation pressure felt like on his perception, the difference between Cedar and Galdr and the sharp elevation that Einherjar represented. The group at the center carried something that had moved past the Galdr category, their sources pressing outward with the density of existences that had been feeding here long enough to have developed past anything he had encountered among the other entrants. Among them, an old man. He wore garments made from the skin and bones of source beasts, the material carrying its own ambient pressure, and the beasts that pressure belonged to had not been Galdr source. He was bald, his long golden beard resting against his chest, his eyes moving across the assembled Gilded Ones. Shrewd. Powerful. Both entirely present in the same face. This was Ylder Ubergulden Marxist. He spoke without preamble. This is a land of tremendous opportunity. The source. The source is everything. And for too long it has remained in the hands of source lifeforms. His eyes moved across the assembled Gilded Ones with the expression of a being who found this situation genuinely unreasonable. Who are they to demand it remain with them? How selfish. How unruly. Existence is built on civilizations, and civilizations thrive on cooperation. Infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms wish to ignore this. He looked at the center table. We will remind them. And we start here. HUUM. His eyes were filled with boundless pride as he moved to the bone table at the compound's center where a vibrant golden map of the strand of broken scales glowed with charted coordinates, the cartography representing weeks of collective exploration from every Gilded One who had survived long enough to gather and contribute information. He pointed to a region considerably further inland than any of their current operations extended. At this coordinate, a resource saturated with the primordial source sits surrounded by countless source beasts. Getting it to our hands, getting it to my hands so I can advance, is paramount. His finger held the position on the map. I advance, and we all advance. We join hands with the other settlements to venture deeper into these lands. We. Boom. The compound shuddered. An alarm function activated through the wall's architecture, the sound carrying the sharp register of a defensive mechanism. Dietrich's attention moved to the wall immediately. He had been inside this settlement long enough to have developed a working knowledge of its primary defensive construction, the system the engineers among them had developed and the assembled Gilded Ones had reinforced with their collective cultivation over the weeks since establishment. The bellum pulse of the scales. They had drawn from the bellum cause's expression and compressed it into the wall's foundational architecture, the pulse running through every log of every felled lotus vara tree in the perimeter with the wartruth that opposing force met opposing force and neither survived the meeting. Gold resource beasts that reached the wall were rebuffed with the force of a concentrated bellum expression backed by every Gilded One who had contributed their authority to the wall's reinforcement. The pulse hadn't failed since establishment. It had sounded the alarm, which meant something had hit the wall hard enough for the wall to have an opinion about it. A swarm of source beasts pressing simultaneously would produce this response. A particularly powerful entity above Gald or Tyr arriving at the perimeter would produce this response. Both possibilities sat in Dietrich's assessment with equal weight as he turned with the others to look toward the distant compound entrance. Then, Silurian Gilded One entered the compound in a hurried manner and moved directly toward him. Golden Dietrich. He stopped. His expression held the specific quality of a being who had seen something they lacked adequate vocabulary to prepare someone else for. Your sister has found the settlement, but... He shook his head. The words did not come. You have to come see for yourself. Dietrich's frown deepened. His sister was found? This was good. He had always been worried about her because she had that trash good for nothing custodes that was now even fucking dead, that useless trash. He had always hated that arrogant and prideful look on that luxuria. Now that he was dead, he would simply find someone sufficient enough for his sister even in this settlement, someone who would even give her a greater edge to survive. He looked toward Yildir Golden Marxist. The old man met his gaze and nodded with the composed authority of someone accustomed to delegating matters below his threshold of direct concern. Go, Marxist said. Handle it. Dietrich stepped out of the compound with the others moving behind him, his Kustos taking her position at his right, the alarm still sounding through the wall's architecture in its rhythmic pulse. The Silurian who had delivered the news walked ahead without further elaboration, which meant what awaited outside the compound walls was something for which no elaboration would have been adequate preparation. His sister had found the settlement. And something had struck the bellum pulse of the scales hard enough to trigger the alarm. He walked faster as he pieced together how the two were connected. Chapter 5306, Settlement 3. The settlement had taken shape through the application of excess toward the production of impressiveness. Bone-reinforced structures rose across the compound's interior in tight clusters, the material coming from Galder source beasts whose skeletons carried residual source energy that the builders had incorporated deliberately, the walls and housing units and storage facilities all carrying the faint ambient warmth of things built from formerly powerful things. The Superbious quarters were the tallest. The Ira barracks were the widest. The Aestia administrative structures sat between them with the functional sobriety of builders who had been told to make something useful and had done exactly that and nothing more. Together they formed a settlement that communicated, without any particular subtlety, the hierarchy of the beings occupying it. Dietrich moved through it quickly. He and the others floated upward as they neared the perimeter wall, the alarm still sounding through the bellum pulse of the scales in its rhythmic report, and the Gilded Ones throughout the settlement had stopped what they were doing. Dozens of them stood looking upward toward the top of the wall. He followed their gaze. Two figures stood at the wall's crest. The wall's surface was actively trying to remove them. the Bellum pulse ran through the entire perimeter construction continuously, the defensive mechanism pressing outward against any source expression that contacted it, and the figures standing on top of it had their lower bodies vibrating with the pressure of the pulse working against their presence with the full force of every Gilded One in the settlement whose power had been fed into its reinforcement. They were standing there anyway. Dietrich recognized his sister first. Obergulden Adelheid. Alive, standing, her gold resource burning with a density that made him blink because it was considerably more than even he, the development visible in how her foundations pressed against the surrounding air. The Kustos stood beside her. The Luxuria. The one who should have been dead, whose absence from the threat outside the Advent wall had made things clear. Yet he was not dissolved. He was standing on top of the Bellum pulse of the scales wall with his legs absorbing the pulse's continuous pressure without visible effort, the multicolored infinity around his frame dense and concentrated and entirely unbothered by what the wall was attempting to do to him. Dietrich floated up. His eyes found his sister's. Then the Kustos turned his head, and their eyes met, and the Kustos smiled and lifted one hand and waved. Then his left hand moved to Ian's waist and pulled her in. Ian's expression shifted into something exasperated rather than protesting. Something hot moved through Dietrich's chest. How dare this Luxuria put his hands on his sister like that? In front of everyone. Standing on the settlement wall like he owned the approach. He had warned that fucker. He had made himself clear in the brain world. He had communicated the boundaries of acceptable behavior, and this Luxuria had apparently filed that communication somewhere he couldn't locate it. Dietrich rose toward them. Little thing. His voice came out cold. I warned you, didn't I? Come down from there. He reached for his Gulder source and extended a pulling force toward the Kustos, the authority of his foundations pressing outward in the expression of a senior Gilded One correcting the positioning of a Luxuria who had forgotten the demarcations of his station. It was not an attack. It was a demonstration. Yet the Kustos floated where he was. Nothing happened. Dietrich's frown went deep. He pushed harder. The Kustos stood on the wall with the concentrated infinity dense around him and looked back at Dietrich with the calm patience of someone watching a process run its course. Ian opened her mouth. Don't. Dietrich cut across her without looking at her. Sister, say nothing. This Luxuria needs to be shown their place. The Kustos looked at him. His eyes were cold. She was trying to save her brother from humiliation, he said. A worthy effort. But some people can't be saved. He paused. You only live today because you share blood relations. Boom. Dietrich met the ground before he understood what had redirected him toward it. One moment he was in the air, the next a force had found him, and the force crushed him down and left a crater in the settlement floor. It left him at its center looking up at the sky with blood in his mouth and a ringing in his foundations that had nothing to do with the Bellum pulse. He lay there. He was Superbius. He was Obergulden. He was Silurian Paleozoic scale with prime cause integrations and the full weight of one of the greatest houses in the brain world behind his name. And a Luxuria Custodes had just put him in a crater in his own settlement. Around the crater, the settlement had gone very quiet. Dozens of Cedron Galdersaurus Superbius and Ira Gilded Ones stood in the surrounding space with incredulity. A Sororis Prima at Galdersaurus raised her hands toward the two figures still standing on the wall, her voice careful and powerful as she sensed something heavy between THR impact just then. What is this? We are all of the Obergulden house here, and clear demarcations exist. Why is the first thing you come with conflict? We naturally came to advance the glory of Gilded Ones. The Custos looked down at her with the expression of someone sharing obvious information. We came for whatever intelligence this settlement has collected over the time you've been here, so we can use it to advance ahead and spread that glory further. The silence that followed was the settlement processing what it had just heard. A Luxuria speaking to a Sororis Prima this way was not a thing that happened. A Luxuria speaking to a Superbius this way was not a thing that happened. A Luxuria standing on the bellum pulse of the scales absorbing its continuous pressure without visible effort, having just put a Silurian Paleozoic Uber Gulden in a crater, and then addressing the senior members of the settlement like he was conducting a briefing, was not a thing that had a framework for happening. Nobody moved. Nobody was willing to be the next one to test what happened. Chapter 5307, Settlement 4. Chapter 5307, Settlement 4. Pride was a fascinating thing to observe in beings who hadn't earned it. There was a version of pride that existed because it had been produced naturally, forged through genuine adversity and genuine achievement, and the earned confidence of someone who had looked at something difficult and come out the other side of it changed. That version had weight. It pushed back. It made decisions regardless of consequence because it had calculated the consequence and found the consequence acceptable. Then there was engineered pride. Superbious pride. The kind cultivated into a being's foundations through careful gilded methodology, installed the way any other capability was installed, present as a feature of the existence rather than as a truth of the being. It looked identical from a distance. Up close, it revealed itself the moment a real test arrived. The test had arrived. Noah had smashed Dietrich into the ground in front of dozens of Superbius and Ira Gilded Ones, and all of them had stood exactly where they were, assessing. Which was sensible. He wasn't criticizing the intelligence of the calculation. But intelligence and pride were different faculties, and every one of them standing still while one of their own bled in a crater was giving him information about which faculty was running the room. None of the big ones had shown up yet. The heavy power sat deeper in the settlement, further from the wall. What he had in front of him were Cedarsaurus and Galdersaurus Gilded Ones, which was still Paleozoic scale, still formidable by any standard he had operated within before the source lands. They were watching him stand on the bellum pulse wall and absorb its continuous pressure, and they were making correct assessments about the gap between what they were and what he appeared to be. He actually wanted to be problematic. He wanted a fight. He genuinely wanted one. He had come into the settlement carrying the accumulated weight of the arms race and the Persevere spamming and a Galdersaurus so saturated it had pressed against its own ceiling, and he had been hoping at least one of them would give him a reason to test it. Not one of them moved. He looked down at them. You know, I always looked up to Superbius. He said it pleasantly, with the tone of someone sharing a sincere memory. Oh, Superbius. As a lowly Luxuria, my status was just pleasure and nothing else. I knew the stories though. Superbius and Ira fighting against source lifeforms and infinite lifeforms, standing at the front of every major conflict in our gilded history, moving forward when everything said stop. He looked across the gathered Gilded Ones slowly. I thought, wow. If only I could do something like that. So I worked hard and I became the Custos of a Superbius Gilded One. I entered the source lands. And now I stand in front of more Superbius Gilded Ones than I have ever seen in one place. He paused. Where is your pride? He asked it genuinely, without aggression. Does a Luxuria like me ever have the chance to move past my designated engineering? Will your pride allow that? Or will you stand there watching one of your own lie in a crater and decide today is not the day? Boom! He let the aura drop. The infinite radiation of his source came down across the settlement in a wave that carried the full pressure of what he had become across the last several hours, the dense concentrated multicolored flames around his frame expanding outward as the heat of it crashed into the surrounding Superbius and Ira Gilded Ones and pressed against their foundations from above. Boom! He looked down at them. These were the fucking people who had authorized the existential Aestia ordinances. Or connected to the people who had. The house that had looked at the lower observable existence with its countless quintillions of beings and its early creatures and its living existences and its full dwellers and had signed off on the calculation that made all of that an acceptable cost. These dumb motherfuckers, standing in their bone-reinforced settlement with their engineered pride and their Gold resource capabilities and their careful assessments. Where is your pride? The bellow came out carrying the prime cause of tyranny behind it, the foundational truth of hierarchy pressed outward in a wave that didn't ask whether the beings it was reaching had opinions about kneeling. The tyranny didn't argue with resistance. It simply told existence what the order was. The wave moved through the settlement as it was going to make them kneel. A golden glow intercepted it at that moment. The glow came from the direction of the settlement's interior, warm and dense and carrying the weight of a source that had been developing in the source lands for considerably longer than anyone else present. It buzzed against the tyranny wave and held it at the settlement's edge, not dispersing it but matching it, the two pressures finding each other and establishing a standoff. An old man walked through the gap. Marxist moved with the unhurried confidence of something that had not been concerned about this situation from the moment it heard the alarm and had taken the time to assess properly before arriving. His source garments of beast skin and bone pressed outward with their own ambient pressure. His eyes, sharp beneath the bald head and the long golden beard, were bright with genuine interest. He looked at Noah. Then he laughed. An exceptional luxuria among our gilded lineage. He said it with the warmth of someone who had found something they had been looking for without knowing they were looking. You are right to feel stifled. Someone with what you carry lying back in the throes of pleasure would have been a waste of considerable potential. He raised a hand toward the settlement around him. We will welcome you here with every grievance intact. Pride is power. This is not a saying. It is the foundational truth of what we are. He walked forward slowly. Look at the beings standing around us who did not step forward when you challenged them. They are not cowards. They are simply beings with less power than you demonstrated, and beings with less power naturally carry less pride, because pride without the foundation to back it collapses under real pressure. He stopped a comfortable distance from the wall. You, a luxuria by designation, carried more pride into this settlement today than every superbious here because your power exceeded what your designation suggested. That is the only measure that matters in existence. His eyes held Noah's. We need every fragment of power and pride we can find in these lands. You are clearly carrying more than your designation assigned you. That makes you precisely what we need. He spread his hands. Welcome. Noah looked at him with cold eyes. The old man was shrewd. Chapter 5308, Barbarian. The old man finished speaking and Ruination's prompts arrived before the silence after the words had fully settled. Yielder über golden Marxist behavioral analysis. Under standard gilded social architecture, what you just did would have produced a very different response. A luxuria humiliating a superbious gilded one in public, releasing source pressure against an assembled group, none of that gets welcomed. None of that gets a philosophical monologue about pride being power. That gets corrected, hard, by whoever is senior enough to do the correcting. Marxist is that senior. He is choosing not to correct you. The only reason a being of his standing makes the choice is that he assessed your power and decided it was worth more to him than the social cost of letting a luxuria stand where you are standing. He wants to use you for something. The welcome is real in the sense that he genuinely wants your cooperation. The goodwill behind it is not. Noah read through the analysis while keeping his face arranged around pleasant attention. Nothing Ruination had surfaced was surprising. He had already read Marxist the moment the old man walked through the settlement and laughed instead of escalating. Marxist smiled. The prideful lead among us regardless of designation. You have demonstrated more than enough to stand in the company of superbious leaders. He looked at Noah with warmth. What is your name? Noah smiled back. I gave myself a new name as I break the common mold of luxuria. He held Marxist's eyes. I am the infinite speaker, Ozymandias. Boom! The name landed in the settlement. Ozymandias. He had used the designation of one of the bodies contained within his own existence. Marxist's smile deepened. He reached down and lifted Dietrich from the crater with the authority of a man tidying up before company, dusting him off with 2 businesslike strokes of his hand that communicated, without any ambiguity, that Dietrich was furniture for the purposes of this conversation. Ozymandias. He tested the name. You came seeking opportunity. I will give you one. He gestured somewhere behind him, further into the interior. At a distance from here we were planning a push through a concentrated group of source beasts. The weakest among them are Galder source. They surround a resource of immense power connected to the primordial source. His eyes held Noah's. As someone so supremely filled with pride and power, why don't you act as one of our swords? Pierce through the source beast armies for us. Noah smiled brilliantly. He had come looking for opportunities. He had found one, and the opportunity had found him at the same time, and both of them were now looking at each other and running calculations. Marxist's calculation, exceptional power, unknown origin, can be used as a battering ram against source beast armies and then disposed of or absorbed into the structure depending on what survived. His calculation, a resource connected to the primordial source, information about its location and what surrounded it, a gilded settlement's worth of collected intelligence, and a mission that conveniently pointed him exactly where he wanted to go. He jumped down from the wall, keeping Ian close, and landed in front of Marxist and the circle of powerful gilded ones around him, all of them with sources exceeding Galder, all of them watching him coldly as their power was genuine. His own was just approaching their ridiculously because of spamming persevere every second for thousands upon thousands of seconds. He looked at them and smiled at all of them. Hey, for the glory of gilded ones, right? He kept his voice pleasant. It's not like you're planning on sending me to my death in those source beast armies. Ha ha. Marxist laughed. Ah ha ha. Right. Come, let us feast on some truly delicate source beast meat and we will set off soon after. The two of them looked at each other. Both sides could read exactly what the other was thinking. It was visible in the eyes and the smiles that two beings produced when they had decided to cooperate, while fully understanding that cooperation was a temporary state with an expiration date neither of them was going to acknowledge out loud. It fit what both of them wanted. So they went along with it. Noah moved deeper into the settlement, passing Dietrich on the way. Dietrich was containing himself with a visible effort, every muscle in his frame communicating fury. Noah smiled and waved as he moved on. Ian's voice came into his mind as they walked. They are still my people. I want to change them and how they do things. But it would be meaningful if the path wasn't entirely built on slaughter. I know blood will be spilled. Let us just do our best that endless seas of gilded blood don't fall. She was pleading for her brother. For her house. For the people she had been born into and had spent her existence among, regardless of what those people had chosen to become. Noah mulled over her words as the settlement's structures passed around them. He nodded lightly. Blood would be spilled. Rivers of it, probably. That was already decided by the decisions that had already been made by people who were not him. But rivers were not the same as endless seas, and he had some influence over the difference. But while he made progress in the source lands, he also sensed a budding moment of progression for a certain evolutionary arms race as he and the Infiniverse were at the precipice of change. Finally, the thousands upon thousands of spammed exolithimi were about to show their effect. In the Infiniverse. Woo! Woo! Fireballs came from everywhere he was at once, plasmic clusters of condensed Osmantian absolute infinity released in every direction simultaneously, quintillions of them spreading outward across the early veiled shore in a continuous omnidirectional release that turned the air around him into a field neither the creature nor Calypso could close distance through without eating whatever they ran into. The creature had tried twice. Calypso had tried once. Both had pulled back. Noah kept generating as his entire existence was running on an endless thrill of infinity. Then the sea above moved and exploded. Chapter 5309, Barbarian. 2. The sea had been churning throughout the arms race, the environmental pressure cycling through its phases as the Infiniverse managed each one, but what it did now was different from anything it had done across the preceding 9 hours. The sea expanded, doubling in density, then doubling again, the obsidian concentration above the early veiled shore growing dozens of times larger than it had been at any prior point until the sky above the shore had become a solid mass of compressed primordial source energy pressing against the upper layers of the domain. The sea turned into incandescent obsidian flames. Then it fell. Boom! The obsidian flames rushed downward across the early veiled shore and beyond it, spreading across the Infiniverse's full expanse in a wave that reached the creature's position and Calypso's position and Noah's position simultaneously, the arms race delivering its final distribution to all 3 participants at once. Noah took 60% of it. The flames went where they went, drawn by whatever calculus the prime exolithimi had been running across the full 9 hours of the arms race, and 60% of what the sea above had produced found Noah's foundations and pressed into them with the weight of something that had been accumulating specifically for this moment. Boom! Evolutionary arms race concluded. The prime exolithimi process has registered sufficient pressure accumulation and resonance to signal completion. Total utterances of exolithimi across the arms race duration, approximately 32,400. All utterances have been compounded into the first utterance's ongoing processes confirmed at the arms race's initiation. Result: pure primordial essence is being introduced into your existence at the volume and purity corresponding to the compounded stack. Pure primordial essence, the undifferentiated energy that precedes all differentiated things. Before the first cause established the first distinction between what existence would be and what it would not be, before any prime cause or observable existence or civilization or being had been produced, there was pure primordial essence. It is the energy of the state that existed before existence decided what it was going to become. It carries no alignment, no cause expression, no identity, only the raw authority of potential before potential resolved into anything. Source lifeforms, at the moment of their emergence, are cultivated with small volumes of this energy. It is what makes them what they are rather than what anything else is. Due to the compounded stack of 32,400 prime exolithimi utterances, the volume and purity of pure primordial essence being introduced to your existence exceeds what an emerging source lifeform receives by more than 1 million times. Your infinity, your blood, your causes, your Gaulder source, your observable and unobservable force, the Infiniverse all are receiving this simultaneously. HUUM. Noah felt it arrive. The pure primordial essence moved through him. It wasn't attacking a target or reinforcing a structure or elevating a specific component. It was filling the spaces between everything he was, the gaps between his infinity and his causes and his Osmantian absolute infinity and his Gaulder source, settling into the foundational layer beneath all of these as though it had always been meant to occupy that layer and had simply been waiting for a volume large enough to actually do it. His blood burned with it. His causes received it and responded by expressing themselves at amplitudes they had not expressed it before, the 9 prime causes burning through their respective regions of the Infiniverse with the additional depth that pure primordial essence added when it moved through a cause connection. The Infiniverse herself received her share and her 9 prime cause regions blazed accordingly. Secondary result: the letter of Persevere has accumulated sufficient pure primordial essence through the compounded stack to trigger elevation. Persevere is now the prime letter of Persevere. Its effects, cost routing, and compounding capacity have been elevated by the same margin as the prime letter of Exelissimi relative to its standard version. Infinity pays the cost. The elevation is permanent. Tertiary result: an anomaly has been identified in the distribution of pure primordial essence as it interacts with your foundational architecture. You do not exist on Vakachev's scales of existence. This is established. The pure primordial essence entering your foundations has nowhere to funnel your evolution because no established path in any known framework accounts for what you are. As a result, the evolutionary process has produced something outside all established categories. You are wild, unlearned, and unknown within the framework of the primordial source's understanding of what beings can be. The pure primordial essence has therefore not refined you toward any existing path. It has recognized you as a new category and produced the corresponding factor. The infinite anomalous source factor of the Source Barbarian has emerged. The Source Barbarian is not a designation. It is a recognition that you exist outside all scales, outside all established source lifeform emergence paths, outside the architecture that the primordial source uses to categorize the beings within existence. The factor does not constrain this. It amplifies it. Your evolution does not follow any road because no road leads where you are going. One of the preliminary things that the Source Barbarian factor grants the capacity to absorb and convert source energies from any category without requiring compatibility, since compatibility requires being categorized and you are not categorized. It is wild because you are wild. It is infinite because you are. Boom! The obsidian flames of the pure primordial essence settled around Noah's figure in dense slow-churning waves that had nothing in common with the Persevere flames or the 9 prime cause expressions or the multicolored Osmantian absolute infinity. They were something else, older than all of those things, carrying the weight of a state that had existed before categories had been assigned to anything. He burned with it. He burned and seamlessly absorbed pure primordial essence as his cells drank hungrily and richly. And he felt all his weavings of existence being sublimated and, well, not truly changing as much as elevate quintessentially. It was really evolution, basic and simple. Chapter 53:10, Barbarian. 3. In the far reaches of the early veiled shore, 2 figures were also burning. The creature stood in his own elevation, the pure primordial essence that had reached him moving through his ancient rebuilt foundations and adding to what was already there, the obsidian flames of his own primordial source expression burning brighter as the arms race delivered its result to him. Calypso received hers, the Relictus's vast ancient frame processing the pure primordial essence with the depth of something that had cultivated with this energy across eons and knew what it was receiving. Both of them looked toward Noah. The obsidian flames around him were not the same flames burning around them. The density was wrong. The volume was wrong. The way the air around him trembled and sparked and seemed to treat the space immediately adjacent to his position as a different category of space was wrong. The creature had a source that had been refined by adversity across longer than most frameworks extended. Calypso had a source that had been present since before most of existence could remember its own earliest events. What was emerging around Noah felt like something that hadn't happened before. They watched it, somber and still, the 2 most ancient beings in the arms race looking at the youngest and feeling the distance between what they were receiving and what he was receiving as a physical condition of the space between them. Something grand was coming out of that obsidian fire. Neither of them was certain what it would look like when it arrived. The first thing Noah felt was the scales. Not new scales. The Primus Apiron form had always carried its multicolored obsidian scales across every surface of his frame, but what settled over him now was different from those. Thinner. More complete. A layer that wasn't armor but expression, the Primus Apiron capabilities becoming permanent rather than accessed through different bodies, pressing outward through the pure primordial essence and fusing into something that covered his entire existence as a continuous living surface. Obsidian gold. The color of it was the result of everything being integrated simultaneously, the Primus Apeiron and the Pillar of Infinity and every actualized civilization within it, and the observable force and the unobservable force and the Osmantian absolute infinity and the Galder source and the full backing of the infinite cause and the 9 prime causes, all finding positions within the same layer, the layer organizing them not as separate systems but as one continuous expression. The aura of the Source Barbarian formed. The pure primordial essence produced by the Prime Excellissimi utterances has integrated all active capabilities into a single unified outer expression. Contents of the aura of the Source Barbarian straight face. Primus Apeiron form capabilities, permanently expressed. No activation required. The form's full physical and foundational capabilities are active at all times through the aura layer. Actualized civilizations from the Hadean Pillar of Infinity, fully integrated into the aura. The cheating architect, the protagonist, perpetual harvest, and all other actualized civilizations now function as permanent ambient conditions of your existence rather than capabilities you access. Observable force and unobservable force, woven into the aura layer's surface, producing continuous dual expression across your full existence simultaneously. Osmantian Absolute Infinity runs as the aura's foundational medium. Everything integrated into the aura expresses itself through Osmantian Absolute Infinity, meaning every capability within the aura carries your identity as its carrier. Galder source, integrated as the aura's source foundation, the density of it compounded by 9 hours of arms race development and 32,400 excellissimi utterances. The infinite cause and all integrated prime causes, active as governing truths of the aura's expression, their prime cause lights now visible across the aura's surface continuously. Operational character. The Source Barbarian aura does not select capabilities for deployment. It expresses all of them simultaneously at all times, the wild and animalistic nature of the Source Barbarian factor amplifying every component through brute force, both close range and long range. You do not aim a specific tool at a specific problem. You bring the full weight of everything you are to every point of contact. This is what it means to be wild in existence. Boom! The obsidian gold rose from him. Not as light. As mass, the aura pressing outward from every surface of his frame and expanding with the weight of everything it contained, the nearby air shuddering at the contact as existence registered something it didn't have a category for. The early veiled shore's golden sands trembled beneath him. He began to grow. 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 The process was unhurried. His frame expanded in every dimension without violence, the pure primordial essence and the aura of the Source Barbarian pushing his physical expression outward toward the size that the barbarian factor recognized as his preliminary body. His musculature expanded with his scale, every proportion maintained, the definition of his frame becoming something that light behaved differently around as it grew to a size where light had time to notice it. He stopped at 1 gigaparsec. He floated in the early veil shore at a scale where the shore's golden sands were a surface beneath him that he could sit on comfortably. The obsidian gold of the aura covered everything, the 9 prime cause lights running across it in their continuous expression, the observable and unobservable force currents moving through the surface in their parallel rivers, the Osmantian Absolute Infinity blazing through the full scale of it. He raised his hands. They were enormous. He looked at them with the calm attention of someone taking inventory. He pressed his palm slightly. A test. The aura of the Source Barbarian responded with the simultaneous activation of everything within it directed toward that pressure, and he felt with complete clarity what applying that pressure to a Devonian Paleozoic scale being would produce. Shattering. He looked at the space where his Galder source expression pressed outward through the aura and thought what that expression could do to a common Galder source lifeform if he closed his fist around one. Crushed in an instant. He looked at the full expression of what he was at this scale, with the aura covering every coordinate of his existence and the 9 prime cause lights blazing and the Osmantian absolute infinity running through everything. Fourth scale entities felt manageable. He couldn't say it with certainty. He would need to actually test it to say it with certainty, and he was aware that the gap between feeling something and confirming something. But the feeling was there. Calypso was a relictus. She had been a relictus since before most of existence could date its own earliest memories. He thought he could wound her now. Him. Still operating within his first infinite scale. Still at the beginning of what the infinite scale of existence was designed to contain. He looked at his massive obsidian gold hands again in the golden light of the early veiled shore. Then he looked at where the creature and Calypso floated in the distance, their own elevations burning around them, both of them watching the gigaparsec figure that had emerged from the obsidian fire with the somber attention of source lifeforms. Because at this moment, while Noah had not grasped the primordial source, his body gave off a pure aura, similar to a relictus, as he was filled with boundless seas of pure primordial essence. Chapter 53:11, Sword Eye. He looked gloriously titanic, and he let himself enjoy it. He had spent his existence climbing from nothing toward something, and this was a moment where the something had become considerably more than it had been a day ago, and a being who couldn't enjoy that was a being who had forgotten why they were climbing in the first place. One must never forget. He floated at his reduced scale now, no longer a gigaparsec titan but carrying the weight of one regardless, the obsidian gold of the aura of the source barbarian running across his body in continuous expression. His path remained good. He could finalize his first infinite scale soon. When he did, he could choose a name for it. Or he could choose not to. He would see how he felt when he arrived. Arms Race Conclusion Protocol. The source lifeforms called forth by Prime Exelissimi as biotic pressure will now be dismissed. Their participation in the evolutionary arms race is complete. They have received their share of the result and will be returned to their prior positions. Noah looked at the creature and Calypso. Obsidian light was already beginning to wrap around both of them, the Prime Exelissimi recalling its biotic pressures now that the process had concluded. And as the light moved over them, his perception found what sat inside both of those ancient bodies. The primordial source. It ran through the creature and through Calypso at the foundational level, the direct unmediated presence that made them what they were, and Noah's eyes flashed with something he didn't bother to suppress. Hunger. He would have the primordial source in his hands eventually. He had pure primordial essence right now, flooding through him at over 1,000,000 times an emerging source lifeform's volume, melding into his infinity in a process that felt grander with every second it continued. That was the precursor. The actual source was the destination, and looking at it inside two beings who carried it natively only sharpened the appetite he had developed for reaching it. But that was later. He took a step and appeared before the two of them. "We all benefited," he said. "But thank you for the challenge." Calypso nodded, the ancient relictus acknowledging the words with the economy of a being who had answered the call of a prime letter, received what it came for, and saw no reason to add anything to the transaction. The creature looked at him. "Don't underestimate the Gilded Ones." His voice carried the somber weight it always carried. In existence there are infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms. There are bounded lifeforms, gilded lifeforms, primeval lifeforms. The Gilded Ones were not always in the position they hold now, and yet they have climbed to a place where they fight against infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms directly. He held Noah's eyes. Existence is vast and filled with boundless terrors. Be careful. HUUM. The obsidian brilliance closed over him, and the creature was gone. Noah stood with the words for a moment. He took them seriously. The creature did not waste warnings, and a being who had existed across the eons the creature had existed across did not describe something as a boundless terror casually. The Gilded Ones had nuked an entire observable existence as a routine administrative solution. He had already seen what they were willing to do. The creature was telling him he had not yet seen the full scale of what they were capable of, and that was worth knowing. He breathed in and turned toward the vastness of the Infiniverse. He had not been the only one to change. The Infiniverse had been bathed in pure primordial essence alongside him, her share flooding into her substrate and her 9' cause regions and her seas of observable and unobservable force. And the change moving through her was more gradual than his because she was countless gigaparsecs vast, and a change at that scale took time to complete. She radiated an ancient air now, the quality of a domain that had existed for far longer than it actually had, the pure primordial essence aging her presence into something that felt foundational. She was frightening. Apart from him, the Infiniverse was genuinely frightening in power, an autonomous cognizant observable existence carrying 9' causes and seas of dual force and now pure primordial essence woven through all of it. And then there was his mother. Amelia Osmont. The origin of the infinite cause. Her power had been rising tremendously since the emergence, the cause that had originated from returning back to elevate its source. If she ever decided to throw her hands against anyone. Oh boy. He filed that thought with a faint internal amusement and finally remembered the woman he had brought here. His body reduced in size as he descended to the golden sands of the early veiled shore, coming down near where Taylor sat next to the grave she had dug for herself hours ago when the environmental pressure first began. She had not, in the end, needed it. She looked up at him and shook her head slowly. "You are a ridiculous existence," she said. Noah looked at her. "The promise of safety for you and Adrastea was fulfilled," he said. "But you haven't been returned to your observable existence yet." Taylor waved a hand dismissively before he finished. "Promises altered from the other side are our weight to bear, not yours." She brushed sand off her legs. "Achilles Adrastea already has a main body back in his home observable existence. And mine, well. Both of us got taken to a home base of source lifeforms by Sir William. The Cornwall observable existence. I'm guessing it's a base of the Swords of Existence, and we're there to undergo trials to become attendants of existence." She shrugged. "I made that choice myself. So that promise is null and void. This sliver of my existence here, I can disperse it, or I can call forth my other self to take it over and expand this vessel into a main body. She can connect to the people of my observable existence easily enough." A pause, and something sharpened behind her rapid eyes. "She's a troublemaker, so I usually keep her down. But these Gilded Ones freely nuked an entire observable existence. I want to make trouble for them. I'm still defiant on that." Chapter 53:12, Sword 2. Noah smiled. He thought about the suit and the blade Sir William had given him, and about the many paths laid out in front of him, all of them active, all of them running at once. His body as Dante in the Sanctum Balanthra would be grasping the third cause within those depths. His body in the Sourcelands would be leaving with the Gilded Ones of Marxist settlement to seek an unknown source treasure surrounded by source beast armies. Gathering information on the reach of Gilded Ones into the Sourcelands was also ongoing, as he felt like with settlements, so long as they were desperate enough, more and more would arrive on the strand of broken scales. They didn't send powerful Gilded Ones over in mass as they didn't wish to risk their lives with too many unknowns, but when they sent more and more beings like Marxist, they would be able to make a lot of headway. But apart from this, there was the pathway of the Sword of Existence in front of him now, waiting. And he still had to finish defining his first infinite scale. There was much to be done. That was fine. Being busy meant progressing, and progressing meant moving forward, and moving forward was the only direction he had ever genuinely respected. He could not remain static. So he would push ahead on all of it. His biggest aim, the one that sat behind all the others, was grasping the primordial source. A task that countless beings across existence had found impossibly hard, that ancient source lifeforms guarded as the thing that made them what they were, that the Gilded Ones were building entire settlements in the source lands to inch toward. The source lands was one possibility. The sword of existence was another. So, he reached into his existence and took out the suit and the blade Sir William Arthur had given him. The lesser existential source armament sat there in obsidian and white, the blue obsidian sheath of the sovereign reckoning resting beside it, both of them carrying the quiet weight of instruments forged by a source lifeform for a specific purpose. He looked at the suit. He was ready to put it on and see exactly what barrier he had to cross to become a sword of existence. Swords of existence. Of the swords of existence, little is recorded that can be trusted, and much is recorded that cannot, for they are not a people who keep records of themselves and they discourage the keeping of records by others. What follows is assembled from the fragments that survived, and one is asked to hold it loosely. They are lifeforms, though the word strains under the weight of what it is asked to carry when applied to them. Some were born of infinity. Some emerged from the primordial source itself. Some began as lesser things and climbed, across eons of adversity, to the threshold where the swords would consider them at all. What unites them is not their origin, for their origins could not be more varied, but the standard they have chosen to answer to, which is the primordial source, and the way each of them carries within, which is theirs alone and answers to nothing beneath the source. They are not protectors, though they protect. They are not destroyers, though they destroy. To call them either is to mistake the consequence of their actions for the cause of them, and this mistake has been made by nearly everyone who has ever encountered them and lived to record the encounter. Consider the gold incursion of infinity. In an age not too long ago, the Gilded Ones and a coalition of infinite lifeforms fell into a war whose origins are no longer clear and whose conduct is remembered with horror by every chronicle that mentions it at all. Multiple observable existences became the battleground. Both were laid to waste in the fighting, their populations caught between forces that did not pause to consider them, their substrates torn apart by weapons that neither side had any intention of restraining. Countless died who had no part in the quarrel. The observable existences, which had existed for longer than most things existed, were reduced to ruin in the span of a single drawn-out atrocity. The swords of existence stepped in. They did not appeal to the better natures of the combatants, having correctly assessed that no such natures were present. They entered the war and inflicted casualties on both sides so severe, so indifferent to which banner the dying had marched under, that the war simply could not continue. The Gilded Ones lost figures they could not afford to lose. The infinite lifeforms lost the same. And in the silence that followed, neither side had the strength remaining to resume. It is tempting to say the swords fought for the dying. For the countless caught between the armies. For the ruined observable existences and the lives that had been spent in them. This is not what happened. The swords of existence did not fight for the little ones. They did not weigh the suffering of the innocent and find it moved them to action. They fought because the war offended the source, because the unraveling of two observable existences for no purpose the source recognized as legitimate was a thing that could not be permitted to continue, and they followed the source where it led them. That the dying were saved was a consequence. It was not the reason. This is the thing that must be understood about the swords of existence, the thing that makes them feared by the powerful in a way that no merely benevolent force could ever be feared. A benevolent force can be predicted. It will protect what is good and oppose what is cruel, and the wicked can plan around it. The swords cannot be planned around, because they do not serve good and they do not oppose cruelty. They serve the source, and the source serves nothing. When a sword arrives, the question is never whether you are innocent or guilty. The question is only whether you stand where the source has decided the cut will fall. Chapter 53:13, Sword 3. He put on the suit. The lesser existential source armament settled over him with the precision of something made to exact specification, the obsidian jacket finding his body, the white shirt beneath it, the obsidian tie sitting clean against the shirt. He adjusted it without rushing, and the source weaving in the composite recognized him the moment the last piece settled. Taylor was still sitting on the grave she had dug. Wowie. She shook her head slowly. You really had to do a whole power move of changing right in front of me like that? She said it like a complaint. Her eyes said something else entirely, shining with the appreciation of someone who had seen a great many things across a long existence and was filing this one under things worth having seen. Noah ignored her and reached for the blade. The sovereign reckoning came to his hand, the blue obsidian sheath cool against his palm, and with the suit on and the blade in hand, the picture completed itself. He looked grand. Magisterial. Obsidian tendrils of light began to swirl around the suit, rising from the source weaving in slow deliberate spirals, and over all of it the aura of the source barbarian glowed across his entire body, the obsidian gold of it running beneath and around the obsidian suit so that the two layers of obsidian, the worn and the innate, complemented rather than competed. He floated above the golden sands. Persevere. Excelissimi. Boom. The multicolored flames and the obsidian gold surged around him simultaneously, the two prime letters expressing at once, and the flames spilled outward across the early veiled shore and beyond it into the vastness of the infiniverse, the domain receiving the effects the way she received everything he produced now. He kept uttering them, every second, the way he had been uttering persevere, the two prime letters refining and elevating his existence with each repetition, the aura of the source barbarian growing fractionally more terrifying with every utterance because that was simply what it did now. Below, Taylor clapped her hands together and whistled, low and appreciative. The obsidian tendrils that had been forming around the suit since he put it on activated. He watched them closely as they wove together into a bubble of obsidian light, the source weaving carrying out exactly what Sir William had described it would do, and the body inside the bubble disappeared. Whap! Another of his bodies descended to the early veiled shore a moment later. He had several to spare. The distribution of his existence across domains meant that sending one off to a trial did not leave him absent from anywhere that mattered. But the one inside the bubble began crossing the vastness of existence, pulled forward by the mechanism of the source armament. Noah felt his existence being drawn across the undefined gaps of existence, and once more, he left his observable existence entirely. He knew what the gaps were. He had sent the infiniverse into them. He described them as the unclassified regions between defined existence, the spaces of no definition where ordinary beings dissolved. Experiencing them himself was a different thing from understanding them, and what he experienced was his existence being carried on unstable rivers of undefined potential, the terminal infinity within them pressing against his perception with a density that he could sense would have reduced second-scale entities to pace through proximity alone. The source armament handled it. It had a set of directions encoded into its weaving, a destination it was pulling him toward, and it provided sufficient power and protection that he didn't have to do anything but experience the journey. He sensed the distant undefined weavings of existence moving around him, the raw uncategorized potential of the spaces between defined domains, the terminal infinity running through the obsidian rivers that carried him. It was, he thought, a genuinely pleasant way to travel. Surfing on obsidian rivers of terminal infinity in a well-cut suit with a source lifeform's blade in hand, the most dangerous spaces in existence held at a comfortable distance by the armament's protection. After what felt like a few minutes, definition began to return. He sensed it before he arrived in it, the definition of endings and catastrophe and apocalypses, obsidian gray light gathering around him as the undefined gaps released him into a defined domain. And the moment the definition settled, his existence recognized what it was recognizing, because he carried many civilizations related to endings and apocalypse sat at the forefront of them. He arrived in a place that was dying. This observable existence stretched around him in the state of something that had been mortally wounded and had not yet finished the slow process of expiring. Weavings of decaying folds drifted through the space, half dissolved, the structures that should have held them together failing in slow motion. Torn and destroyed wheels of existence hung in the distance, their architecture shattered, the cyclical mechanisms that governed the domain's continuation broken past any repair he could see. He felt like he was standing inside the shattered remnants of a primordial realm, the scale of the destruction vast enough that individual catastrophes blurred into a single condition. Split golden mountains burned in the distance with roaring flames of terminal infinity, the fire consuming what it touched and producing nothing, the flame of endings rather than transformation. Entire portions of the dimensional space carried tears that looked like glass-like cuts across existence itself, the fabric of the domain sliced through in places where something had cut deep enough to leave permanent wounds in the structure of reality. Everything here pulsed with endings. Noah could tell, with the clarity of a being whose civilizations were steeped in this exact truth, that this observable existence was on a path toward destruction. Not threatened with it. On the path to it, the outcome already determined, the only remaining variable being how long the dying would take. And yet, far ahead in this dying place, he saw a massive obsidian gold castle surrounded by towers. The castle was full of life. Life, abundant power, the vitality of an occupied stronghold standing in defiance of everything dying around it. From the castle, an aura locked onto him and came over. Sir William Arthur arrived before him, gazing at Noah with his composed neutrality, and then blinked in genuine surprise at the aura Noah was radiating. He took a moment, focusing, the assessment of the aura of the source barbarian and a faint expression of the pure primordial essence that Noah hid visibly registering as something he had not expected to find. Then he set the surprise aside with the discipline of a man who set many things aside. One of the places to undergo trials to become a sort of existence, he said, are terminal observable existences. Domains that have had their cause destroyed, and by extension, the observable existence itself placed on a path toward destruction. It is a failure of existence when this happens. It is a deeper failure when it happens by the hands of others rather than through natural collapse. He gestured at the dying expanse around them, at the burning golden mountains and the torn dimensional fabric and the obsidian gold castle standing full of life in the middle of all of it. Welcome to the Terminal Observable Existence, Chernobyl. Chapter 53:14, Emotion I. Come on, let me show you a few things. Sir William rose, and Noah rose with him, and together they moved across the dying expanse of Chernobyl. Anything apocalyptic and dying always had his full attention as he loved exploring new things. The first region they crossed had been a place of war once. Noah could feel it in the residue, the bellum cause of this observable existence still present in faint traces across the torn landscape, but the cause was failing. Where his own integrated bellum cause burned with the clean war truth that conflict drove change, the bellum cause here flickered, its expression stuttering, the foundational truth it had once asserted no longer held steadily by the observable existence that had birthed it. Crimson light guttered across the ruined terrain like a flame running out of what fed it. A cause does not die quickly, Sir William said as they passed over it. This is the first thing the uninitiated misunderstand about the death of an observable existence. They imagine a sudden ending, a single catastrophic moment. The truth is slower and considerably crueler. A cause that has lost its foundation continues asserting itself out of habit, the way a body continues twitching after the thing that animated it has gone. The bellum cause of Chernobyl still tries to express the truth of conflict. It simply no longer has the foundation to express it correctly, so it produces only this flickering. The memory of war without the substance of it. They moved on. The next region had held knowledge. The cognitio causa's residue ran through it, libraries of folded information that had once organized the understanding of an entire observable existence now coming apart, the structured knowledge dissolving back into undifferentiated noise. Noah watched vast archives of cognitio expression unravel in slow motion, eons of accumulated understanding losing its organization and becoming meaningless. The cognitio cause governed how this observable existence understood itself, Sir William said. What you are watching is not the destruction of knowledge. It is something worse. It is knowledge forgetting how to be knowledge. The information remains. The capacity to organize it into understanding is what has failed. The beings who once lived here, in their final ages, could perceive everything and comprehend nothing, surrounded by the full record of their civilization and unable to read a word of it. Noah said nothing. He filed each observation, building a picture of what the death of an observable existence actually looked like from the inside, because this was information his civilizations of endings could use and because the dying around him was teaching him things no intact domain ever could. A man could always continue learning. They passed regions where other causes failed in their own ways. A cause of growth that produced only decay. A cause of binding that could no longer hold anything together. Each one a foundational truth that had lost its foundation, each one continuing to try and continuing to fail, the whole observable existence a collection of broken promises that existence was still attempting to keep out of momentum alone. You are wondering how this happened, Sir William said. Noah was. He had been since he arrived. An observable existence did not simply have its first cause undone. The first cause was the foundational axiom the entire domain was built around. Undoing it required something that Noah's understanding of existence did not readily account for. Sir William slowed as they approached the torn dimensional fabric near the burning golden mountains, the glass-like cuts across reality catching the terminal infinity's light. Then I will tell you of the records of Chernobyl, he said. It is worth knowing. The swords of existence use it as instruction, because it teaches the single lesson that matters most about the beings we exist to oppose. He floated, and he spoke, and his measured cadence filled the dying air. In the ages when Chernobyl lived, it was a domain of considerable abundance. Its first cause was strong. Its causes expressed cleanly. The life forms within it climbed and flourished and produced civilizations worth remembering. And among the beings who reached the highest tiers of this observable existence, two fell in love. One was an infinite life form. A being of this domain who had cultivated infinity to a height few ever reached. The other was a source life form, ancient and powerful, carrying the primordial source in the direct way that source life forms carry it. Their love was, by every account that survived, genuine. It was not a strategic alliance dressed as affection. It was not a transaction. Two beings of immense power found in each other something that the immensity of their power had never been able to provide on its own, and they chose each other, across the difference in their natures, against the considerable pressures that such a difference produced. Noah listened. Love between beings of that tier is rare, Sir William continued. Beings who climb to such heights tend to lose, somewhere in the climbing, the capacity for it. Power and intimacy are not natural companions. That these two retained both was, in its way, an achievement greater than the power itself. They did not harm anyone. They did not threaten the order of their observable existence. They simply loved each other, two beings of different natures, in a domain large enough to hold them both. He paused, and the pause carried the weight of someone arriving at the part of the story that mattered. There was a third. Another infinite life form, of comparable tier to the first. And this being looked at the love between the infinite life form and the source life form and saw an abomination. The reasons matter less than you would think. Perhaps the third loved the first and could not bear to be unchosen. Perhaps the third held convictions about the separation of natures that the love offended. Perhaps it was simply the specific rage of a powerful being who encountered something it disapproved of and could not tolerate the existence of a thing it disapproved of. The chronicles disagree on the reason. They agree entirely on the result. The burning golden mountains roared in the distance. The third infinite life form moved against the lovers. And the lovers, being who they were, did not simply submit. What followed was a war between three beings of the highest tiers an observable existence had ever produced, and a war at that tier is not contained by the participants. It spread. It pulled in allies and forced choices on beings who wanted no part of it. The source life form's nature drew responses from across existence. The infinite lifeforms war tore at the foundations of the domain that held them. And in the height of it, when the three of them brought everything they were against each other with no remaining restraint, they struck at the first cause itself. Whether by intention or by the simple inability of a domain to contain that magnitude of conflict, the first cause of Chernobyl was wounded. And a wounded first cause, unlike a wounded being, cannot heal. It can only unravel. The lovers died. The third died. And the observable existence they had fought within received its death sentence in the same moment, the first cause beginning the slow unraveling that you see around you now, the causes failing one by one, the domain forgetting how to be a domain, the whole of Chernobyl placed on the path toward an ending that no being remaining within it had the power to prevent. Boom! Chapter 53:15, Emotion 2. He turned to Noah. Countless lifeforms lived here. They had no part in the love, or the disapproval, or the war. They were simply present in an observable existence whose most powerful beings could not control their emotions, and that was sufficient to end them. The lovers were not villains. The third was not, in its own understanding, a villain either. None of them set out to destroy an observable existence. They were simply beings who held great power and could not govern what they felt, and at their tier, the inability to govern what you feel is not a personal failing. It is an extinction event. The terminal infinity burned across the dying expanse. This is the lesson the swords of existence take from Chernobyl, Sir William said. It is not that love is dangerous, though small minds draw that conclusion. It is not that difference must be policed, though crueler minds draw that one. The lesson is simpler and harder. Power without the governance of one's own emotions is the single greatest threat existence contains. Not malice. Malice is rare and can be planned around. The thing that ends observable existences is ordinary feeling, love and disapproval and rage and grief, carried by beings powerful enough that their ordinary feelings reshape reality. He looked at the dying domain around them, at the failing causes and the torn fabric and the abundant life still burning in the obsidian gold castle that defied all of it. You will be tested here, he said. Among the ruins of beings who could not govern themselves. I find it appropriate. A sword of existence who cannot govern their own feeling is not a sword. It is the next Chernobyl, waiting for a reason. He began to move toward the castle. Come. The trial does not begin until you understand what it is held among. Now you understand, we shall proceed. HUUM. Every trial to select a new sword of existence is overseen by at least 3 current swords, Sir William said as they moved. He spoke without looking at Noah, his attention forward, the dying expanse of Chernobyl unrolling beneath them as they traveled towards something Noah could already feel before he could see it. Everything happening here is observed. How you approach what is put in front of you, how you reason through it, what you choose when the choice has no comfortable answer, all of it is being watched and weighed by beings who have walked this path themselves and have no patience for those who walk it poorly. He paused. I tell you this not to unsettle you. I tell you because a sword operates under observation for the rest of their existence, accountable to the source and to the others who serve it, and a being who cannot function under observation has no business holding the designation. Consider it the first thing the trial measures, before the trial itself begins. They flew on. The first trial is simple, Sir William continued. Simple in the way that the most important things are simple. It will not test your power. Your power has already been assessed and found sufficient, or you would not be here. It will test something the powerful almost never develop, because their power lets them avoid developing it. They arrived. The region was where the storms of unstable first cause raged strongest in all of Chernobyl. Definition and undefinition warred against each other across the space in churning fronts, the boundaries between what existed and what did not existing nowhere consistently, terminal infinity running through all of it in obsidian gray currents that pulsed with the weight of endings. Reality here was not torn the way it was torn elsewhere in the domain. It was actively coming apart and being held together in the same moment, the two processes locked in a contest that neither was winning. At the center of the contest, far below, something held the whole thing together. Below you, Sir William said, is one of the last remaining infinite lifeforms of this observable existence. Noah looked down. She was very young when the first cause was destroyed. A child, by the reckoning of beings of her tier. In the catastrophe, as the first cause began its unraveling, she did something that no one instructed her to do and that no one has been able to undo since. She latched onto it. Her infinite existence became a battery, a living anchor, holding the mortis cause intact when it should have failed with all the others. Sir William's voice carried the somber weight he reserved for the things that genuinely moved him. The mortis cause governs endings. By holding it intact, she has held off the ending of this entire observable existence. The first cause should have finished unraveling eons ago. The Decillions who still survive in this domain, including everyone in the castle behind us, should have perished long since. They have not, because a child latched onto the mortis cause and refused to let go, and has been holding the ending of an entire observable existence away from everyone within it ever since. Noah was beginning to understand where this was going. Because she holds the endings, Sir William said, she experiences them. Every moment. The agony of mortis for an entire observable existence, channeled through a single infinite existence that was a child when it took the weight on and has been a child carrying it ever since. The pain is constant. It does not diminish. It is the suffering of every ending she holds at bay, felt all at once, every moment, for longer than most beings could imagine enduring it. He looked down at her. As of yesterday, she could no longer bear it. She has begun to wail. To beg to be released from it. The endings have become too much even for a being born of infinity, and she wants it to stop. She wants out. The weight of it settled. But ending her is the problem, Sir William said. She is the last anchor holding the mortis cause together. The moment she is released, the mortis cause fails. The moment the mortis cause fails, the first cause finishes its unraveling, and every remaining decillion in this observable existence perishes as the final thread holding all the causes together gives way. Her suffering is the only thing keeping countless lives in existence. Her release is the only thing that will end her suffering. Those are the two truths, and they cannot both be honored. He turned to Noah. A sort of existence was assigned to address this. It is not their task anymore. It is yours. His eyes held Noah's. What will you do? Chapter 53:16, Emotion 3. Noah looked down through the rivers of terminal infinity. Past the obsidian gray currents and the warring fronts of definition and undefinition, he saw her. A little girl, no older than 10 by any human reckoning, curled in a fetal position and spinning slowly in the storm of unstable first cause that she herself was holding together. Her face was visible in glimpses as she turned. It showed pain. Not discomfort, not distress, but the specific excruciating agony of a being experiencing more suffering than any frame was built to hold, held at a pitch that did not waver because the thing producing it did not waver. She was small. She wore tattered blue rags that had once been garments of infinity, the fabric carrying faint traces of what it had been before eons of holding endings wore it down to threads. Her hair drifted around her in the currents. She looked, in the glimpses Noah caught of her face, like something that should have been protected by everything around it and had instead been asked to protect everything around it. And she had said yes, because she had been too young to understand what saying yes would cost. She turned in the storm and her eyes found him. She looked at him pitifully, the gaze of a child who had been in pain for longer than she could remember, who saw a new presence and felt, beneath the agony, the faint flicker of a hope she had probably learned not to trust. So young. So innocent. Bearing the endings of an entire observable existence in every moment, and looking at him with eyes that asked, without words, whether he was someone who could make it stop. Infinite Lifeform Status Assessment. Designation: Seoyun. Infinite life form of the observable existence of Chernobyl. Apparent age at first cause destruction, equivalent to 10 years. Actual duration of existence since, incalculable through standard measurement. She has existed in a health state, neither aging nor developing, since the catastrophe. Current function, living anchor for the mortis cause. Her infinite existence is the sole structure preventing the mortis cause from failing and the first cause from completing its unraveling. Current condition, sustained maximal agony. She is channeling the endings of an entire observable existence through her singular existence continuously. The suffering has no intervals. As of recent, her capacity to endure has been exceeded and she is actively seeking release. She seeks death. Dependent population, incalculable. All remaining life in the observable existence of Chernobyl persists solely because of her continued function. Resolution available through standard means, none. Her release ends her suffering and ends the dependent population. Her continuation preserves the dependent population and continues her suffering. There is no apparent third option. Noah gazed at her. Far above, in a space held apart from the dying domain and surrounded by the primordial source, another body of Sir William stood observing. 3 source lifeforms stood beside him, each of a different lineage, each carrying the primordial source in a distinct expression that marked them as products of separate origins across the vastness of existence. They watched the region below where Noah hung above the storm, gauging, weighing, the 3 current swords of existence who would render the verdict on whether the trial had been passed. One of them spoke. "Why," the source lifeform said, its voice carrying the genuine curiosity of a being asking a question it found legitimately puzzling, "is a task meant for a full sword of existence being given to a trial sword? This is not a trial assignment. This is a working assignment that a seated sword should have closed." It looked at Sir William. "Do you want your pick to fail? Have you tired of sponsorship? Because handing a trial sword a problem that has no clean solution is not how one shepherds a candidate toward success." Sir William watched the region below with composed attention. "I am no longer interested in sponsoring those who have it easy," he said. "I have done that. I have shepherded capable beings through trials calibrated to let them pass, and I have produced competent swords who handle competent assignments competently, and existence has gained from them what existence gains from competence. It was not nothing. It was also not what I am looking for now." He continued watching Noah. Hardship and adversity breed wonder. This is not sentiment. It is the single most reliable principle I have observed across the full length of my existence. The exceptional are not produced by trials they were meant to pass. They are produced by the moments where there was no clean answer and they found something anyway, where the situation offered only bad options and they refused to accept that the list of options was complete. His voice carried the weight of conviction settled over a very long time. "I am only looking for that which is truly exceptional now. I have grown too old and seen too much to spend my sponsorship on anything less. If he is what I suspect he is, this trial will not break him. It will reveal him. And if I am wrong, then I have learned something useful about the limits of what radiates from him, and I will have lost nothing but time, of which I have a great deal." The source lifeform considered this. "And if he simply chooses one of the 2 answers? Releases the child, or preserves the population and leaves her to suffer? Both are defensible. Both are what most would choose." "Then he is competent," Sir William said. "And competent is not what I am sponsoring anymore. Existence is vast and filled with terrors, and it needs more than competent swords. We have seen competent sword and even ourselves can be considered competent. What is needed in these times is something unfathomably more. But let us see. Let us see." Below, Noah continued to gaze at the little girl spinning in the storm of endings she had been holding back since before she should have understood what holding them back would cost her. Chapter 53:17, Resuscitation. Noah descended into the storm. The terminal infinity raged around him in obsidian gray currents that would have ended weak Ordovician Paleozoic scale beings on contact. The unstable first cause warring against itself across the space, definition and undefinition tearing at each other in fronts that shifted faster than most perception could track. The aura of the source barbarian held it all away from him, the obsidian gold layer over his existence treating the storm as a condition to move through rather than a threat to survive. He came near the little girl. She turned in the storm she was holding back, and as he approached, her voice reached out to him. Small. Tender. Carrying beneath it the constant strain of someone speaking through pain that never stopped. You shouldn't be here. Sir. Her eyes found him, wide and young and exhausted in a way that no child's eyes should ever have been. Staying in a place like this too long, it can hurt your existence. Even strong ones. Please. You should go away. Go somewhere that doesn't hurt. She was warning him. Through everything she carried, with the endings of an entire observable existence channeling through her every moment, the first thing she did when a stranger approached was try to protect him. Noah looked at her closely. I'm okay, he said. His voice was calm. This doesn't hurt me. You don't have to worry about that. She studied him with the careful attention of a child who had learned that hope was dangerous to hold. Tell me about yourself, Noah said. About the causes. About the endings. I want to understand. She was quiet for a moment, turning slowly in the storm. The endings are everything, she said finally. When something ends, it doesn't just stop. It feels itself stopping. Everything that was going to happen and now won't, all of it presses together at once, and that pressing is what an ending feels like. I hold all of them. Every ending that wants to happen here, I hold it, so it doesn't. She looked at her own small hands. I thought it would be like holding a door closed as it isn't. It's like being the door. Everything that pushes against it pushes against me. How have you carried it this whole time? Noah asked. The endings of an entire observable existence. For so long. Her face crumpled, just slightly, the expression of a child asked a question that reached the center of something. At first I didn't know I could let go, she said quietly. So I just held on. And then I learned I could let go, but by then I knew what would happen if I did. Everyone would end. All of them. The people in the dying realms and folds and the people I never met and everyone. She turned in the storm. So I kept holding on. Every day it hurt more, but every day the reason to hold on was still there. The people were still there. They didn't know about me. They never knew. But they were still there, so I kept holding the door. Her voice grew smaller. I held it for them. Even though they don't know I exist. Even though no one ever came to say hi or play with me. I held it because they were alive and I could keep them alive, and that seemed like a good enough reason to keep hurting. Boom! The words hung in the storm. Do you want it to stop? Noah asked. Her eyes filled. The tears didn't fall the way ordinary tears fell, dispersing into the terminal infinity around her, but they formed, and her small face contorted with the effort of someone trying to be honest about something they had been ashamed to admit. I held on because I knew others would die if I didn't, she said, the words coming out broken. And I would do it again. I would. But it hurts. It hurts so much. All the time. It never stops, not for one moment, not ever, and I'm so tired, and I don't know how to keep being brave about it anymore. I am so tired, sir. She looked at him with everything a child's face could hold. Please, sir. Do something. Please. I don't want everyone to die. But I can't. I can't keep doing this. Please, please do something. Noah looked at her calmly. Inside, he was shaking with a rage he showed nothing of. A little girl. They had let a little girl do this for eons. The swords of existence, with all their power and all their ways and all their service to the source, had looked at this child holding an entire observable existence together through her own continuous agony, and the best any of them had managed was to assign someone to choose between killing her and leaving her to suffer? The full breadth of their wisdom had produced two options, and both options were obscene, and not one of them had thought to ask whether the list of options was actually complete. Fucking incompetent. Every one of them. Powerful and ancient and serving the highest standard in existence, and not one of them had been able to look at a suffering child and think harder. He kept all of it off his face. There are always better choices in existence, he said. People who tell you there are only two options have usually just stopped looking. The list is never as short as they say. He reached out toward her. Do you want to be free? She looked at his extended hand. And slowly, without fear, with the trust of a child who had decided that this stranger was different from the nothing that had come before him, she reached back and put her small hand in his. Yes, she whispered. Please. Noah held her hand. Through the contact, he reached toward the mortis cause, and through her, he felt the structure of what she was. An infinite lifeform, regal and terrifying in foundational architecture even at her young-held state, her existence a thing of genuine magnificence that had been bent entirely toward the work of holding endings at bay. He sensed the boundless endings within her, the terminal infinity she channeled, the full weight of the mortis cause running through a child's existence. He commanded the aura of the source barbarian to flow into her. The obsidian gold moved through the contact point, wrapping around her foundations, taking up portions of the load she carried so that for the first time in eons, she was not holding all of it alone. He waved his other hand through the storm, and invisible strings of the mortis cause formed under his perception, the threads of the failing cause becoming graspable, and he gathered them, more and more, until it looked as though he held endless strings of endings in his hand. Holding them, he followed them inward, and connected to the failing first cause that the mortis cause was the last anchor of. His internal voice was flat and certain. He would choose another option. He would spark a change in a dying first cause. Chapter 53:18, Resuscitation 2. The first cause of Chernobyl was unraveling, weak, reduced to using a little girl as a battery to remain what it barely still was. But he had an infinite cause. He had a cause as grand as any first cause that had ever produced an observable existence, a cause that had originated from his mother and emerged into the infiniverse and bloomed 9 prime causes. Who said he could only choose to kill her or leave her suffering? Who said a dying first cause could not be sparked back? Who said he could not simply resuscitate the first cause of an entire observable existence? Boom! Action analysis. You have connected to the first cause of Chernobyl through the mortis cause, channeled via the anchor infinite lifeform Sioyun. You are now in direct contact with the failing foundational axiom of an entire observable existence. Warning: connection to the first cause means connection to its current condition. You are now experiencing the endings of the observable existence of Chernobyl directly, as Sioyun experiences them. The agony she has carried is now within your perception. The endings hit him. He felt them the way she felt them, the pressing together of everything that was going to happen and now would not, the suffering of an entire observable existence channeled through his connection, the constant unrelenting agony that she had carried alone for eons arriving in his perception all at once. He got a glimpse of how she had felt. Every moment. For longer than measurement. And it made him angrier. That a child had carried this. That anyone had let her. That the answer the powerful had arrived at was to debate whether to let her keep carrying it or to kill her for the relief of it. Let it all change, he bellowed into the storm of terminal infinity. Let it all change. Boom. Multicolored Osmantian absolute infinity flowed through the aura of the Source Barbarian and into the connection, carrying his identity through every coordinate it touched, surging down the strings of the Mortis cause and into the failing first cause of Chernobyl. It did not seek to hold the decay in place the way So Yun had held it. It sought to change the decay, to spark it, to introduce into a dying foundational axiom something that dying foundational axioms had never received. His infinite cause poured its brilliance through him as he did it, the grandeur of a cause as mighty as any first cause flowing toward the unraveling first cause of Chernobyl, one cause reaching toward another, the strong offering the dying not a hand to hold the ending back, but a spark to begin again. The light of his infinite cause flowed into the first cause of Chernobyl, and Noah began to work. He understood immediately that sparking the decay back to life was not enough on its own. The first cause of Chernobyl was dying because its component prime causes had been wounded past recovery in the war that destroyed it, the common nine that this observable existence had been built around failing one by one, and feeding his infinite cause's brilliance into failing structures would only animate the failure. A dying thing given energy died with more light. That was all. So he would not simply spark it. He would rebuild it. "You've been dying for a long time," he said to the first cause of Chernobyl, his voice carrying through the connection into the foundational axiom itself. "Held together by a child because nothing else would hold you. That ends now. Not your existence. You're dying." Wah! He reached into the structure of the first cause the way a surgeon reached into a body that had failing organs, and he began to carve. The decaying Bellum cause came first. He found it where it flickered and guttered across the war-torn region, the foundational truth of conflict reduced to a stutter, and he took hold of it and removed it from the first cause's architecture entirely. His aura of the Source Barbarian moved with terrifying, dominant power as it roared, backed by the infinite cause. In the space where it had been, he installed his own. The prime cause of adversity flowed from his infinite cause into the vacancy, the foundational truth that challenge drove growth replacing the broken war truth, and the region that had held the dying Bellum cause stopped guttering. It blazed. The crimson stutter became the clean light of a prime cause that was alive and integrated in his. "Better," he said. He moved to the next. The failing cognitio cause, where knowledge had forgotten how to be knowledge, where the archives of an observable existence dissolved into noise. He carved it out. He installed the prime cause of quintessence in its place, the foundational truth that all things had an irreducible ANF purest essence, and where understanding had been failing, the region began to organize around something new, the dissolving archives reorganizing not toward their old structure but toward Noah's, the essence of each thing becoming legible again under a cause that knew how to find it. He worked through them methodically, the way a man worked through a long task he had no intention of leaving incomplete. The cause of consumptio that had produced only decay, carved out and replaced with the prime cause of harvest, the truth that all things could be consumed and converted, and the region that had been rotting began instead to cycle, decay becoming fuel becoming new structure. The cause of immutus that could no longer hold anything together, removed and replaced with the prime cause of existence, the foundational legitimacy of being itself, and the things that had been falling apart found a reason to remain. One after another, he removed the failing common prime causes of Chernobyl and installed his own in their place, each region across the dying observable existence transforming as its governing cause was replaced, the dim guttering light of decay giving way to the clean blaze of his integrated prime causes. The prime cause of chaos. The prime cause of mana. The prime cause of paradox. The prime cause of tyranny. Region by region, Chernobyl stopped being a domain built around dying causes and became a domain built around his. Only one remained. The Mortis cause. The cause of endings that So Yun had anchored, the last thread holding everything together, the one cause that had not fully failed because a child had refused to let it. Noah held it in his perception and considered it. He would keep this one. Not as it was. He had a cause compatible with it, a cause that understood endings better than Mortis ever had, because his cause understood that endings were not terminal but transformative. Chapter 53:19, Terrifying. You held the endings back, he said, and he wasn't sure whether he was speaking to the mortis cause or to the child anchoring it. You treated every ending as a catastrophe to prevent. That's why it hurt so much. You were holding back something that wanted to happen, every moment, forever. He reached into the mortis cause and began the final transformation. Endings aren't catastrophes, he said. They're beginnings that haven't finished arriving yet. The prime cause of apocalypse flowed from his infinite cause into the mortis cause, not removing it but transforming it, the truth that destruction was the precondition for creation overriding the truth that endings were simply endings. And as it transformed, the endings that Seo Yun had been holding back stopped being things that needed holding back. They became transitions. They became the violent beginnings of what came next. The pressure she had carried, the agony of holding closed a door that everything pushed against, eased, because the door was no longer holding back catastrophe. It was channeling transformation, and transformation wanted to move, and letting it move did not hurt the way holding it still had. Seo Yun's small hand trembled in his. Boom! Boundless multicolored strings surged from all across Chernobyl, from every transformed region, from every newly installed prime cause, and connected to Noah simultaneously. Oh hoo! Existence roared. The entire observable existence reached toward the being who had rebuilt its foundation, and a blinding multicolored light began to radiate from him, growing brighter and denser and more concentrated until it pressed against the limits of what the space could contain. Then it released. The pulse of his infinite cause exploded outward from him like a singularity reaching its threshold and inverting, a wave of his infinite cause permeating across the entire observable existence of Chernobyl, carrying the new prime causes into every coordinate, backing the rebuilt first cause with the full weight of a cause as mighty as any that had ever birthed an observable existence. Regal energies raged across Chernobyl. Wonder and immensity and the grandeur of a foundational axiom coming back to life. Action complete, the first cause of Chernobyl has been resuscitated. The failing common prime causes of Chernobyl have been removed and replaced with your integrated prime causes. The mortis cause has been transformed into the prime cause of apocalypse. The first cause of Chernobyl is no longer decaying. It is being backed by the infinite cause and rebuilt around your prime cause architecture. The observable existence of Chernobyl is no longer on a path toward destruction. It is on a path toward emergence into something new, an observable existence built around your prime causes and backed by your infinite cause. Consequence for the infinite cause, your infinite cause now carries the backing and weight of a second observable existence. Where it previously carried the weight of the Infiniverse emergence, it now also carries Chernobyl's resuscitation and transformation. The grandeur and authority of the infinite cause has increased accordingly. It is becoming something that backs multiple observable existences rather than one. Anchor status, the infinite lifeform Seo Yun is no longer required to hold the mortis cause. The prime cause of apocalypse is self-sustaining within the rebuilt first cause. She is free. The agony that had defined her existence for eons faded. Her small body, which had spun in the storm of endings for longer than measurement, went still in his grip, the pain that had contorted her face for the entire duration of her held existence simply gone, replaced by an expression that a child's face was actually meant to hold. She looked up at Noah as tears began to fall from her eyes. At a distance, Sir William and the three source lifeforms appeared. They looked at Noah in silence. Not one of them said a word. The four of them, swords of existence and a sponsor among them, beings of immense power who had seen things across eons that most existences never glimpsed, hung in the transformed air of Chernobyl and watched what was happening with an incredulity that none of them attempted to hide because hiding it would have required a composure that the moment had taken from them. The decay was fading. The death was fading. Across the regions of Chernobyl, the failing causes had become blazing prime causes, the torn dimensional fabric was knitting around new foundations, the burning golden mountains of terminal infinity were cooling into something that no longer consumed without producing. This was no longer a dying observable existence. It was being reborn. They were powerful enough to understand exactly what they were witnessing. That was the part that took the composure from them. A lesser observer might have mistaken it for a powerful technique or a dramatic display. They could not. They understood, with the full clarity of beings who knew what an observable existence was and what its death meant and what its first cause represented, that a trial sword had reached into a dying foundational axiom and rebuilt it. How? 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 HUUM. Their expressions went from incredulous to something heavier. Sir William's face became heavy, and then slightly frantic, a quality Noah had not seen on him in any prior encounter. "Lock everything down," he said to the others, his measured cadence pressed by an urgency that overrode its composure. "All around the undefined gaps of Chernobyl. Do not let weavings of any records of what is happening here escape. Nothing leaves. Nothing is recorded. Nothing is known." The three source lifeforms moved immediately, the gravity of Sir William's tone reaching them before his reasoning did, but the reasoning was not difficult to arrive at. A dying observable existence, brought back. A first cause, resuscitated and rebuilt. This was knowledge, and knowledge of this kind was among the most dangerous things that could exist, because the implications of it reached in every direction at once. If it could be known that a being could do this, then every dying domain became a resource, every failing cause became an opportunity, and every faction in existence that had ever wanted to control the foundations of reality would want the being who had just demonstrated it could be done. They could not let others know. The Gilded Ones could not know. The infinite lifeforms could not know. No one could know, because the moment they knew, everything changed, and not one of the beings present had any interest in finding out what it changed into. Sir William looked at Noah, at the child resting still and free in his grip, at the observable existence being reborn around them both. He said nothing more. There was nothing yet that adequate words existed for. Chapter 53:20, Terrifying. 2. On impossibilities. There is a story the old ones tell about the impossible. In an age that has no number anyone still remembers, there was an observable existence crowded with infinite lifeforms. This was not unusual for that domain. Its first cause favored infinity the way some domains favor war or knowledge, and so the beings who climbed highest within it were beings who had grasped infinity, and they were many, and they were proud, and they spent their long existences refining their understanding of the infinite. Among them was one who looked at infinity and found it insufficient. His name was Hast, and the others thought him a fool. He had grasped infinity as they had grasped it. He stood among the highest as they stood among the highest. And yet where they looked at the infinite and saw the summit, Hast looked at the infinite and saw a foothill, and when he said as much, the others laughed, because everyone knew that infinity was the ceiling of that observable existence, and to seek beyond it was to seek something that did not exist for beings like them. The primordial source was for source lifeforms. It was in their nature, present at their emergence, the thing that made them what they were. An infinite lifeform reaching for the source was like a fish reaching for fire. The categories did not permit it. This was known. This was settled. This was impossible. Hast asked a question that the others had never thought to ask. He asked who had decided. Not rhetorically. He genuinely wished to know. Which authority had ruled that an infinite lifeform could not grasp the source? Which law of existence had been consulted? He searched for the ruling and found none. He found only the agreement of many beings that it could not be done, and the agreement of many beings, he reasoned, was not the same as a law. It was merely a habit that had been held long enough to feel like one. So while the others continued refining their infinity in the comfort of the known, Hast left. He left his observable existence and went into the spaces between, seeking the source with an immensity and a grandeur that the categories said he had no right to, and he was not stopped, because there was no one standing at the boundary of the impossible to stop him. There never had been. The boundary had been built entirely out of the certainty of beings who had never tested it. He suffered for it. The path he walked had no map because no one of his kind had walked it, and a path without a map is paid for in ways that mapped paths are not. But he walked it. And he kept walking it. And in the fullness of an age that has no number, Hast, the infinite lifeform, who was not supposed to be able to do any of this, drew close enough to the source that Vakachev himself took notice of him, and recognized him, and carved his name upon the scales among those that are carved there. He was asked, once, how he had done the impossible. He said he had not. He said he had merely made a choice and then made an action, and then made the choice again, and the action again, across an age, and that at no point had any of it felt impossible to him. It had felt only like effort. The impossibility, he said, had lived entirely in the minds of the ones who watched, who saw a being doing what could not be done and called it impossible because the alternative was to admit that the limit they had spent their existences respecting had never been real. The impossible is not a property of the deed. It is a property of the observer. It lives in the gap between what a being believes can be done and what is simply done in front of them, and the being who stops asking whether others call a thing impossible, and asks instead only whether it can be made through choice and action and the willingness to pay, will find that the wall they were warned of was never a wall. It was a habit. And habits, unlike walls, fall the moment someone declines to keep them. In the undefined gaps surrounding Chernobyl, a being had been watching for a very long time. Maharani's Vicar was an elder gilded one, which meant he had existed long enough and climbed high enough that most beings in the brain world would have considered the assignment beneath him. Watching a dying observable existence that everyone already knew served as a base for source lifeforms was not the work of an elder. It was the work of someone who had displeased the wrong superior, or someone whose house valued thoroughness over the comfort of its senior members, and the Maharani's house valued thoroughness above nearly everything. This was the thing the Gilded Ones did better than anyone. They had risen across the eons at a rate that beings of other lineages found genuinely difficult to comprehend, climbing from a position of relative insignificance to one where they fought infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms directly, and the foundation beneath that climb was not their engineering or their pride or their causes. It was information. They watched. They recorded. They knew things, and they had learned across eons that knowing things was worth more than almost any amount of raw power, because raw power without knowledge spent itself on the wrong targets while knowledge could direct even modest power toward decisive ends. So Maharani's Vicar watched a dying observable existence, and had watched it for years, and found the work boring. Until it stopped being boring. He saw the change through the gaps of undefinition first as a wrongness in the light of death he had grown accustomed to. Chernobyl had carried the dim guttering luminescence of a domain in terminal decay for the entire duration of his posting, and that light was the constant he had calibrated his attention around. Now it was fading. Not deepening toward final collapse, which would have been expected and unremarkable. Fading in the other direction. The deathlight receding as something brighter pushed up beneath it, the failing first cause of Chernobyl coming back, and coming back grander than it had any right to. Vicar went still. Then the primordial source erupted. Heavy power surged across Chernobyl in the next moment, the unmistakable density of source lifeforms moving with urgency, and a veil descended over the entire observable existence as the source lifeforms stationed there moved to hide what was happening. Vicar watched them work, watched the lockdown spread across the undefined gaps surrounding Chernobyl, watched beings of considerable power scramble to ensure that no record of the event escaped. He began to pant. It was a response of a being who had spent years on boring work and had just witnessed something that recategorized everything. A dying observable existence had come back to life. He let the magnitude of that settle. An observable existence whose first cause had been destroyed, whose death had been certain, whose decay he had personally observed across years, was being brought back. He did not know how. But the how mattered less, in this first moment, than the simple fact that it could be done at all, because the vastness of existence held many terminal observable existences. Domains whose causes had failed, whose foundations had collapsed, who were sliding toward endings that everyone had assumed were irreversible. If they were not irreversible. If a dying domain could be resuscitated. What did that mean for the source lifeforms who apparently held this power? And what would it mean if the Gilded Ones held it instead? Vikar's pride, the silent reigning superbious pride of an Eldar of the Maharani's house, considered the possibilities with the cold appetite of a being whose entire lineage had been built on turning information into advantage. But he was careful. He noticed the detail that mattered most. The source lifeforms were surprised. They were hiding it now, moving with urgency to contain it, and beings of their tier did not move with urgency to contain things they had planned. This was not a routine demonstration of a known capability. The surprise on display, even from source lifeforms, told him that whatever had happened in Chernobyl was not something even they had expected. An anomaly. A unique event. Something that had occurred outside anyone's plan, including the plans of the powerful beings now scrambling to bury it. Which meant the question was not simply how the source lifeforms did it. The question was what had caused it, because it might not have been the source lifeforms at all. Vikar did not know the answer. But he knew that the Maharani's house needed to know the question existed, and his existence extended across more than this single location. Countless distances away, another part of him stirred, and he sent the alert moving toward the Maharani's house. He was recording that it had happened and letting it be known. Chapter 53:21, Terrifying. 3. In Chernobyl, in the midst of the surging infinity transforming the domain from terminal to something carrying Noah's identity, Noah sensed his power augmenting. The infinite cause amplification confirmed. The successful resuscitation and transformation of Chernobyl has added the weight of a second observable existence to your infinite cause. The infinite cause now backs two observable existences. The Infiniverse is designated the main observable existence under the infinite cause and is further amplified by the cause's increased grandeur. Chernobyl is designated a secondary observable existence under the same cause, transforming around your installed prime cause architecture. First infinite scale completion threshold reached. Sufficient power is now flowing through the infinite cause to complete your first infinite scale of existence. Infinitas corpus, infinitas architectura, and infinitas causa could potentially be fully satisfied with the current input of power. Gold resource transformation initiating. Your gold resource has been pushed to its absolute limit by sustained persevere stacking and the events of Chernobyl. It is now transforming. Unlike standard transformations, which draw on ambient source from the surrounding source lands, yours is drawing on the pure primordial essence already within your existence. The transformation from Galder source to Einherjar source is underway. He felt it move through him. The Galder source had always carried a thick viscous quality, dense and heavy, the second demarcation's character pressing through his foundations. As the transformation took hold, it became heavier still, fortified, the viscous liquid solidifying towards something that felt less like a substance flowing through him and more like a structure forming around him. A bastion. Unshakable and immovable, the Einherjar source establishing itself as a fortress at the foundation of his existence, the third demarcation carrying the quality of something that could not be moved by force because it had stopped being the kind of thing that force acted upon. Einherjar source innate quality awakening, Hamingja. Existence is filled with adversity and unfairness. Competence is required to navigate it. Hard work is required to advance through it. But the factor that beings least like to acknowledge, and that determines outcomes more than either competence or hard work, is luck. Some beings move through existence and attain great things through luck alone, arriving at fortune that no amount of effort would have produced, while equally capable beings of equal effort arrive nowhere. This is not fair. Existence has never been fair. It is simply true. Hamingja is the Einherjar source quality that governs this factor. It is a grand form of luck. It does not produce small fortunate coincidences. It rewrites the surrounding existence, within the scope of an observable existence or vaster depending on the strength of the source, to favor the wielder. It causes existence to favor you. It causes adversity to favor you. With sufficient hamingja, a being can persevere through boundless adversity and emerge many times grander, because the adversity itself bends toward outcomes that benefit them. Noah recognized hamingja the moment it bloomed. It was a constantly moving golden light, woven through his Einherjar source, restless in a way the other expressions of his power were not, the motion of something that was always recalculating the favorable path through whatever surrounded it. And as it bloomed, his civilizations responded. Loot. Cheats. Plot. Destiny. Kismet. Fate. The full collection of civilizations he carried that touched on fortune and outcome and the shaping of what existence delivered, all of them buzzing to life within the aura of the source barbarian, resonating with Hamingja as though they had been waiting for exactly this quality to give them a foundation to organize around. He gazed at all of it. The potential completion of his first infinite scale. He would attend to it deliberately rather than letting it complete in the middle of everything else. Because there was something else demanding his attention. Seo Yun. His expression went heavy as he looked at her. While everything around them transformed, while Chernobyl came back to life and his source advanced and Hamingja bloomed, an unfathomable amount of power was concentrating on the little girl. Her infinite existence was pulling in the prime cause of apocalypse more than any other, the power of the infinite cause flowing through Chernobyl seemingly channeling through her in abundance, and the immensity she was giving off was, frankly, alarming. Terrifying. It felt uniquely equivalent to somewhere within Vakachev's fourth scale of existence. This little girl. This child in tattered blue rags who had been weeping to be released from her pain. He looked at her. Her small hands touched her own figure, patting at her arms, her chest, the careful disbelieving motion of a being checking whether something was real. She was checking for the pain. The pain that had defined every moment of her existence for eons. And she was not finding it. Her eyes came up to his, and tears fell freely down her small face, and at a speed that genuinely surprised Noah, she crossed the space between them and smashed into him in a hug, her small arms wrapping around him as far as they could reach, her face pressing into him as she let the tears out without restraint. Boom! It hurt, she sobbed into him. It hurt so much. For so long. It hurt so much and it never stopped and I couldn't make it stop and it hurt, it hurt, it hurt. Noah held her. He patted her head with the gentleness of someone consoling a child who had been through something no child should have been through, his hand careful against her hair, his expression soft in a way it rarely was for anyone. I know, he said quietly. I know it did. It's done now. You won't have to feel that again, okay? She cried into him, eons of pain finding their way out now that there was finally room for them to leave, and he let her, holding her through it with the patience of someone who understood that this was a thing she needed to do and that rushing it would be a cruelty after everything she had already endured. As he consoled her, his existence received information about her. His infinity resonated with hers, recognizing a genuine infinite lifeform, and her collated information assembled and floated before his eyes. Infinite Lifeform Full Assessment. Designation, Seo Yun. Nature, progeny of an infinite lifeform and a source lifeform. She is the child of the two lovers whose union helped trigger the war that destroyed Chernobyl's first cause. She carries the heritage of both her parents, with inherent access to the deepest reaches of infinity and the primordial source both, contingent on her developing the understanding to use them. Chapter 53:22, Terrifying. 4. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he read her information as it only kept on becoming more and more obscene. Refinement, her existence has borne the weight of an entire observable existence's endings for an incalculable duration. This sustained adversity has refined her existence past the boundaries of anomaly and into territory that standard frameworks have no language for. She has been forged by more concentrated suffering than most beings encounter across their full existence, and she has survived all of it. Infinite anomalous source factor discovered. Designation: the infinite anomalous source factor of the mirror sovereign. Origin: the convergence of three things that should never have converged in a single existence. The infinity of her father, the primordial source of her mother, and the incalculable adversity of bearing an entire observable existence's endings across a duration that broke every framework meant to measure it. Most beings carry one nature and cultivate it. Seo Yun carries two foundational natures and a refinement forged from suffering, and the factor that emerged from their convergence does not cultivate a power. It cultivates the capacity to hold any power. Core function reflection: upon contact with any power, civilization, cause, source expression, or capability, Seo Yun's existence records it. The recording is permanent and complete. She does not approximate what she touches. She mirrors it at the foundational level, copying not merely the effect but the underlying architecture that produces the effect. Once recorded, a capability is hers to express. Her dual nature as both infinite and source lifeform means there are very few categories of power her existence cannot record, because there are very few categories her existence does not already share a foundation with. Core function embodiment: beyond copying a recorded capability, Seo Yun can transform her own existence into the nature of what she has touched. She does not merely use a recorded power. She can become the kind of being that produces it, embodying its full expression to a degree scaling with her understanding and her current development. A capability recorded from a source lifeform can be expressed as a source lifeform would express it. A civilization recorded from another being can be embodied as though it had always been hers. The library: every recording Seo Yun makes is retained permanently in what her existence has structured as an internal repository. Nothing is lost. Nothing degrades. A capability recorded once in her early existence remains available eons later at full fidelity. As she moves through existence and contacts more, the repository grows, and a sufficiently filled repository makes her existence capable of expressing a combination of powers that no single lineage could ever produce, because no single lineage touches everything and her factor is built to touch everything. Limitation: understanding gates expression: the factor records perfectly but does not grant comprehension. A capability Seo Yun records from a being far beyond her current tier is hers, but she can only express it to the degree she understands the foundation beneath it. As her own existence develops, previously recorded capabilities that exceeded her become progressively more accessible, meaning her power does not merely grow with cultivation. It retroactively unlocks everything she has ever touched. She becomes stronger and her entire history of recordings becomes stronger with her. This factor has no natural ceiling that current frameworks can identify. Its growth is bounded only by what she contacts and what she comes to understand. A being with this factor, given sufficient time, sufficient contact, and sufficient development, could theoretically express the combined capabilities of every powerful existence she has ever encountered. She is, by nature, a being who becomes everything she meets. Noah looked at the details of the crying little girl pressed against him, sobbing out eons of pain into his chest while he patted her head. She was terrifying. Terrifying as she truly seemed to emanate a light of beings at the fourth scale of existence, and she seemed to have the potential to be something even more disastrous. As he thought about this, Noah's mind wandered of what he knew from the memories of devoured Gilded Ones, regarding the fourth scale of existence. A scale that some like to refer to with their own unique definitions, but one stood as unshaken. The Triassic scale of existence, Vakachev's fourth scale of existence. Epigraph: the Triassic scale. Of all the boundaries that divide the powerful from the truly powerful, none is discussed more and understood less than the crossing from the third scale to the fourth. The third scale, the Paleozoic, is where most gilded, infinite, and source lifeforms who reach the heights of an observable existence end their climb. It is not a small place. A Devonian Paleozoic entity carries integrated causes, refined civilizations, and existential radiation dense enough to press on the foundations of those beneath them. Among the gilded ones, the Devonian is where the capable settle, the tier at which a being is considered established, formidable, worth taking seriously. Most who reach it go no further, not because they lack the will, but because what comes next is not more of the same. It is a different kind of thing entirely. Some proposed a transitional stage between the third and the fourth. They called it the Permian transitional stage, and they argued that the gap was too vast to cross in a single step, that there had to be an intermediate state where a being was no longer merely third scale and not yet fourth. The proposal was elegant. It was also, in the end, rejected by most who avid followers of Vakachev who studied the matter, and the reason is instructive. There is no transition because the jump is total. A being does not edge across the boundary from third to fourth. They transform. Their existential radiation, their civilizations, their integrated causes, all of it is taken up and reforged into something the third scale had no version of. The reforging produces what defines the fourth scale, which is also called the Triassic scale, and the thing it produces is the Triassic Akashic civilizational intent. This is worth understanding properly, because it is the whole of what the fourth scale is. The Triassic scale has no stages within it. This is the part that confuses those accustomed to the orderly progression of the lower scales, where each tier subdivides neatly into early, middle, and late. The Triassic does not subdivide. The only thing a being cultivates upon reaching it is the type and immensity of their Akashic civilizational intent, and that single cultivation contains the entire range of what a fourth scale being can become, from the weakest who just crossed the threshold to the strongest whose intent reshapes vast territories. What, then, is an Akashic civilizational intent? It is a being's record, made into a force. It is information. It is knowledge. Chapter 53:23 An intent cleaves Chernobyl. When an entity crosses into the Triassic, everything they are, their main way and their foundational civilization, the accessory civilizations gathered across their existence, the causes they have integrated, the existential radiation they have refined, egos, infinity, source, all of it converges into a single unified expression. This expression is the Akashic civilizational intent, and it functions as a record of the being's entire existence, the sum of their history compressed into a force they can impose upon the existence around them. A being at the Triassic scale can exert their Akashic intent with terrifying speed, far faster than the combat of the lower scales. They can alter large territories of existence with it, not by attacking, but by imposing their record onto what surrounds them, forcing existence to acknowledge what they are and reshape itself accordingly. One's record is one's history and knowledge. And the Triassic scale is populated by beings who want, above all else, to leave their record permanently etched across existence, so that when they are gone, existence still carries the shape of what they were. Well, some never wish to go. There are tiers to this. The Akashic civilizational intent is not uniform in its grandeur. Its rarity depends entirely on the depth of the being's prior accomplishments, the weight of their records and knowledge, the strength of the foundation they carried across the threshold. The fanatic followers of Vakachev who studied such things divided these into 5 rarities, and they named them after the old powers of myths. The first rarity they called the Naiad intent. The Naiads were spirits of a single spring, a single stream, bound to one small place. A Naiad intent is genuine fourth scale power, capable of reshaping the territory immediately around its bearer and pressing on third scale beings as though they were nothing, but it is local, bound to the being's immediate presence, the record of an existence that accomplished much within its own small domain and little beyond it. Most who reach the Triassic carry a Naiad intent. The second rarity they called the Nereid intent. The Nereids were spirits of the wider sea, no longer bound to a single spring but moving across vast waters. A Nereid intent reaches further than the Naiad, imposing the being's record across broad territories rather than immediate ones, the mark of an existence whose accomplishments spread beyond their starting point. A being with such an intent could stand in one corner of observable existence, and strike against another in another corner of observable existence. The Nereid is still common among the Triassic, in the way that anything at the fourth scale can be called common, but it is the ceiling most exceptional among the ordinary beings ever reach. Beyond these two, the rarities become scarce. The third rarity they called the Titan intent. A Titan intent does not impose a record on existence so much as it overwrites the existing record with its own, the being's history grand enough that reality yields its prior shape to accommodate the newcomer. An observable existence might pass an age without producing one. The fourth rarity they called the Olympian intent. An Olympian intent is a record so absolute that existence does not merely yield to it but reorganizes around it as a governing principle, the being's history becoming a rule the surrounding reality obeys. These appear only on beings whose accomplishments were extraordinary before they ever crossed the threshold. The fifth and rarest they called the primordial intent. What a primordial intent is, the fanatics of Vakachev could only theorize, because so few have ever appeared that no consistent record of them exists. They wrote only that a primordial intent would be a record so foundational that existence would treat the being not as something within it imposing a history, but as something existence itself had been built around. They left the rest blank. They had no examples to fill it with. Most beings who reach the Triassic attain only the Naiad or the Nereid. The Titan, the Olympian, and the primordial rarely appear, and when they do, they appear on beings whose records were exceptional before they ever crossed into the fourth scale, and an observable existence can pass entire ages without producing a single one. There is a story that illustrates this better than any explanation. In a certain observable existence, there was an Aestia gilded one named Sloven, whom even other Aestia considered far too lazy. This is a remarkable thing to say. The Aestia ego inclines its bearer toward sloth as a matter of foundational nature, and for an Aestia to be considered excessive in their sloth by other Aestia is like a fish being considered excessively wet by other fish. Sloven pursued nothing. He sought no advancement, accumulated no territory, made no name. He existed in his domain of Aestia, thriving in stillness, wanting nothing and doing less, and the powerful beings of his observable existence regarded him as a waste of whatever potential he might once have had. Then the Relictus came. Multiple Relictus descended upon that observable existence, and the Superbius and Ira gilded ones who had spent their existences pursuing power and accumulating records were cornered, about to be wiped out, their pride and their wrath insufficient against beings of that tier. And in that moment, Sloven, the lazy Aestia who had pursued nothing, woke from his slumber, and he unleashed his Akashic civilizational intent, and it was, of the Olympian rarity. The fourth. It wounded the Relictus in a single blow. It forced them to retreat. A being who had accomplished nothing visible across his entire existence held an intent rare enough to drive back beings of the primordial source, and the observable existence was saved by the one member of it everyone had dismissed. But he did not pursue them. The Relictus retreated, and Sloven let them go. He did not chase. He did not press the advantage. He did not turn the route into the slaughter that would have delivered Relictus corpses, source lifeform corpses, to the gilded ones of his observable existence. He had wounded them, frightened them, and then he had stopped, because continuing would have required effort, and effort was against his nature. The gilded ones of his observable existence admonished him for it. They were maddened at lost opportunity. They told him that if he had truly committed, he could have delivered them the bodies of Relictus, an achievement that would have echoed across existence. They could not understand how a being holding such rare power could decline to use it fully. But this is precisely it. Sloven's Akashic civilizational intent was of the Olympian rarity because of what he was. And what he was a being of profound Aestia, a being whose record was stillness, whose entire existence had been the refusal to pursue. Had he chased the Relictus, had he committed to an all-out battle, he would have been acting against his nature, against his record, against the very thing his intent was a record of. His intent was powerful because it was true to him. To use it in a way that contradicted him would have weakened the very thing that made it strong. He let the Relictus go not out of weakness, but because his power and his nature were one, and his nature did not chase. This is the truth of the Triassic scale that the lower tiers never grasp. Power there is not separate from identity. It is identity, compressed into force. A being's akashic civilizational intent is only as grand as the being is true to themselves, and the rarest intents belong to beings whose records are so distinct, so uncompromised, so completely their own, that existence itself bends to acknowledge them. There are many exceptional beings in existence. Even now, it is unknown what heights some of them have reached, what rarities of intent they carry, what records they have etched into the fabric of reality. Whether any being walks with a primordial intent, the fifth rarity, is a question no one can answer, because such a being would not announce themselves, and existence would already be shaped in their image whether anyone recognized it or not. But this much is settled. The Triassic scale of existence is the stage at which a being becomes truly powerful. Not formidable. Not established. Truly powerful, in the way that lasts, because it is the stage at which a being stops merely existing within history and begins etching their name and their record permanently across it. Below the Triassic, beings live and die and are forgotten. At the Triassic, and above, beings are remembered. That, in the end, is the only difference that has ever mattered. Remembrance. Chapter 53:24, An Intent Cleaves Chernobyl. 2. Noah held Seo-Yun and thought about the fourth scale of existence. It was equivalent, in its way, to the early stages of Einherjar's power, the threshold he had just crossed himself, and in the memories of the Gilded Ones he had devoured across his time in the brain world, every one of them had revered beings who reached it. Not feared. Revered. A fourth scale being was something that moved with purpose and intent, that exerted itself in a way that reshaped the space around it, that it stopped being a participant in existence and started being a force that existence accommodated. But there were levels to everything. Multiple fourth-scale entities had come for his assassination not long ago, 4 of them carrying the full weight of beings who had traversed time itself, and Sir William had dispatched every single one of them in a short span with a single letter of the primordial tongue backed by his own intent. They had been fourth scale. Sir William had treated them as a task to complete rather than a battle to win. Which meant Sir William's power, his intent, had to be of a rarity much grander than theirs. He filed that as he consoled the girl. Sir William floated over alone. Sensing him, Seo-Yun moved behind Noah, peering around him at the approaching source lifeform with open distrust, her small hands gripping his infinity clothing. She had spent eons alone in agony while beings of exactly this tier did nothing for her, and she had no reason to extend trust to any of them now. Noah looked at Sir William as well. He did not blame the man for what had happened to Seo-Yun. The full breadth of the situation was not Sir William's making. But the entire complex arrangement, a child left to suffer for eons while the swords debated whether to kill her, did not leave Noah feeling warm toward the swords of existence. He was going to need to know considerably more about them before he decided what this relationship actually was. Sir William's eyes were sharp. There are many astonishing beings across existence, he said. Oddities that others cannot fathom, anomalies that should not occur and occur anyway. I am pleased to be looking at one now. A pause. As much as I wish to ask how you did what you did, for the sake of safety, we must leave immediately. Grand choices always carry grand consequences. Existence does not leave grand events unanswered, and the swords of existence know this better than anyone. Let us relocate until we have confirmed a few things. He kept his composure, but Noah felt the urgency beneath it. He was about to reply when the sky answered for him. Hong! A booming impact echoed across Chernobyl and they all looked up. The vibrant obsidian seas that had been wrapping the surrounding distances, the lockdown the source lifeforms had raised to hide the resuscitation, shattered. A brilliant silver light tore across everything above and began to spread out over Chernobyl, vast and grand and heavy, and it was not an attack in the conventional sense. It was an intent. An akashic civilizational intent. The weight of it was so grand that the three source lifeforms who had been moving with Sir William high above had their bodies blaze with the resplendent obsidian light of the primordial source as they were forced back down toward this region, their expressions somber, even they unable to fully stop the silver light from spreading. Where the silver intent passed, existence turned to a mush of silver dullness, and already it looked like a horrid silver gash had been carved along all of Chernobyl, a scar running across the reborn domain. The prime causes cried out. Noah felt it closely, intimately, because these were his prime causes, the ones he had installed across Chernobyl with his own hands, and the silver intent was attacking them, dulling them, scarring the foundations he had just rebuilt as his own existence roared. Sir William moved coldly. He unsheathed his blade, and a roaring phantom of obsidian regality unfolded around him, vast and dignified, and he slashed upward while speaking the letter of the primordial tongue. Destruora. Boom! Noah caught a glimpse of Sir William's own intent layered over the letter as the attack went up to meet the silver intent bearing down, and the impact of the two forces blooming against each other altered existence across their entire surroundings. Incoming intent identified, Akashic civilizational intent, Acedia aligned. Third rarity Titan intent. Analysis: the incoming intent is attempting to mimic the legendary Akashic civilizational intent of the Great Slovan. This is not a natural intent. It is a product of gilded engineering, an innovation attempting to replicate a rare intent structure artificially. The silver dullness it spreads is the Acedia truth imposed as a record, a stilling that lazily unmakes what it touches. It is formidable and it is artificial, which makes it both terrifying and incomplete. Sir William Arthur's intent identified, Akashic civilizational intent, third rarity Titan intent. Distinction, honor and dignity. Full distinction not yet known. His record is one of duty upheld and standards maintained regardless of cost, and his intent imposes that record onto existence, demanding that what it touches conduct itself with the dignity his entire existence has embodied. Backed by the letter Destruora, it carries the additional weight of the primordial source. The two Titan intents met above Chernobyl. HUUM. Existence buckled where they met, the silver stilling pressing against the obsidian dignity, the artificial Acedia record warring against the genuine record of a being who had upheld his standards across eons. For a moment the outcome was uncertain, two third rarity intents pressing against each other with the full weight of fourth scale power behind them. Then Sir William's attack, backed by the letter of the primordial tongue, forced the silver intent to retreat. It did not retreat in defeat. It retreated lazily, unhurried, the withdrawal of an Acedia expression that saw no reason to expend effort holding a position it could simply abandon and reclaim later. But it retreated, and the silver scar across Chernobyl stopped spreading. The three source lifeforms came around Sir William. Noah took them in quickly. Each wore their own suit, their own source armament cut to their nature. One held an ancient-looking obsidian sniper rifle, long and precise. Another carried a massive obsidian hammer that pressed on the space around it. The third held an obsidian gold flail, its segments drifting with restrained menace. They circled around Noah and a startled Sioyun, who held onto him tightly while looking around at the gathering powers with wide cautious eyes. Chapter 53-25, Promise. At such a time, a voice boomed across Chernobyl, backed by intent. When I heard a terminal observable existence had come back to life, it said, and the voice carried a cruel, eccentric dialect, I thought, well, that will be difficult to pinpoint, won't it? So many possible reasons. So I did the sensible thing. I attacked. You learn a great deal about a situation by disturbing it and watching what rushes to protect what. The voice was patient and pleased with itself. And what did I learn? I learned that the source lifeforms, our presumed culprits, did not behave like culprits. They behaved like beings as surprised as I was. So, not them. Then I watched where they positioned themselves, and how very interesting, they have arranged themselves protectively around two beings who are not source lifeforms at all. A delighted pause. Which means the ones responsible for this little miracle must be the ones being protected. So, is it the unique lifeform burning with that silent infinity I cannot see through, or is it the little girl who is, wait? No. No. Is that both the primordial source and infinity within her body? Ha ha. Is she the reason a terminal observable existence has rejuvenated? Maybe. I do so love a maybe. But I will need to get my hands on those two to be certain, please. The distant regions above shattered. Auras of dozens of powerful gilded ones descended, and at their head came an immaculate and cruel, silver-shining draconic entity burning with the amplified ego of Aestia. Her features were beautiful and cruel at once, her eyes malevolent, her smile a thing of cruelty and laziness held in the same expression. 9 spiked tails drifted behind her. A silver cloud rested beneath her feet, carrying her downward with the unhurried languor of a being who saw no reason to hurry toward prey that could not escape. Behind her, multiple fourth-scale gilded ones of Superbius and Ira designation stared down with shining eyes. Allow me to introduce myself, since manners cost nothing, the dragon said, her tone gracious in a way that made the cruelty beneath it worse. I am Luxana, a tiny little secret project that has had to be unveiled far too early in this region of existence, because a terminal observable existence coming back to life is simply too large a thing to ignore. So, let us make this easy, shall we? I want that little girl. And the life form beside her. I want them both. She smiled. Ha ha. HUUM. Power raged across Chernobyl as multiple intents began to rise from the descending gilded force. Sir William gazed forth coldly and sheathed his sword. Manners, he said. Makuth. Man. Boom. An instant later, obsidian light bloomed from him, and more than a dozen singularities erupted around his frame, opening into portals, and from them came 12 massive beast-like relictus. Each took the form of a different creatures, ancient and vast, their bodies burning with the primordial source, their gazes fixing on the descending gilded ones with the patient hunger of beings that had been called and were pleased to have been called. Noah observed all of it. Xiaoyun tugged at him, and when he looked down, she was whispering, her small voice carrying beneath the rising storm of power. Are you going to let them take me away? Noah leaned down. He hugged her, his hand against her hair, and spoke with the flat certainty he reserved for things that were simply true. Absolutely nobody is taking you away. Nobody. She looked up at him, searching his face the way children searched for the gap between what adults said and what they meant. You promise? He nodded. She held up her smallest finger, her expression turning serious. Then we have to pinky promise, she said. My Amma made a pinky promise to me before she left. She promised someone would come to take care of me one day. And she always keeps her promises. She never broke one, not ever. So if you make this one, you have to keep it too. Okay? Noah looked at the small finger held up toward him. He smiled, and it was a real smile, and he hooked his finger around hers. Pinky promise. Xiaoyun settled, the tension easing out of her small frame, the trust of a child who had been given the one form of vow her mother had taught her to believe in. And all around them, their surroundings exploded with terrifying power, 12 relictus facing dozens of gilded ones and a silver Aestia dragon, the source lifeforms taking their positions with their armaments drawn, the silver scar still carved across the reborn Chernobyl. An apocalyptic battle was about to unfold. The battle was a breath away from beginning, and in that breath, Xiaoyun decided introductions were in order. She turned to him, still holding his clothing, and spoke with the careful formality of a child who had been taught how to meet someone properly and had not had the chance to do it in a very long time. I'm Xiaoyun, she said. That's my name. She paused, then added, with the specific honesty of a child explaining a thing they were proud of having done right, "Mister, the source and the infinity are buzzing, trying to tell me all about you." But I didn't listen. It felt like it would be rude. Intruding on your privacy without asking. She looked up at him. "So I don't know anything yet. Who are you, mister?" Noah looked down at her and smiled. "My name is Noah," he said. "Noah Osmont. It's good to meet you, Seo Yun." Noah Osmont. She tested it, then nodded, satisfied. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Noah." She floated up a little so she could lean closer to him, and dropped her voice into a whisper, glancing sidelong at the descending gilded force. "Do you need help to take care of these bad guys?" she asked. "Because I hate bad guys. Bad guys are the ones who ruined the time between my AMA and my ABA. I've hated them ever since." Her small face hardened with a child's pure conviction. "So if I can help you, I will. I want to." Noah found himself genuinely charmed by the innocence of it, this unique lifeform offering to help in a battle between source lifeforms and a silver Aestia dragon with the same earnestness another child might bring to anything. "What can you help with?" he asked. Chapter 53:26, Wonder. She thought about it, her face scrunching up in concentration. Then she blinked, brightening as the answer arrived. "I sense the energies of the pure primordial essence flowing around your existence and your foundation," she said, pride creeping into her voice. "There's so much of it. I could amplify it. I could get you closer to the pure primordial source itself, Mr. Noah." She said it the way a child announced they could tie their own shoes. Noah blinked in astonishment. Before he could respond, before he could ask her to clarify or wait or explain what she meant, Seo Yun moved. She moved unfathomably fast, faster than her small frame and innocent manner had given any indication she could move, faster than Noah's analysis had accounted for, her tiny hands reaching up and pressing against his head before he had finished forming the thought to stop her. An explosion of incandescent blue and obsidian light erupted between them. Boom! The blue was infinity, deeper and purer than any infinity many had encountered, the inherited infinity of her infinite lifeform father expressed through a being who carried it natively. The obsidian was the primordial source, the inherited source of her source lifeform mother, and the two poured out of her tiny hands and into Noah's existence simultaneously, finding the pure primordial essence already flooding through his foundations and doing something to it that made him feel the essence detonate into a vastly larger expression within him. Blessing received, the scale modifier blessing. Source, an unfathomable existence connected to both the primordial source and infinity. The being Seo Yun, progeny of an infinite lifeform and a source lifeform, has bestowed a blessing upon you that her unique nature makes possible and that few existences anywhere could replicate. The scale modifier blessing affects straight face. Pure primordial essence amplification. The pure primordial essence currently within your existence has been amplified 1,000 times. Your existing reserve, already exceeding what an emerging source lifeform receives by over 1,000,000 times, is now multiplied 1,000-fold beyond that. Scale ascension acceleration. Your rise across the scales of existence has been accelerated 1,000 times for the duration of the blessing. Cultivation, refinement, and advancement that would have taken extended periods will occur at 1,000 times the rate. Pure primordial essence influx. For the next full day, rivers of pure primordial essence will flow continuously into your existence from the resonance the blessing has established between you and the primordial source. You will not need to seek the essence. It will come to you. Source resonance. Your affinity with the primordial source has been elevated to a degree that places genuine contact within reach. The blessing has narrowed the distance between your existence and the primordial source itself, the destination you have been pursuing through every available path, into something achievable within a far shorter span than any of those paths projected. Additional note: this blessing is repeatable. The bestowing existence can apply it again. Noah processed the prompts in the silence of his own astonishment. 1,000 times. A day of continuous pure primordial essence influx. Genuine contact with the primordial source brought within reach. The destination he had been pursuing through the source lands and through the swords of existence and through every difficult, eon-spanning path available to him, handed to him by a little girl who had touched his head because she wanted to help with the bad guys. Seo Yun floated back with a bright, proud smile. "How does it feel, Mr. Osmont?" she asked cheerfully. "With a few blessings from me, we can get you to the primordial source in a day or two." Boom! She said it innocently, casually, the way a child might offer to share a snack, and billowing blue and obsidian radiances continued to shine around Noah in the aftermath, the pure primordial essence detonating through his foundations and pouring outward in waves that made him look, in that moment, like an incandescent primordial being newly stepped out of the foundation of existence itself. The surroundings went heavily silent. Silent. Because the words Seo Yun had just uttered, casually, cheerfully, in the manner of a child sharing good news, were among the most terrifying words that could be spoken anywhere in existence. The primordial source was the thing that the most powerful beings in existence spent eons pursuing and rarely reached. It was what made source lifeforms what they were, present at their emergence, impossible for most lineages to obtain through any amount of effort. The Gilded Ones were trying to build entire settlements in the Sourcelands, fought wars, deployed apocalyptic weapons, and constructed their entire civilizational ambition around inching toward it. Beings died on the path to it. Beings spent their whole existences and arrived nowhere near it. And here was an existence that could simply bless others toward it. That could amplify pure primordial essence 1,000-fold with a touch, accelerate their ascension 1,000 times, and casually estimate that contact with the primordial source itself was a day or two away. An existence like that was not prized. Prized was too small a word. An existence like that was the single most sought-after thing that could exist anywhere in the vastness, because she was the shortcut past the longest and hardest climb in all of existence. Every Gilded One who had ever hungered for the primordial source, every faction that had ever organized itself around reaching it, every being who had looked at the source lifeforms and wanted what they had, would look at Seo Yun and see the answer to the question their entire civilizations had been built around. They would do anything to possess her. Sir William's gaze became heavy. The three source lifeforms beside him, with their rifle and their hammer and their flail, had their expressions shift into the same heaviness, the realization moving through all of them at once of exactly what had just been revealed in front of an enemy force. Above, the silver dragon's expression changed. Luxana's cruel languid features lit with something that went past excitement into hunger, her malevolent eyes widening, her lazy smile stretching into something genuinely covetous. The fourth scale Gilded Ones behind her stared down with the same dawning realization, their intents erupting from them in raging waves as the magnitude of what they had stumbled into registered across all of them simultaneously. They had come for a curiosity. A terminal observable existence that had inexplicably come back to life. They had found the answer to the primordial source itself. Luxana howled, the sound carrying her amplified Astia ego and her titan intent, and agreed so total it overrode even her slothful nature, and the descending gilded force surged forward with everything they had. They wanted her. They wanted her. Chapter 53:27, A Flicker of Quintessence. The blessing was still settling into him when the battle began. Noah felt it as a constant rising tide rather than a single event. The pure primordial essence within his existence, already vast past any prior measurement, was multiplying 1,000 times over, and the rivers of fresh essence flowing in from the resonance Seo Yun had established poured into his foundations continuously, the blue and obsidian radiances pouring off his frame in waves that made the space around him difficult for lesser perception to look at directly. The aura of the Source Barbarian drank all of it in, integrating the amplified essence into its compound expression, every component of his existence growing denser and grander with each passing second. Because, mind you, Persevere and Excelissimi, prime versions, continued to be utilized every second. He could have moved immediately as everything unfolded. He chose not to. There was value in watching first. He had crossed into the threshold equivalent of the fourth scale, but he had never seen fourth scale beings fight each other at full expression, never observed the Akashic civilizational intent deployed in genuine combat by masters of it. The gilded memories he had devoured carried reverence for the tier but not the lived understanding of how it actually worked, and lived understanding and knowledge was the kind of thing that one fights later. So he held Seo Yun close, let the blessing pour through him, and watched the swords of existence go to work. Sir William led without raising his voice. There were no shouted commands, no coordination called across the battlefield, no orders issued. Sir William simply moved, and the 3 other source lifeforms and the 12 relictus moved with him, the entire formation operating in a synchronization that ran deeper than communication. Sir William's attention shifted toward a threat, and before he committed to it, 2 relictus were already closing on the same point, and a source lifeform was already repositioning to cover the gap their movement created. It was the most disciplined violence Noah had ever observed. Sir William's intent erupted first. Noah watched it closely, because Sir William's was the 3rd rarity, the Titan intent, and it was the one he most wanted to understand. The obsidian phantom of regality unfolded around Sir William as it had against Luxana's silver intent earlier, vast and dignified, but now Noah saw what it actually did rather than just its clash with another intent. It was a record made into force. The full weight of Sir William's existence, every standard he had upheld and every duty he had honored across eons, imposed onto the space around him as a demand that existence conduct itself with the dignity he embodied. It said, be dignified. Be honorable. Obey. Obey. Boom. Where the intent spread, the 4th scale gilded ones who pressed into it found their own expressions faltering, their Aestia and Superbius and Ira records pressing against a record grander and more uncompromised than their own, and the grander record won the contest of imposition. One Superbius Ragnar, these manufactured fuckers, at the 4th scale drove toward Sir William with a spear of condensed existential radiation, its own 2nd rarity intent blazing around it, and Sir William's Titan intent simply overwrote the space the Ragnar moved through. The Ragnar's intent guttered. Its pride, which should have carried its strike forward with the full conviction of a Superbius existence, found itself standing in a region where dignity was the governing record and crude domination was not permitted to express cleanly. The strike landed without its full force. Sir William drew his blade in a single clean motion, the obsidian phantom moving with him, and opened a wound across the Ragnar's foundations that sent the 4th scale being tumbling backward, bleeding existential radiation, forced to retreat to keep from bleeding more. Boom. Boom. Existence fractured and split apart where he was thrown. The other 3 swords of existence carried 2nd rarity intents, the Nereid tier, and they expressed them through their armaments. The one with the obsidian sniper rifle moved to high ground that existed only because he willed it to exist, his Nereid intent flowing into the rifle as he sighted down it. When he fired, the shot was not a projectile in any conventional sense. It was his record, his accumulated existence, compressed into a single point and delivered across distance with his intent backing it, and where it struck an Ira gilded one charging toward the formation, the Ira being's chest detonated outward in a spray of crimson gold radiation, its own intent insufficient to stop a focused Nereid intent delivered through a source armament built for exactly this purpose. A chest was split wide open. He worked the rifle's mechanism and fired again, and a second gilded one staggered, and a third, the sniper picking targets with the patient lethality of a being who had done this across more battles than he could count. The one with the obsidian hammer weighted directly into the densest cluster of descending gilded ones. Where the sniper was precise, the hammer was total. His Nereid intent poured into the weapon with each swing, and each swing did not merely strike a target but imposed his record onto a wide territory, the hammer's arc carrying his intent across dozens of meters of battlefield and pressing every gilded one within that arc toward the ground with the weight of an existence that had decided they did not belong in the air. 2 Divonian equivalent gilded ones tried to converge on him and he caught both in a single horizontal swing, the hammer's intent-backed impact folding them away from the formation in a spray of radiation and broken bone. They were fucking vaporized due to being so weak. The one with the obsidian gold flail fought defensively, the flail segments drifting around the formation's perimeter, her nereid intent woven through each segment so that the weapon occupied a wide defensive radius. Any gilded one that tried to slip past the others toward Noah and Seo Yun found the flail's intent-laden segments in their path, and the segments did not merely block. They imposed her record, which Noah read as something to do with protection and refusal, the specific record of a being whose existence had been built around the principle that what she guarded did not fall. Gilded ones that struck her flail found their strikes returned to them amplified by the contradiction between their aggression and her guardianship, the intent turning their own force against them. The 12 Relictus fought as Relictus fought, which was to say with the direct unmediated power of beings constituted by the primordial source. They took the forms of creatures from the old myths, vast and ancient, and they did not need intents because they predated the framework that made intents necessary. A Relictus in the form of a great serpent coiled around a fourth-scale gilded one and constricted, the obsidian primordial source running through its body pressing the gilded one's foundations toward collapse regardless of the gilded one's own intent. A Relictus in the form of a massive winged lion struck a descending Ragnar from the side and bore it away from the formation, the two of them tumbling through the reborn sky of Chernobyl in a tangle of claws and radiation. The Relictus were not disciplined the way other source lifeforms were disciplined. They were forces, and Sir William directed them the way a man directed whether he happened to have authority over, pointing them at problems and letting their nature do the rest. Oh! Through all of it, Luxana did not yet move. Chapter 53:28, A Flicker of Quintessence. 2. The silver dragon hung above the battle on her silver cloud, her 9 spiked tails drifting, her malevolent eyes fixed not on the fighting but on Noah and Seo Yun. She watched. She observed. Noah felt her attention on him with the weight of a predator that had identified what it actually wanted and was content to let lesser concerns play out while it studied its prize. She had howled with greed when Seo Yun's nature was revealed, but the greed had not made her reckless. It had made her patient, which was worse, because patience in a being of her tier meant she was looking for the moment when taking what she wanted would cost her least. Noah observed everything. The way intents imposed records rather than simply attacking. The way rarity determined whether one intent overwrote another or merely contested it. The way the source lifeforms channeled their intents through armaments to focus and direct them. The way Sir William's third rarity Titan intent operated on a tier above the second rarity Nereid intents of his companions, able to overwrite where theirs could only press. It was a complete education in fourth-scale combat delivered in real time, and Noah absorbed it while the blessing continued pouring pure primordial essence into him, his body shining brighter with every second he stood and watched. Then Luxana moved. She moved without warning and without the wind-up that lesser beings telegraphed, her silver cloud carrying her downward in a sudden plunge, and her intent erupted as she came. Noah watched it with full attention, because her intent was the third rarity like Sir William's, the Titan tier, and she deployed it with an ingenuity that Sir William's more straightforward dignity did not display. Where Sir William imposed his record as a steady overriding pressure, Luxana's silver Aestia intent did something stranger. It did not impose stillness everywhere at once. It imposed stillness selectively, choosing precisely which records around it to dull and which to leave active, and it used this selectivity to counter the other intents on the battlefield with surgical precision. As she descended, her intent reached out to the obsidian gold flail's defensive perimeter and stilled specifically the segments of the Guardian's intent that would have intercepted her, the Aestia record convincing those specific expressions that defending was too much effort, that stillness was easier, that there was no reason to move. 2 Relictus stood between Luxana and her targets, a great horned bull and a vast many-eyed bird, both burning with the primordial source. Luxana's intent reached them and she did something grand. She did not try to overwrite their primordial source, which would have been a contest she might not win quickly. She imposed Aestia onto the space they occupied, stilling not the Relictus themselves but the momentum they were building, the gathering force of their movement convinced by the silver record that motion was effortful and stillness was natural, and in the instant their momentum faltered, she struck them with the full physical weight of a fourth-scale dragon carrying a Titan intent behind the blow. The two relictus were actually smashed aside, hurled away from their positions in front of Noah and Seo Yun, the silver Aestia dulling the edges of their forms where the impact landed. Luxana charged into the gap she had created, straight toward Noah and the girl. Yet, Sir William appeared before her. He arrived between Luxana and her targets in the span of an instant, his obsidian titan intent of dignity erupting to meet her silver titan intent of slothful stillness, and the two-third rarity intents clashed directly. Existence buckled around them. Where dignity met sloth, where the record of a being who had never compromised his standards met the record of an artificially engineered laziness mimicking the Great Sloven, the two intents pressed against each other and neither immediately yielded, the clash sending waves of altered existence rolling outward across Chernobyl. Luxana laughed, unbothered, her malevolent eyes bright with eccentric delight even as her intent strained against Sir William's. You know, she said conversationally, as though they were not two fourth-scale beings locked in a contest of records that was reshaping the space around them, there are many gilded ones, right? As she said it, the sky cracked again. Noah looked up, and what descended this time made even him pause in his analysis. 9 unique fourth-scale Ragnars. He had encountered Ragnars before. They were among the most formidable gilded constructs, beings of immense power who typically carried themselves with a specific brash confidence, who called out Buddy Boy and fought with the swagger of beings who knew their own strength. These 9 were nothing like that. Their skin was gray and lifeless, the color of something that had been emptied of whatever animated it. Their eyes held no confidence, no swagger, no personality at all. They were filled with the ego of Aestia to a degree that had hollowed them out entirely, soulless in a way that the existential Aestia dredges had been soulless, but at the fourth scale, which meant they carried the full power of fourth-scale Ragnars with none of the will that normally accompanied it. They did not announce themselves. They did not posture. They simply unleashed their Acedia-based intents in unison, 9-second rarity intents of pure slothful stilling, and surged toward Noah and Seo Yun with the mechanical purposelessness of weapons rather than beings. Luxana laughed madly above, her titan intent keeping Sir William locked in their contest, preventing him from breaking away to intercept the 9. So many of us, she called. And your dignified friend can only be in one place at a time. The 3 other swords of existence were committed, the sniper and the hammer and the flail each holding back portions of the broader gilded force, the 12 relictus scattered across the battlefield in their own engagements. The 2 relictus that had guarded Noah and Seo Yun had been smashed aside. The 9 soulless Ragnars descended toward the girl and the man with nothing in their path. Noah rolled his neck. It was, finally, time for him to make a move. Chapter 5329, A Flicker of Quintessence. 3. He had watched enough. He understood the Akashic civilizational intent now, understood how rarity governed the contest of records, understood how the fourth scale fought. The education was complete. And the blessing had been pouring pure primordial essence into him the entire time he had stood and observed, 1,000 times amplified, rivers of it flowing into the aura of the source barbarian, his existence growing grander with every second he had spent letting the battle teach him. He had spent that time well. Now he would spend the power. He floated upward, unhurried, holding Seo Yun's small hand in his. She came with him without hesitation, her trust in him absolute after the pinky promise, looking up at the 9 soulless Ragnars descending toward them with a child's fearlessness because she had decided Mr. Noah would handle it. His body began to burn. The aura of the source barbarian ignited across his entire frame, the obsidian gold layer blazing with the compound expression of everything integrated into it, the 9 prime causes and the observable and unobservable force and the Osmantian absolute infinity and the newly transformed Einherjar source with its Hemingja running golden through it, all of it amplified by 1,000-fold of pure primordial essence and the continuous rivers still flowing in. The blue and obsidian radiances of the blessing wove through the obsidian gold of the aura, and the combined light poured off him in waves that pressed against the battlefield itself, the gilded ones nearest to him faltering in their own battles as the sheer density of what was building around him registered on their perception. He looked grand. He looked like something that had stepped out of the foundation of existence and had not yet decided how much of itself to reveal. Up ahead, the 9 Titanic 4th scale Ragnars came down, grey and soulless and carrying the full power of their tier, their Aestia intense stilling the air as they descended. Noah held a little girl's hand, burned with the aura of the Source Barbarian, and rose to meet them. It was time to see exactly what he could do. He floated up to meet the 9 soulless Ragnars, and existence slowed. It was not an external effect. He had not slowed time, had not deployed any capability to alter the rate at which the moment passed. It was the clarity that arrived when a being had absorbed enough understanding and held enough power that the existence around them simply resolved at a pace they could process completely, and as the 9 Aestia Dredge Ragnars smashed down toward him with their intense blazing, he saw everything. Each intent, each record, each identity, laid out before him with the slow legibility of things he had all the time he needed to read. Akashic civilizational intents identified. 9 4th scale Ragnars, Aestia Dredge configuration. All 9 carry identical second rarity Nereid intents, products of the same engineering process. Intent designation, the quiescent verdict. An acetyl-aligned Nereid intent imposing the record of cessation. It stands for the truth that all effort eventually stops, that all striving exhausts itself, that the natural end of all motion is stillness. Where it spreads, it convinces the records around it that continuing is futile, that resistance is more effort than it is worth, that surrender to stillness is the honest conclusion of any struggle. As a dredge configuration, the Ragnars carry this intent without the will that would normally direct it, making it relentless but unimaginative. It imposes. It does not adapt. Noah read it as his eyes shone brightly. The quiescent verdict was a real intent, a genuine 4th scale record made into force, and against most beings it would have been formidable. The truth it imposed, that all effort eventually stops, was not even wrong. Everything did stop eventually. That was simply true. But it had picked the wrong existence to impose that truth upon. Because Noah's record was the opposite truth, and his record was grander. The first Ragnar reached him, its quiescent verdict spreading toward his foundations, attempting to convince his existence that continuing was futile. Noah formed an arrow above himself. It built from the aura of the Source Barbarian, a massive billowing shaft of compound power, multicolored and obsidian gold, the 9 prime causes running through it and the observable and unobservable force woven through its length and the Osmantian absolute infinity blazing at its core and the Einherjar source bastion heavy behind it and the 1,000 times amplified pure primordial essence saturating every part of it. The arrow spun as it formed, vast enough that the battlefield's light bent around it, and existence groaned under the pressure of its presence, the reborn substrate of Chernobyl crying out as something this dense took shape within it. He released it coolly. HUUM. The arrow shot forward, spinning, and met the first Ragnar's quiescent verdict head-on. This was the moment that mattered. The quiescent verdict was the record of a single Aestia Dredge Ragnar, an engineered being given a second rarity intent and emptied of the will to wield it well. Noah's arrow carried the record of the Source Barbarian, and that record was not a single thing. It was the infinite cause, which now backed 2 observable existences. It was a source and an existence that had been uttering persevere in excelissimi every single second for hours without pause, refining and elevating continuously. It was 9 prime causes integrated into his foundations, an Osmantian absolute infinity that carried his identity through every coordinate, an Einherjar source with Hamingja running golden through it, and a history of adversity overcome that stretched from a dying apartment in an apocalypse to this exact moment. His aura carried a record that was unblemished and grand in total, and the quiescent verdict's claim that all effort stops simply could not impose itself against an existence whose entire record was the refusal to stop. The arrow pierced through the Ragnar's intent as though the intent were missed, and then it pierced through the Ragnar. The titanic gray body convulsed as the spinning arrow of Noah's aura punched through its center, and the arrow did not simply pass through. From the shaft, chains erupted, multicolored and obsidian gold, wrapping around the Ragnar's massive frame and anchoring into it. The chains pulled taut. The Ragnar's body, vast in fourth scale and filled with the hollow ego of Aestia, was hauled in multiple directions at once by the chains of Noah's aura, and it came apart, the grey flesh and the existential radiation within it tearing along the lines the chains imposed. The Aestia dredge Ragnar pulled into pieces in the air above Chernobyl. Oh! Then the aura of the source barbarian devoured what remained, the pieces dissolving into the obsidian gold light as the prime cause of harvest converted the Ragnar's existence into fuel that flowed back into Noah. 1 Ragnar. Gone. The first of 9. Silence rippled across the battlefield. A flicker of quintessence WSS beginning to burn brightly and display itself for all to see. Merely a flicker, merely a flicker. Wah! Chapter 53:30, A Flicker of Quintessence. 4. Even amid the broader fighting, even with the swords and the relictus and the dozens of other gilded ones locked in their own engagements, the destruction of a fourth-scale Ragnar in a single exchange registered. Heads turned. Luxana, locked in her intent contest with Sir William, watched coldly, her malevolent eyes narrowing. Noah did not pause. The second and third Ragnars came at him together, their quiescent verdicts merging into a combined stilling pressure, and Noah amplified the prime cause of apocalypse through his aura. The sky above the two Ragnars filled with meteors. Not ordinary meteors, but condensed masses of the aura of the source barbarian shaped by the apocalypse causes truth that endings were transformative, decillions of them forming in an omnidirectional spread and crashing down toward the two Ragnars from every angle at once. The quiescent verdict tried to still them, to convince the meteors that falling was too much effort, but the meteors carried Noah's record, and Noah's record did not still. They crashed into the two Ragnars and through them and past them, the impacts detonating across the grey fourth scale frames, and where the meteors landed, the apocalypse cause expressed its truth, the Ragnar's endings becoming the violent beginnings of their conversion. Their bodies broke apart under the bombardment, and Noah's aura devoured the remnants. 3. The fourth and fifth he addressed with the prime cause of paradox. He manifested a box around them, formed of his aura and backed by the paradox cause, and the box existed and did not exist simultaneously, the two Ragnars inside it both alive and not, both present and absent. The quiescent verdict could not impose stillness on a state that was already a contradiction, because stillness required a stable thing to still, and the contents of the box were not stable in any direction the intent could grip. Then Noah snapped the box closed. The contradiction resolved violently in the only direction Noah permitted it to resolve, and the two Ragnars inside were crushed by the collapse of a paradox that had held them suspended between states, their bodies compacting into a point and then dissolving as the aura took them. 5. HUUM. Seo-Yun watched all of it from beside him, her small hand in his, her eyes wide with inquisitive wonder rather than fear. She tracked each manifestation of his aura with the fascinated attention of a child watching something genuinely interesting, occasionally tilting her head at a particularly novel expression, entirely unbothered by the titanic violence occurring around her. The sixth, seventh, and eighth Ragnars came at him in a coordinated descent, their combined quiescent verdict reaching its strongest expression, 3/4 scale intents merged into a single overwhelming stillness. Noah manifested a primordial realm around them. It bloomed from his aura, a contained domain of flames, the obsidian gold and multicolored fire of the source barbarian filling the space the three Ragnars occupied, and within the realm, decillions of fireballs formed and roared with the expression of everything Noah was. The three Ragnars hung in a sea of his fire, and the combined quiescent verdict tried to still the flames, to convince them that burning was effortful and cessation was natural, but the flames were Noah's record, and Noah's record burned without exhaustion because it had been forged in cycles of apocalypses and had never once gone out. HUUM. The fireball scorched the three Ragnars from every direction, the manifested primordial realm becoming a furnace that the Aestia dredges could not still and could not escape, and their grey bodies blackened and broke under the bombardment until nothing coherent remained, and the aura devoured the ash. 8. The ninth and final Ragnar reached him alone, its quiescent verdict blazing with whatever the engineering had loaded into a single unit, and Noah simply reached out with one hand wreathed in the aura of the source barbarian and the prime cause of tyranny. The tyranny froze it. One instant, the foundational truth of hierarchy pressing against the soulless Ragnar's capacity for autonomous movement, and in that instant Noah closed his hand. The aura of the source barbarian, carrying the full weight of his existence and the thousandfold amplified pure primordial essence, crushed the fourth scale Ragnar's foundations the way a man crushed something that had stopped being able to resist, and the grey body imploded into Noah's grip and dissolved into the obsidian gold light, devoured like all the others. Boom! 9 seconds had passed. Noah floated in the sky above Chernobyl, unblemished, holding a little girl's hand, the aura of the source barbarian radiating off his frame with a density that pressed down on the entire battlefield. The blue and obsidian radiances of the blessing still wove through the obsidian gold, the pure primordial essence still pouring into him, and the combined expression of all of it made the space around him feel heavy. Oh, so heavy! The battlefield had gone silent. Every Gilded One that could see him had stopped, the broader fighting faltering as the implication of what had just occurred reached them. 9 4th scale Ragnars, even soulless Aestia dredge configurations, were not a small force. They were a force that should have required the combined attention of multiple source lifeforms to address. A being had just removed all 9 in 9 seconds while holding a child's hand and never once appearing to exert genuine effort. The swords of existence had paused in their own battles. Even Sir William, still locked in his intent contest with Luxana, had shifted a portion of his attention toward Noah, and his composed features carried something that had not been there before, the recalibration of a being who had suspected Noah was exceptional and was now revising the assessment upward past where he had set it. Luxana stared, her malevolent eyes wide, her covetous hunger sharpened into something that bordered on need. Noah looked across the assembled Gilded Ones. The aura of the source barbarian pressed down from him, oppressive and grand, and his expression carried the calm tyranny of a being who had just remembered something he enjoyed and had decided to indulge it. "You know," he said, and his voice carried across the silent battlefield with the weight of everything radiating off him, "I haven't gone all out in quite some time. I keep finding reasons to hold back. Conserve. Be efficient. Handle things with the minimum required." He looked at the dragon, at the 4th scale Gilded Ones behind her, at the dozens of others scattered across the reborn sky of Chernobyl. "But Gilded Ones continue pissing me off again and again." The aura blazed. "Today seems right," he said. "Today seems right to go all out." Boom! Chapter 5331, Resonance I. Noah gazed across the Gilded Ones with boundless tyranny, and his heart began to beat. Dumb. 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 It was not a ridiculous metaphor for nerves. He felt it in his chest, a single heavy beat that did not belong entirely to his body, and the sound of it boomed outward across Chernobyl, a drum struck once and then again, the rhythm spreading across the reborn observable existence with a resonance that should not have been possible. His gaze settled particularly on Luxana, and as the drum of his heart sounded, he felt something he had not felt before. The beat of his heart resonated with Chernobyl itself, the observable existence answering the rhythm as though his heart and its foundations were the same instrument played by the same hand. Such a thing should not have been a thought in any being's mind. An existence becoming one with an observable existence was not a concept that the frameworks of cultivation accounted for. Because beings lived within observable existences, they did not merge with them. But Noah was not conventional. His scales were his own. His path had never matched anyone else's, and at this moment he looked at Chernobyl and asked himself a simple question. Had he not resuscitated it? Did its makeup not now hold his prime causes, installed by his own hands where the failing common causes had been? Was it not backed by his infinite cause, the same cause that backed the infiniverse, the cause that had brought this domain back from death? He could express his power through the aura of the source barbarian. That was his own strength, carried in his own existence. But if his prime causes lived inside Chernobyl's structure, expressing themselves on behalf of an entire observable existence, then what stopped him from pulling on that power too? What stopped him from exerting the full immensity of Chernobyl as though every being fighting here was fighting within his domain? Because, truly, they were. Dumb. 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 The drums boomed louder. The glorious sound of quintessence spread across Chernobyl, and beings throughout the battlefield faltered as the entire observable existence seemed to resonate with the beat, the reborn domain pulsing in time with the heart of the being who had rebuilt it. Phenomenon identified: resonance with observable existence. You have achieved a unified state with the observable existence of Chernobyl, which holds your prime causes and the backing of your infinite cause within its structural foundation. This phenomenon has no precedent in standard frameworks. Beings inhabit observable existences. They do not become one with them. Your resuscitation of Chernobyl, and your installation of your own prime cause architecture into its first cause, has produced a connection that allows your existence to command the full immensity of the domain. Capability designation: the domain of the Genesis monarch. While resonant with an observable existence backed by your prime causes and infinite cause, you command that observable existence as an extension of your own existence. Any movement you make is backed by the full power and immensity of the domain. The observable existence itself fights on your behalf. Its substrate, its prime causes, its foundational authority, all of it answers to your intention. Effects within the domain of the Genesis monarch: straight face. Containment: you may shut out or shut in any existence at the fourth scale, sealing enemies within the domain so they cannot flee or barring others from entering. Rare exceptions apply to beings carrying Akashic civilizational intents of the third rarity or higher, or unique factors not accounted for, who may resist or partially resist the containment. Suppression: enemy existences within the domain find their power diminished and their movements restricted, the observable existence itself turning against them, the substrate they stand upon refusing to support them as it supports you. Empowerment: your allies within the domain are elevated, the observable existence lending its immensity to those you favor, their power amplified by the domain's backing. Sovereignty of action: any expression of your power is compounded by the domain's full immensity. A gesture from you is not a gesture from a single being. It is the action of an entire observable existence directed through your intention. Resilience: while resonant, harming you requires harming the observable existence itself, making you extraordinarily difficult to kill within the domain's bounds. Damage directed at you is distributed across the domain's immensity and absorbed. Note: this capability is available within any observable existence backed by your prime causes and infinite cause. Currently, the Infiniverse and the observable existence of Chernobyl. Noah's mind buzzed with the knowledge of exactly what he could now do. He understood it completely in the span of a single drumbeat. He was not a being standing in a battlefield anymore. He was the battlefield. Chernobyl was his, foundation to surface, and everyone fighting within it was fighting inside the body of his domain, and he could move that body the way he moved his own hand. So he moved his hand. He raised it, slowly, like a conductor calling an orchestra to attention, and across the regions of Chernobyl, the effects began. The very air in existence that the Gilded Ones floated within began to constrict. It pressed around them from all sides, the substrate they occupied turning against them, the immensity of the prime causes that made up Chernobyl, his prime causes, bearing down on every single Gilded One across the battlefield. They felt the domain itself become hostile, the ground beneath their power refusing to hold them, the air and space becoming a weight, the observable existence they had invaded recognizing them as foreign and rejecting them. Then Noah waved his arm. An invisible force, stemming from the observable existence itself rather than from his body, smashed into the assembled Gilded Ones. The myriad fourth-scale Gilded Ones and the few Devonian Paleozoic third-scale Gilded Ones among them were struck simultaneously by a blow that came from everywhere at once, a blow that was Chernobyl itself striking them on Noah's behalf. Many of them had their Akashic civilizational intents bypassed entirely, because their intents were records imposed on existence, and within the domain of the Genesis monarch, the existence they tried to impose their records upon already belonged to someone else. Their intents had nothing to grip. The invisible force tore through them and they were heavily injured, fourth scale beings sent reeling by the wrath of a domain that had decided they were trespassers. Chapter 5332, Resonance 2. And then the surrounding existence opened itself. It opened like jaws, invisible but unmistakable in effect, the light of the prime cause of harvest blooming across the regions of Chernobyl as the observable existence itself swallowed Noah's enemies. Gilded ones who had been injured by the invisible force found the domain closing around them, the substrate becoming a mouth, the harvest cause converting portions of what they were into fuel that flowed back through Chernobyl and into Noah, the observable existence feeding on the invaders on behalf of the being it now answered to. Woo! The invisible force completed its arc and smashed into Luxana. The silver dragon, third rarity, Titan intent, was not bypassed the way the lesser gilded ones had been. Her Akashic civilizational intent was rare enough to resist. But resisting was not the same as being unaffected. The blow pushed her back a full step in the air, her silver Aestia intent raging around her to absorb the force, her cruel features tightening as she felt the full weight of an observable existence press against her and only barely held her ground. Across the battlefield, Sir William and the 3 other source lifeforms and the 12 relictus felt the opposite. The domain lent them its immensity. Their existences blazed with sudden empowerment, the observable existence of Chernobyl elevating those Noah favored, and the swords of existence felt their intent strengthen and their armaments grow heavier with borrowed authority while the relictus burned brighter with the domain's backing. Sir William, still positioned near Luxana, registered the empowerment raging around his existence with a sharp recalculation. Noah looked at Luxana, cold and grand, the drums of his heart still booming across the domain that was now an extension of his existence. A lifeform has been saying something lately, he said. Manners mocketh man. He let the aura blaze around him, let the immensity of Chernobyl press through every word. I don't have any manners. So this is going to be brutal. His gaze fixed on the silver dragon. Are you ready? Luxana began to laugh. It started low and built into something mad, her malevolent eyes alight, her cruel smile stretching wide despite the step she had been forced back, despite the domain pressing against her, despite the 9 Ragnars gone in 9 seconds and the invisible wrath of an observable existence that had turned against her. Challenge invites challenge, big guy, she called, delighted and unhinged. The more challenging you are, the more power you express, the more I will call upon more forces. I will run this entire place into the ground with gilded ones. I will summon every reserve, every legion, every weapon. I will bury you and your little girl under so many of us that even your pretty domain cannot eat us all. I will dash. Boom. She did not finish. Noah erupted. The aura of the source barbarian blazed to its full expression, and with it came the immensity of the domain of the Genesis monarch, his own power and the power of an entire observable existence merging into a single strike, the drums of his heart booming one final thunderous beat as he moved against Luxana with everything he was and everything Chernobyl was, the obsidian gold and the blue blessing light and the 9 prime causes and the full weight of a domain that fought on his behalf, all of it driving toward the silver dragon and the rare intent that was the only thing standing between his strike and her existence. He sought to get past her intent. He intended to find out, today, going all out, exactly what he could break. Boom! Noah's strike landed on Luxana, and the entire observable existence felt it. The combined force of the aura of the source barbarian and the immensity of Chernobyl behind it caught the silver dragon and smashed her backward, and backward here was not a few meters. She was driven from one end of the observable existence toward the other, her enormous frame tearing across the reborn sky, her silver Aestia intent raging around her to absorb what it could and absorbing only some of it. The blow carried her across a distance that no conventional strike could have carried a 4th scale gilded one like Het. because it was not a conventional strike. It was a domain striking on behalf of its master. From Noah's aura and the prime causes of Chernobyl, a massive chain erupted. It shot after Luxana as she tumbled across the domain, multicolored and obsidian gold, vast enough to dwarf the silver cloud she rode, and it tried to pierce into her. But her intent was grand. The third rarity Titan intent of artificial Aestia covered her existence in a silver record that even Noah's chain could not simply punch through, but it did, and the chain's tip barely managed to anchor itself into her scales, hooking into the silver plating rather than driving through it. Barely was enough. "Get over here!" Noah roared. Boom! The chain-hauled tautened Luxana was pulled forward like a sack of potatoes, dragged back across the distance she had been smashed across, and she laughed the entire way, mad and delighted, her intent erupting as she came. All her knowledge, all her records, the full sum of the engineered existence that mimicked the Great Slovan, unfurled around her like an endless silver sea, vast and dulling and pressing against everything it touched. At that moment, Sir William and the 3 other source lifeforms appeared. They arrived around Luxana from 4 points, and each of them spoke the same word. Destruora. The letter of the primordial tongue gave their intents a terrifying edge. Sir William's Titan intent of dignity, the sniper's Nereid intent, the hammer-bearers, the flail-wielders, all 4 sharpened by the primordial source letter into something that the silver sea of Luxana's record could not simply dull. For attacks released simultaneously, for intents backed by Destruora, converging on the silver dragon from every direction. Chernobyl constricted around her as Noah's aura penetrated deeper and cut. The impact obscured everything in obsidian and silver light. Wah! When the dust settled, Luxana's intent had finally been torn. She breathed heavily, huge gashes opened across her body, silver blood leaking from wounds that her Aestia record had not been able to prevent, her intent now wrapped heavily around her entire existence in a desperate effort to hold herself together. The endless silver sea had been carved into, the artificial Titan intent shown its limit when 4 source lifeforms wielding the primordial tongue committed to ending it at once alongside a man nobody understood. Chapter 5333, Sword of Existence. Noah frowned at this time, looking at Sir William and the others. He had not particularly wanted their help. He had been getting there. The domain of the Genesis monarch and his aura had been narrowing toward an answer of his own. But he set the irritation aside, because the result was the result, and there was a more pressing point to make. He looked at Luxana. "Can you hear that?" he asked. The silence. Luxana's malevolent eyes flicked around the battlefield, and the laughter died in her throat, because there was nothing to hear. The dozens of Gilded Ones who had descended with her, the 4th scale entities and the Devonian Paleozoic 3rd scale ones, were gone. All of them. In the short span while she had been smashed across the domain and dragged back and torn open by the 4 source lifeforms, Noah had acted against every one of them through the domain of the Genesis monarch, using his aura and Chernobyl together to incapacitate them and feed them to the observable existence's open jaws, devouring them one after another while she had been occupied with her own survival. The battlefield held no Gilded Ones but her. "Only you remain, Luxana," Noah said coldly. Boom! His words carried across the silent domain, and beside him, Seo Yun smiled with shining eyes, watching with the bright absorbed attention of a child who had just been taught a grand lesson she intended to remember. One had to fight like this. Luxana looked at the empty battlefield where her forces had been, and then she laughed. It came back, the mad evil light returning to her eyes despite the gashes and the heavy breathing and the torn intent wrapped around her like a bandage. "Only I remain," she said, savoring it. For now, big guy. In a few seconds, dozens more just like me will arrive. And some far stronger than me. Because that is the rule, isn't it? Challenge invites challenge. Power invites more power. You showed me how strong you are, and now I will show you exactly what that strength summons. They are already coming. Every reserve. Every legion. You have made yourself far too interesting to ignore. Noah frowned at these words. At that moment, words reached him that only he could hear, stemming from Sir William. If we remain here, this observable existence will be crushed under the weight of the forces coming. It has only just been resuscitated. Its foundations are new and its first cause is freshly rebuilt, and it cannot survive becoming the battleground for what she is summoning. For now, you and Seo Yun need to go where the Gilded Ones cannot follow. You need to go to the Source Lands. Boom! The Source Lands. Where the Gilded Ones had just made their entry into the strand of broken scales. Where his other body walked among Marxist settlement under the name Ozymandias. Where the Gilded Ones were already present and already hunting. Noah's eyes shone brightly. He looked at Sir William and nodded. The logic was sound, and the irony of fleeing toward the Gilded Ones to escape the Gilded Ones was unique. In the next moment, Sir William unsheathed his sword, and an obsidian sea arose, wrapping around himself, Noah, Seo Yun, the three other source lifeforms, and the surrounding relictus. Luxana saw it and roared, shock and rage twisting her cruel features. "You cowards," she howled. "Wait just 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds so we can corner you in this whole place. Wait just a fucking." Boom! The obsidian sea churned and exploded. Obsidian streaks shot out across Chernobyl in multiple directions at once, racing toward the undefined gaps, toward the boundary of the observable existence and the unclassified spaces beyond it, scattering so that no single pursuit could catch all of them. Luxana roared and split her torn intent to chase several of the streaks while choosing one sliver to pursue with her own body, the silver dragon hurling herself after a fleeing obsidian streak with everything her wounded existence had left. Wait. A fucking second. Boom. Luxana chased the obsidian streak toward the boundary of Chernobyl, and the boundary refused to let her reach it. She felt it the moment she committed to the pursuit. Invisible shackles formed around her torn body, not from any being, not from any visible attack, but from the observable existence itself. Chernobyl reached up and grabbed her. The substrate she had been flying through became hands, the air became chains, the reborn domain that answered to the being who had rebuilt it decided she was not permitted to leave, and it pulled her down. The domain of the Genesis monarch had marked her as a fourth-scale existence to be contained, and even with her third rarity intent resisting, even with her existence straining against the hold, the domain dragged her back from the edge she had nearly reached. The obsidian streaks vanished into the undefined gaps. Noah was gone. Seo Yun was gone. The swords of existence and the relictus, gone. And Luxana was held in place by an existence that hated her. She roared. "You cowards! You absolute cowards, you ran, you actually ran, you held me down like a child and you ran." She thrashed against the invisible shackles, her silver Aestia intent raging uselessly against a domain that did not care about her records because it had its own. "Osmont, or whatever your name is, you slippery little thing, you spineless gorgeous monster, you don't get to do that to me and just leave. And you, source lifeform. Manners mocketh man, you said, manners, you pompous obsidian-suited bag of etiquette, where were your manners when you grabbed my prize and dove into a hole? Cowards! All of you. Those ugly oversized lizards you call relictus, those overgrown fucking pets, I will skin every one of them and make a coat, do you hear me? A big fucking coat." Boom! The shackles held her. The domain did not answer her insults. It simply kept her in place, the wrath of a freshly reborn observable existence pressing down on the dragon who had tried to make it a battlefield. Only when she stopped trying to go out did they fade away. A second later, the sky cracked. Dozens of titanic Ragnars descended into Chernobyl, each emanating the heavy aura of the fourth scale, and these were nothing like the soulless dredge units Noah had erased in 9 seconds. These carried their full will and their full power. Some blazed with the crimson war fury of Ira Intense. Some pressed down with the golden weight of Superbius Intense. Others spread the dulling silver of Aestia Intense, and every one of them was more terrifying than the single Ragnar Noah had first assessed, each carrying a second rarity intent wielded by a being that knew exactly how to wield it. Behind them came something worse. A group of women descended, each accompanied by their custodes, and the air itself seemed to compose itself around them as they arrived. The Magna Sorora. They were unblemished in their power, beautiful in the way that beings of immense standing were beautiful, and their intents pressed against the reborn domain with a weight that made the Ragnars seem ordinary. Every one of them carried a third rarity intent. Not one Titan intent among the leadership the way Luxana had been the rare exception in her own force. All of them. A gathering of Titan rarity Akashic civilizational intents arrived together. At their head was a woman with radiant gold hair, a crown hanging diagonally across her head, her presence carrying the composed authority of a being who commanded the rest without needing to assert it. She looked at the contained Luxana. "What happened here?" she asked. Luxana stopped thrashing, her frustration channeling into the report through gritted teeth. "A life form that can resuscitate a terminal observable existence," she said. "And a life form that can bless another to gain the primordial source. A man and a little girl. This is them. The two of them. They are the answer. Both of them. The answer to everything our entire civilization has ever wanted, and they slipped into the undefined gaps 2 seconds before I could close my hand on them." She waved a hand, and the illusory images of Noah and Seo Yun formed in the air between the gathered Magna Sorora. The man burning with silent infinity that could not be seen through. The little girl in tattered blue rags, carrying both foundational natures in her small frame. The golden-haired woman reached out and took the illusory images, and the other Sororis Prima around her did the same, each of them drawing the faces into their own perception, studying them with the focused attention of beings committing something to the deepest layers of their memory. When she spoke, her voice carried a weight that made the entire gathered force go still. "Memorize these faces," she said. "Dream of these faces. Hold them in your existence until they are carved there permanently. We will have a location for you soon enough, because beings like this do not stay hidden, no matter where they run. And when we have it, you will move. All of you." Her eyes moved across the assembled Ragnars and Sororis Prima and Custodes. "They must be found. They must be recovered. At all cost. Whatever it requires, whatever it consumes, whatever observable existence must burn to flush them out. The man who can bring dead domains back to life, and the girl who can hand us the primordial source. Found and recovered. At all cost." She let the silence hold. "Understood?" The answer came back from dozens of fourth-scale throats at once, the Ragnars and the Sororis Prima and the Custodes speaking as one, the word carrying across the reborn sky of Chernobyl with the unified weight of a force that had just been given its single most important purpose. Understood. Boom. Chapter 53-34, Sword of Existence. 2. Noah crossed through the undefined gaps with a little girl on his back. Seo Yun had climbed up at some point during the transit, settling onto his shoulder with the comfort of an infinite, source lifeform who had decided this was a perfectly acceptable way to travel, her small legs swinging back and forth as the unstable rivers of undefined potential streamed past them. Like all of this was nothing dangerous to her. She showed no fear of the gaps that would have reduced lesser beings to nothing. She had spent eons holding the endings of an entire observable existence. The spaces between defined reality held no particular terror for a being who had carried that. Ahead of them, Sir William moved. Noah watched the source lifeform reach into his existence and pull out a square wall of obsidian, and he recognized it immediately. It was similar to the Advent wall that the Gilded Ones used to enter the strand of broken scales, the gateway that had carried him and Ian across the boundary into the Source Lands. But where the Gilded One's wall had felt improvised, a thing assembled and reverse-engineered from something else and used carefully by beings who did not entirely belong on the other side of it, Sir William's was smaller and yet far more official. Complete. The wall of a being who had every right to use it. Sir William unleashed his primordial source into the wall. Vibrant swirling obsidian light began to wrap around all of them, and Noah felt the pull take hold of his existence, a force drawing him towards someplace extremely far away, the same kind of pull he had felt crossing the Advent wall, but cleaner, smoother, official in a way the prior crossing had not been. He was not sneaking in this time. He was being received. As the obsidian rivers swirled around him, his attention remained partly with Chernobyl, his connection to the resuscitated observable existence still active, and through it he saw what had arrived in the domain he was leaving behind. Dozens of fourth-scale Ragnars with full will and full power. A gathering of Magnus Sorora, every one of them carrying a third rarity intent. The golden-haired Sororis Prima taking his image and Seo Yun's image and committing them to memory, ordering them found and recovered at all cost. He held the knowledge without alarm. They had his face now. That was a problem for the future, and the future was a place he had every intention of arriving at on his own terms. For now, Chernobyl would hold, freshly rebuilt and backed by his infinite cause, and he was crossing into a place those forces could not follow. Well, at least not the particular location B was now going to. He didn't know how vast it would be from where his body was in the strand of broken scales. Boom! Existence twisted and distorted around them, and then the obsidian rivers faded, and Noah felt the Source Lands open around this body of his. It was different from before. When he had crossed with Ian into the strand of broken scales, the air had been dense and dangerous, the place vibrant but hostile, every breath carrying the awareness that survival was conditional. Here the air was freer and grander, carrying the same purity and immensity of the Source Lands but without the sense of being somewhere he was not meant to be. He breathed it in, and Seo Yun breathed it in beside his ear as her mouth opened with a wide O, and both of them looked around with shining eyes. They had arrived on vibrant green-gold grasslands. Massive ancient trees lined the landscape to the left and right, their leaves a deep gold that caught the light of distant illumination flowers, their trunks rising toward a sky that felt higher and wider than any sky had a right to feel. The grasslands climbed gently upward toward a massive mountain in the distance, and across the mountain's face were structures, dozens of them, exquisite and equally massive, shining obsidian gold. Some were castles, vast and radiant. Others were towers that rose so high their tops were difficult to find. The whole mountain was a settlement, but a settlement built on a scale that made the Gilded One's bone-reinforced encampment in the strand of broken scales look like a child's effort at architecture. And on the grasslands where they had arrived, Noah did not have to look far before the Relictus noticed them. Dozens of them raised their heads across the landscape. Obsidian-scaled Relictus in lizard-like draconic forms, their bodies vast and ancient, their scales the deep obsidian of beings constituted by the primordial source. They lifted their regal heads from where they had been lounging across the grasslands, and they gazed at Noah and Seo Yun and Sir William with the unhurried attention of creatures assessing the new arrivals. They found that the new arrivals were accompanied by Sir William, nodded toward the group in something that was almost courtesy, and then lowered their heads again, returning to their lounging with the lazy contentment of apex beings at rest in their own territory. Beyond the lounging Relictus, Noah could sense more. Terrifying auras of the third and fourth scale moved through the distant structures on the mountain, and the deeper into the place he directed his perception, the more terrifying the auras became, some of them pressing against his senses with a weight that suggested they exceeded anything he had yet personally faced. This was not a place where powerful beings occasionally gathered. This was a place where powerful beings lived, in their thousands, in their millions, the population density of immense power unlike anywhere he had been. Sir William turned to them, standing taller now that he was home, and began to introduce the place. "This is the hallowed domain," he said. "It is the place where swords of existence are received. Where we come to choose our missions, to rest between them, to cultivate, to gather, to be among our own. Within its bounds move millions of source lifeforms, and a great many beings beyond source lifeforms who serve the cause in their own capacities. His measured cadence held the pride of a being describing something he genuinely revered. It exists within the source lands, but apart from the wild and lawless territories like the strand of broken scales where the Gilded Ones make their incursions. Here there is order. Here there is rule. And the rule, and the wisdom beneath it, belongs to Her Majesty, the Queen Regnant. Boom! Chapter 5335, Sword of Existence. 3. Noah's eyes shone as he took in the full breadth of the hallowed domain, the grasslands, and the golden trees and the mountain of obsidian gold structures and the lounging relictus and the distant terrifying auras. On his shoulder, Seo Yun's eyes sparkled. Wow, she breathed. Seo Yun has never seen anything like this before. She looked around at everything, her small head turning to take it all in. I was locked up this whole time. The whole time. I only ever saw the storm and the endings and the dark. I never saw grasslands. Or gold trees. Or big lazy lizards just lying around like that. She pointed at a lounging relictus with the delighted lack of fear of an entity who was understanding that existence was suddenly full of wonderful things. Look at them. They're so big and fat and they don't even care about anything. She said it casually, joyfully, the simple wonder of a being seeing the open world for the first time after an eternity of confinement, and Noah couldn't help but smile. She deserved to see grasslands. She deserved to point at lazy lizards. He turned his attention back to Sir William's words, and one phrase had caught on something in his mind. Her Majesty, he asked. The Queen Regnant? Sir William stood taller still. Around them, the other 3 source lifeforms who had fought at Chernobyl appeared, materializing from their own transit through the undefined gaps, and the 12 relictus that had answered Sir William's call settled onto the grasslands behind them, taking their places among the lounging native relictus with the ease of beings returning home. The full party that had escaped Chernobyl reassembled in the hallowed domain, and Sir William spoke into their gathering with the gravity of someone introducing the being he answered to above all others. Her Majesty, Victoria, he said. The Queen Regnant of the hallowed domain and many other regions of the source lands. She is the one who unified the source lifeforms of these regions of the source lands under a single banner, in an age when they moved as scattered powers without common cause, each pursuing their own survival and their own ascension and answering to nothing but themselves. She gathered them. She gave them a standard to serve and an order to belong to, and she did it not through conquest but through the simple fact of what she was, a being so undeniable that the proud and the powerful chose to follow her rather than continue alone. He let the weight of it settle. She is the first sword of existence. The origin sword. The one from whom the designation itself descends, the being whose example defined what it means to be a blade of existence that serves the primordial source and follows its own way. Every sword that has ever been sworn was sworn in the tradition she began. He looked at Noah directly. And you have more than shown your capability to be a sword of existence. What you did in Chernobyl exceeded what any trial would have asked of you. You demonstrated something that the swords of existence have never seen a candidate demonstrate. There is no further trial required. You can be sworn in her name, and take your oath, today. Oh. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he turned the introduction over in his mind. The origin sword. The first sword of existence. A being who had unified millions of source lifeforms under a single banner not through conquest but through the sheer undeniability of what she was. A queen regnant who sat at the head of all of this, of the hallowed domain and its mountains of obsidian gold structures and its lounging relictus and its distant terrifying auras. What scale was a being like that in? He could sense the auras throughout the hallowed domain, 3rd scale and 4th scale and things that pressed beyond what he could cleanly categorize, and if those were the beings who served her, who lived within her order and followed her rule, then the being they all answered to had to be something he did not yet have a frame for. Something that made even the gathered power of the hallowed domain into subjects. Without any further tests, without any more trials, on the strength of what he had shown in Chernobyl alone, he could be sworn as a sort of existence. He smiled. Seo Yun swung her legs on his shoulder and looked around at the wonderful new world, and Noah looked toward the distant mountain of obsidian gold where a being he very much wanted to understand was waiting. Today, then, he said. Noah moved across the green gold grasslands of the hallowed domain, following Sir William toward the distant mountain of obsidian gold structures. Seo Yun did not stay on his shoulder. She floated off to drift near the lounging Relictus, her eyes wide with wonder, examining the vast obsidian-scaled creatures the way a child examined animals at a place built for looking at animals. She circled one of them, peering at its scales, its claws, the slow rise and fall of its massive flank as it rested, and the Relictus tolerated this with the lazy patience of a being that had seen many curious things across its long existence and found a small girl among the least concerning. One of them, however, was less patient. A Relictus toward the edge of the group lifted its head and released a portion of its fourth scale pressure towards Seo Yun, just a sliver of its intent, the kind of thing a large creature did to shoo away something small that had gotten too close. It was not malice. It was annoyance, the equivalent of a swat, meant to startle the little girl into giving it space. Seo Yun startled. Then she pouted. And then she swung her small hand toward the Relictus. Phuum. A sharp Akashic civilizational intent filled with budding infinity and the primordial source erupted from her tiny frame, vast and sudden and entirely disproportionate to her size, and it swept past the Relictus and through the fourth scale creature miles across the grasslands, the obsidian-scaled body tumbling through the air before crashing down in the distance with a force that left a furrow in the green gold earth. Silence fell across the immediate area. Chapter 5336, Sort of Existence. 4. Noah blinked, his eyes shining. The apocalypse she had been pulling in during Chernobyl's transformation, the fourth scale equivalent immensity she carried, the infinite anomalous source factor that let her copy and embody what she touched. She had been steeping in the resuscitated domain's power and her own nature was already terrifying. A pout and a swing of her hand had thrown a fourth scale Relictus miles. She had done it the way a toddler knocked over a cup, without calculation, purely as a reflex of displeasure. The other Relictus around her raised their heads in shock, staring at the small girl who had just casually hurled one of their own across the landscape, and Seo Yun stared right back at the one she had thrown, her little face fierce, daring it to try startling her again. Sir William looked between Noah and Seo Yun, and something in his composed features suggested he had just recognized that the little girl was going to be a source of complications wherever she went. He turned to the three other source lifeforms who had arrived with them. Go ahead and debrief, he said. I will handle the ceremony. The three departed toward the mountain, and Sir William turned back to Noah, glancing once more at Seo Yun, who was now staring down the Relictus that had raised its head in startled shock, her hands on her hips, every bit of her small frame communicating that she would do it again. Why, don't we go directly to the Saint Source Palace for your ceremony, Sir William said. Rather than walk the full distance and risk further incidents along the way. His glance towards Seo Yun made the reasoning clear. I will teleport us directly there. You will get the chance to explore afterwards. Noah smiled and nodded. He reached out and Seo Yun floated back to him, settling against his side, still casting a final fierce look at the Relictus. Sir William grasped his sword, and a brief obsidian light covered the three of them, and they disappeared from the grasslands. They appeared inside a grand castle located deeper within the hallowed domain. The hall they arrived in was vast, its ceiling lost somewhere far above, and it was lined along both walls with regalia. Suits of knightly armor stood in rows, each one distinct, each one carrying the weight of having belonged to someone. Swords hung mounted between them, and weapons of every description, hammers and spears and bows and flails and armaments Noah had no name for currently, each one an armament of a sort of existence, displayed with the reverence of relics. The whole hall felt saturated with history and complexity, the accumulated record of an order that had existed long enough to fill a space this size with the tools of beings who had served it. Ahead, 3 massive statues sat on thrones, vast figures Noah did not yet recognize, their faces carrying the stern grandeur of beings memorialized for things the hall did not explain. And before the statues stood a source life form. She stood tall and graceful, holding a radiant obsidian sword with its tip pointed down toward the floor, both hands resting on its pommel. She was adorned in metallic armor that covered her entire body except her head, the armor obsidian and gold, and worked with a craftsmanship that made the displayed regalia around the hall look ordinary by comparison. Her bearing was the bearing of a being who had stood exactly this way for a very long time and would continue to stand this way for a very long time more. Noah gazed at her and looked into her obsidian eyes. His existence buzzed with danger instantly. It was not a threat she was making. She stood perfectly still, sword pointed down, simply present. But her power pressed against his perception with a suffocating weight that he felt in his foundations, a pressure that his existence recognized as belonging to something far beyond what he had yet faced, something that made the gathered Magnus Aurora and the fourth scale Ragnars of Chernobyl feel like a lower category of concern. Source Lifeform Assessment. Designation: Dame Seraphine, the Knighting Sword. Standing: Vakachev's fifth scale of existence. The Mesozoic scale. Distinction: a sword of existence charged with the knighting of new swords. She administers the oath and confers the official standing upon those who have proven worthy. She has knighted swords across an immense span of the Order's history. Her authority in this matter is absolute, and her judgment of a candidate is final. Note: she is beyond the fourth scale. The Triassic scale is where beings become truly powerful. The Mesozoic scale is not yet defined. Direct conflict with this being is not advisable under any current circumstance. The Mesozoic scale. The fifth. Noah held the assessment with the cold composure he held everything, but inwardly he marked it carefully. He had just begun to feel that weak fourth scale entities were manageable, that he could wound a relictus like Calypso. And here was a being a full scale beyond that, standing in a hall as the one who administered oaths, treated as functionary rather than pinnacle. If a Mesozoic scale being was the one who handled knightings, then the Queen Regnant, the Origin Sword, the being all of this answered to, was something even further beyond. Sir William bowed with deep respect toward Dame Seraphine. Even Seo Yun hid behind Noah, peering out from behind his leg with astonishment, her earlier fierceness entirely gone in the presence of a being whose pressure her instincts correctly read as something not to provoke. Dame Seraphine raised her sword slightly, and spoke, her voice booming through the vast hall. "A new sword has passed the trials and arrived before me," she said. "Are you ready to take your oath?" Sir William stepped forward. "Your Grace," he said, "this is the trial sword whose details I sent a short while ago. Alongside his capabilities, and an account of what occurred within Chernobyl." He inclined his head. "I sponsored him. I stand by the sponsorship. What he demonstrated exceeds what any standard trial measures, and I believe he warrants your direct attention rather than the usual proceeding." Dame Seraphine's obsidian eyes shifted to Noah fully, and as the details Sir William referenced settled into her understanding, they lit with genuine interest. She was quiet for a moment, studying the man before her. The silent infinity that could not be seen through. The aura of the Source Barbarian still radiating faintly from his frame others wouldn't know of. The little girl hiding behind his leg who carried both the primordial source and infinity. The account of a terminal observable existence rebuilt by his hands. "Interesting," she said. "Very interesting." She raised her radiant obsidian sword from where its tip had rested against the floor, the motion smooth and deliberate, the suffocating pressure of a Mesozoic scale being shifting through the hall as she did. "Okay," she said. "Then we shall give him the special treatment." Chapter 5337, Sword of Existence. V. The special treatment. This was what Noah was supposed to receive, and the grand visage of Dame Seraphine locked onto him as she spoke. "Step forward." Noah raised his brows but followed, his steps light. He patted Seoyeon's head and communicated for her to wait, and she settled, watching with inquisitive eyes as he moved toward the Mesozoic scale being holding the radiant obsidian sword. He was genuinely interested in her, more interested than the ceremony itself warranted, because beings of higher scales were the ones he most enjoyed studying. Peeling away the secrets of something that operated above his current tier was the kind of thing that taught him where his own ceiling actually was, and he had never met a ceiling he did not eventually want to break. He arrived before her. She looked at him calmly. He looked back at her just as coolly, two beings taking each other's measure across the gap of a full scale. Her power was immense, pressing against him with the suffocating weight of the Mesozoic, and her voice carried that weight when she spoke. To be a sword of existence is easy, in the end, she said. All it requires is an oath. An oath not to harm source lifeforms, and to work in the interest of existence. Are you ready? I'm ready, Noah said, nodding calmly. Dame Seraphine raised her sword and brought its flat side to shine above him. The first step to accepting the oath, she said, is to kneel. H-U-U-M. To kneel? Noah frowned at the word. A moment later, terrifying pressure descended from Dame Seraphine, stifling and heavy, pressing down on him from every direction. Her gaze remained calm as she repeated it. Kneel. The pressure crashed down all around him. Pressure analysis. Dame Seraphine is exerting a Mesozoic scale will suppression. This capability is designed solely to suppress the will and force submission. It does not harm the target in any other way, deals no physical damage, and exists purely to compel a being to kneel through the imposition of overwhelming superior will. Resistance is a contest of will against a being one full scale above you. Noah bore the pressure. He felt it press against his foundations, against his will, the sheer weight of a being who operated a full scale beyond him bearing down with the simple expectation that he would fold beneath it the way most beings folded. His knees were meant to buckle. His will was meant to yield. The pressure existed for no purpose except to make a being kneel, and beings of every tier had knelt beneath it across the long history of the order. He remained standing. Dame Seraphine smiled when she saw it. Will that be a problem? She asked, her tone carrying genuine curiosity rather than displeasure. Will you not kneel? Noah looked up at the sword shining above him, at the Mesozoic scale being holding it, and his reply came grand and unhurried. I kneel before very few in existence, he said. I can kneel to hold my mother, or my child. I can kneel to hold my woman. You are neither of those things. His eyes held hers, inviolable. So I cannot kneel before you. Boom! His words were staunch, immovable, the declaration of a being who had decided long ago what his knees were for, and Dame Seraphine smiled brilliantly at them. Good, she said. I had to know. She let the pressure ease. Half of all who are sworn as swords of existence kneel beneath that pressure. Half resist it. There is no shame in either, and I tell every candidate this truthfully. Exceptional swords have risen from both halves, beings of great accomplishment who knelt and beings of great accomplishment who did not. Her gaze sharpened with something deeper. But there is one distinction. Of all the swords of existence whose names have come to resonate upon Vakachev's scales of existence, whose records etched themselves into the framework of reality itself, not one ever knelt beneath that pressure. They came only from the half that stood. To kneel or not to kneel is a choice made before existence itself, and existence remembers which choice you made. H-U-U-M. Her sword began to shine with scintillating obsidian light, and her demeanor turned serious. Then we proceed to the oath, she said. She raised her voice, and the words that came filled the vast hall with a weight that pressed back against even the displayed regalia of every sword who had come before, ancient and grand and glorious. Before the primordial source, before the long unbroken line of swords who came before, and before existence itself which keeps the only record that lasts, you stand to be sworn. You will be a blade that existence keeps. You will protect what must be protected and end what must be ended, and you will know the difference not by the comfort of the choice but by the truth of it. You will follow your own way, for a sword without a way is only a weapon, and you will follow the source above all standards beneath it. You will not harm source lifeforms save in defense of existence itself. You will move when the powerful do nothing, and you will not count the cost of moving, for the cost of standing idle is always greater. You will carry this until your existence ends or until existence has no further need of you, whichever arrives first. Her obsidian eyes blazed. Do you agree to uphold this oath? Noah looked grandly up at the sword shining above him. I agree to uphold the oath. The moment the words left him, Dame Seraphine brought her sword down, and a brilliant obsidian light bathed Noah completely. Oath of the Sword of Existence, taken. You are now an official Sword of Existence, sworn before Dame Seraphine, the Knighting Sword. The oath binds your existence. Its terms will hold and cannot be set aside through ordinary means. The binding is deniable only by a being who exceeds power equivalent to Vakachev's fifth scale of existence, the Mesozoic scale. Below that threshold, the oath holds absolutely. Chapter 5338, Source. I. The scintillating light died down, and Dame Seraphine smiled. And so, a sword of existence is born, she said. Whether your name will be carved and recorded across existence, or whether you will serve and pass unremembered, is yet to be seen. That is for your records to decide, not for me. She studied him. But you are a bit special. So let us give you your special treatment. Because you are special, a directive will likely arrive with missions tailored specifically to you. Others among the swords are sent to join wars, or to specific observable existences to hunt gilded ones or infinite lifeforms. Yours may be geared more toward terminal observable existences, given what you have shown yourself capable of. She raised a finger. But before you can act as a sword, you require clearance. That comes from me, or from a few others of sufficient standing. I must deem you battle-ready, that you have sufficient strength to protect yourself, because a sword that dies is a failure of the order, and you especially cannot die. So, her smile turned faintly mischievous. Let us see whether you have the qualities you need. A brilliant light flashed through the hall, and all of them disappeared. They appeared at the edges of the hallowed domain, inside what looked to be a farm. Noah's interest sharpened immediately, because he had his own farm in the Infiniverse and the cultivation of potent things was a pursuit he genuinely enjoyed. Plots of land stretched across the area, each one filled with terrifyingly potent source herbs, the plants blazing with concentrations of energy that pressed against his perception with the density of things grown in the source lands across long careful cultivation. He walked toward a plot and touched the leaves of a source herb, and its details resolved before him. Source herb primordial essence bloom. A cultivated plant that generates and stores pure primordial essence within its structure. Slow to mature. Extraordinarily valuable. The essence stored within a single mature specimen exceeds what most beings encounter in their entire existence. He turned the leaf between his fingers, filing the plant away as something worth acquiring for the Infiniverse, as Xiao Yun drifted back to his side with inquisitive eyes, Dame Seraphine and Sir William behind them. I need to know you can fight, Dame Seraphine said. And I need to know you can run when running is the correct choice, because a sword who cannot flee a losing situation is a dead sword, and dead swords serve no one. So your first task is simple. She gestured behind the plots of source herbs. Catch that. Noah turned to look behind the plots. There, among the source herbs, were chickens. They were obsidian feathered, each the size of a full-grown man, and there were 9 of them scattered across the surrounding plots, pecking at the source herbs with the entitled leisure of creatures that considered the entire farm their personal feeding ground. Their feathers were a deep glossy obsidian that caught the light. They held their heads high, their movements carrying an unmistakable arrogance, a prideful strut that suggested each one believed itself the most important thing in any space it occupied. They were grand, in their way. Ridiculous and grand at once. Chickens. He had to catch a chicken. He turned to Dame Seraphine dubiously, but her expression remained entirely serious. Then she smiled, mischievous, clearly enjoying something he did not yet understand. "Just some chicken," she said. "Catch one quickly so we can proceed." Noah looked back at the chickens, and the prompts resolved. Designation: Unknown source lifeform. Available detail: the fastest lifeforms in existence. The fastest lifeforms in existence. Noah approached the nearest chicken with caution and confidence of a being who had erased 9/4 scale Ragnars in 9 seconds, but he knew there should be something unique here. He reached for it, and wah! It was no longer there. He had not seen it move. There had been a chicken, obsidian and arrogant, pecking at a source herb, and his hand had closed on the space it occupied, and the space was empty, and the chicken stood 3 meters to the left, regarding him with one flat disdainful eye as though he had done something mildly embarrassing. Noah's brow rose. He reached again, faster. The chicken sidestepped without appearing to hurry, a single unbothered shuffle that put it exactly far enough from his hand to make contact impossible. He lunged. It drifted aside. He swept both arms in a motion that should have cornered it against a plot of source herbs, and it was simply elsewhere, pecking at a different herb, its back turned to him in a display of contempt so complete it bordered on artistry. He could not touch a feather. His amusement curdled into focus. He erupted with his power, the aura of the source barbarian blazing across his frame, and began to seriously pursue them, moving now at speeds that blurred his passage across the farm. Unknown source lifeform, partial detail unlocked through proximity. The entire existence of this lifeform gives off an extremely stable isotope of the primordial source. While it is a version of the primordial source rather than the source itself, it carries unique value. For a young source lifeform whose existence is already bathed in pure primordial essence, absorbing this stable isotope can induce a reaction that may allow them to begin generating their own pure primordial source. Boom! Noah's eyes burned with wonder. Generate his own pure primordial source. Not essence, the precursor he had been flooded with, but the source itself, the destination he had been chasing through every path available to him. He carried high concentrations of pure primordial essence already, amplified 1,000-fold by Seo Yun's blessing, and if absorbing this isotope could induce the reaction, then catching one of these ridiculous chickens was not a test of his ability to be a sword. It was a shortcut toward the single thing he wanted most. He rushed the chickens at full speed. "This looks fun," Seo Yun called, delighted. "Seo Yun wants to try." She joined the chase, and Noah watched in something close to slow motion as her first attempt nearly worked. Her small hands came within a hair of an obsidian tail, closer than he had managed, and the chickens noticed. 3 of them turned their heads toward her with arrogant flat stares, clucking in a cadence that sounded unmistakably like taunting, as if to ask why such a small thing thought it had any business trying. Seo Yun pouted and moved faster. Chapter 5339, Source 2. Her speed climbed, approaching his own, the infinite anomalous source factor in her perhaps already copying something of the chicken's movement, and the 2 of them chased the obsidian birds across the farm in earnest. Noah deployed his causes. The prime cause of tyranny erupted from him, the foundational truth of hierarchy commanding the chickens to be still, to freeze the way he had frozen the final Ragnar. The chickens shrugged it off. They shrugged off tyranny. They pecked at source herbs while the command that had frozen a 4th scale Ragnar washed over them like a mild breeze, and one of them had the audacity to scratch at the dirt with one talon, entirely unbothered. Noah stopped chasing and started thinking. Speed would not catch the fastest lifeforms in existence. Force would not freeze beings that ignored tyranny. So he would not use speed or force. He activated the domain of the Genesis Monarch's principle in miniature, but the farm was not his domain. Instead, he reached for Hamingja, the grand luck of his Einherjar source, the golden light that rewrote surrounding existence to favor him, and rather than chasing a chicken, he simply moved to where existence, favoring him, would cause a chicken to be. HUUM. He did not pursue. He arrived. He let his fortune position his hand at the one coordinate where an arrogant obsidian bird, dodging Seo Yun's enthusiastic lunge, would step backward without looking. His hand closed on obsidian feathers. The chicken squawked in pure outrage, the indignant sound of the fastest lifeform in existence discovering it had been caught not by speed but by luck, and radiant obsidian light flooded into Noah's existence. Absorption initiated. You are absorbing a tremendous amount of the stable isotope of the primordial source from contact with the unknown source lifeform. Reaction confirmed. The high concentrations of pure primordial essence within your existence are sufficient to react with the absorbed isotope. The reaction is beginning to generate your own pure primordial source. Boom! The reaction began deep within Noah's existence, in the place where his foundations held the thousandfold amplified pure primordial essence, and the stable isotope of the primordial source poured into that reservoir and met it. The two did not simply mix. They reacted. The pure primordial essence, the undifferentiated energy of the state before existence chose what it would be, met the isotope of the primordial source, and somewhere in the meeting, something began to differentiate. Something began to become. Noah felt it gather and build, felt the essence and the isotope fold into each other and resolve toward a new thing, and then he sensed it. That obsidian. That glorious sensation. That wonder he had been chasing across every path, through the source lands and the trial and the oath, the thing the Gilded Ones built settlements to inch toward and source lifeforms carried natively and almost no one else ever touched. HUUM. A sliver of obsidian rose within him. A sliver of obsidian primordial source, small, the first fraction of the genuine thing budding into his existence, and the moment it rose it reacted with his Osmantian absolute infinity. The two foundational forces met inside him, infinity that carried his identity and the first sliver of the primordial source, and a booming storm erupted, obsidian and blue and multicolored brilliance shining out from his core as the two forces recognized each other and began something neither had a precedent for. HUUM. Noah's body rose and floated upward, cradled between infinity and the primordial source, and a terrific pillar of brilliant light gushed out of him toward the sky of the hallowed domain, obsidian threaded with blue, threaded with the multicolored expression of everything he was. Milestone, you have accessed the primordial source for the first time. A sliver of genuine primordial source has budded within your existence. An unknown reaction has begun between your infinity and the primordial source. The fundamental weavings of this reaction are too heavy and too unknown to analyze. It cannot be estimated how long the reaction will take to resolve, or what it will produce. This is uncharted. There is no framework to measure it against, because no framework anticipated an existence carrying both your type infinity and the primordial source budding together in this manner, not even something like Seo Yun. Huum. Inside him, a storm beat like a heartbeat. It pulsed, deep and ancient, trying again and again to spark some further reaction, the budding source and the infinity striking against each other in a slow rhythmic effort to ignite something larger. It felt like an ancient heart had begun beating in his foundations for the first time, each beat reaching for a reaction it had not yet achieved, patient and relentless, the start of a process whose end no prompt could predict. His body floated back down to the farm. Seo Yun looked up at him with shining eyes and clapped, delighted, bouncing on her toes at the brilliant light show even though she did not fully grasp what she had just helped him reach. Sir William and Dame Seraphine looked at each other, both of their eyes bright with the recognition of something significant, before Dame Seraphine stepped forward. Her body crackled with power as she moved, the Mesozoic scale pressure she carried billowing outward in waves that pressed across the entire farm. "Okay," she said. "Okay. The final thing for you to be cleared as mission ready is for me to personally judge you myself. Sir William's account told me much. The oath told me more. And now, with the primordial source beginning to bloom inside you, of all things, I find I genuinely want to see it for myself. She raised her radiant obsidian sword. Let us see where you stand. You cannot defeat me, understand that clearly. I am a full scale above you, and that gap is not one your talent closes today. But you do not need to defeat me. We only need to gauge exactly what you are made of, how you fight, how you endure, whether you have the strength to keep yourself alive when existence comes for you. Her obsidian eyes blazed with anticipation, and her smile turned fierce and delighted. This is the special treatment. Billowing waves of power surrounded her, her graceful armored figure becoming gloriously imposing, the suffocating weight of the Mesozoic scale filling the farm until even the obsidian chickens stopped their arrogant pecking and went still. Ha ha! Chapter 5340, Action I. As one of his bodies in the hallowed domain touched the primordial source for the first time and had a terrifying Mesozoic scale source lifeform about to start a spar, all of Noah's existence shifted with it. The change rippled across every body he held distributed throughout existence, the budding primordial source and the unknown reaction it had begun reaching through the whole of what he was. And at this exact moment, with that reaction beating like an ancient heartbeat through his foundations, he was doing something pivotal with another of his bodies, far away, within the brain world observable existence. He floated in the skies above a vast citadel. The Quietus Sylvanus. The citadel rose from the brain world in towers of silver, and the silver was not decoration. It was the amplified ego of Aestia made into architecture, the towers built with a deliberate stillness in their lines, their surfaces carrying a muted gleam that absorbed motion rather than reflecting it. The structures spread across an immense footprint, a civilization rendered in silver and shadow, walkways and spires and vast domed halls arranged with the unhurried confidence of a people who had built across eons and felt no need to hurry. Within it moved millions of gilded ones, their auras a collective hum of Aestia and the other egos that served alongside it. Noah was not above the citadel alone. He had brought Alexander with him, and the two of them were wrapped in the light of his humilitas ego of infinity, imperceptible to everything below, two beings hanging unseen above a city of millions. Noah wore this body in a simple emperor's robe, dark and unadorned, the dignity in it coming from his bearing rather than ornament. Alexander wore the same cut in green and white, the colors of the man he had been before loss had hollowed him. Noah felt the unfathomable changes continuing through his existence as the primordial source budded, and he stared down at the silver citadel and began to speak. Existence moves unfathomably fast, he said. And I love having my own accomplishments. But one does not go through existence alone. It is always better to share in the accomplishments and the disappointments both, with others. I know how you feel after you have faced loss after loss after loss. I know it makes a being want to stop. But that feeling is not an instruction. It is not existence telling you that you cannot do things, that you must do them alone or not at all. He kept his eyes on the citadel. I am not talkative. I am not particularly in tune with emotions, mine or anyone else's, so I will not pretend to know exactly what to say to you. But I can tell you what I personally love about existence. The wonder of it. The sheer ridiculous fact that everything I know today could be altered and changed tomorrow because I learned something new. New life forms. New civilizations. New ways of existing entirely. I thought I knew every herb worth knowing, and today I was exposed to source herbs in the source lands that I had never imagined. I was exposed to beings of power beyond even the fourth scale of existence. I keep being exposed to ideas and weavings I could not have conceived of weeks ago. He paused. The constant change. The exploration. The adventure of it. Existence has so much to offer that it would be a genuine shame to leave it behind just because it is occasionally difficult. Just because it occasionally throws a tremendous weight of adversity at us that tries to break us down. He turned to look at Alexander. I know you carry the same sense of wonder I do. the same love of finding out what you did not know. So I am here, as a friend, to give you a choice. To stand up again, regardless of the adversity. And even if another time comes, even if some future difficulty beats you flat into the ground, stand up again after that one too. Because that is simply what we have to do. That is the whole of it. We stand up again. Noah waved his hand. The Enneagram appeared between them, the treasure Alexander had given him to safeguard, the one holding everything Alexander had left of his family. And beside it, Noah revealed a second object, a square of obsidian with a single golden button set at its center. I'll tell you what I believe about existence, Noah said, his voice carrying the flat certainty of his deepest convictions. Existence does not care whether you give up. It will not reward your surrender with peace, and it will not punish your persistence with anything worse than it was already going to send. So the choice to stop is a choice that costs you everything and buys you nothing. Boom. The only move that has ever made sense to me is to keep going. To refuse. To stand in front of the whole weight of existence and decline to fall down. Not because it is easy. Because the alternative is worse and quieter and ends with you having given existence something it never even asked for. Alexander trembled. He reached out and took the Enneagram in his hands, and the treasure pulsed and shone, crying out gloriously as if it recognized the touch of the one it belonged to, the light within it surging at the return to its rightful owner. Noah looked at the obsidian square with the button. Today, I plan to start a series of actions against the Gilded Ones, he said. This is only the first of them. Ian, my woman from among the Gilded Ones, wishes to change her people. She does not want it to be pure destruction and genocide, and I respect that. But she also understands that it cannot all be sunshine and rainbows. A level of destruction is required, and acceptable, to effect real change. Destruction and decimation are actually required for any significant change to take hold. He looked down at the silver citadel. So today, I start things off with destruction. The place below holds millions of Gilded Ones. And among them are third scale and fourth scale Gilded Ones who were responsible for sending down the ordinances that nuked our observable existence. Today, I wish to return that favor. Boom! Chapter 5341, Action 2. He pushed the obsidian square toward Alexander, and waved his hand to manifest an illusory image above them. An ordnance, burning with infinity. It hung in the air as a massive sphere wrapped in multicolored fire, its surface threaded with the obsidian gold weavings of Noah's power, the 9 prime causes running across it and the apocalypse cause blazing at its heart. It was beautiful in the way that catastrophic things were beautiful, a weapon designed with care, every weaving placed deliberately. This is the Genesis disinheritance, Noah said. The Infiniverse designed it with me, an answer to the ordinances they sent us. It does not kill. It does something the Gilded Ones may find worse. When it detonates, it ravages across the scales of existence of everything it touches and violently rips out all of it. Their civilizations. Their egos. And especially their infinity. It strips a Gilded One of everything they have built across their entire existence and leaves them with only the raw foundations of their bodies, decimating every step of progression they ever made on the scales. He let the weight of it land. And it does not waste what it tears out. All that power, all those weavings pulled from millions of Gilded Ones, is collected. By the Infiniverse, or in this instance, by whoever pushes the button. He turned to Alexander. So, if you wish to take the step, to make the choice to jump back in, this is the most I can give you. A push of a button to decimate many of those responsible, while you devour the weavings of existence of millions of Gilded Ones in the process. Likely only the 4th scale Gilded Ones will be able to resist it. But we can go down personally after the fallout and take care of those ourselves. He held Alexander's eyes. What do you say? H-U-U-M. Alexander's face became fearsome. He took the Enneagram and smashed it into his chest, and the treasure sank into him, and his eyes blazed with returning brilliance as it settled back where it belonged. He touched the place over his heart where it had gone, and he shook his head slowly, something between grief and wonder moving across his features. "I cannot believe I truly gave it away," he said quietly. "That I was so far gone I handed away the only thing I had left." He looked at Noah. "Thank you. Thank you for everything. For holding it. For coming back. For all of it." Then he moved with decisiveness. He reached out and took the Genesis Disinheritance, the obsidian square with its single golden button, and without an ounce of hesitation, without a flicker of the man who had wanted to stop, he pressed it. "Whoom." Noah smiled at the scene as he looked at Alexander. Was he really back? It seemed he might be. There was a steadiness in him now that had not been there before, the steadiness of a being who had stood up again and intended to stay standing. Existence was fun. But it was no fun to go at it alone. Noah had few friends, and he found it genuinely worthwhile to help the few he had when they stumbled. It was, perhaps, one of the only soft things left in him. As he was thinking this, the brain world answered the button. HUUM. Space and dimensions began to crack from below. Unlike the ordinances that had fallen on the lower observable existence from above, descending from the sky onto a defenseless population, the ones the Infiniverse had designed came from beneath. They rose from below the silver citadel of the Quietus Sylvanus, cracking up through the foundations of the brain world toward the millions of gilded ones who had never imagined an attack could come from that direction. And already, Noah could hear them. The roars of vengeance, rising from below, carrying the weight of an entire observable existence's worth of dead, answered at last. Ruination. Ruination observed, and ruination recorded. She existed as her illusory form of churning infinity lines above the Quietus Sylvanus, present through her master's body, and she turned her full attention to the event unfolding below with the cold thoroughness she brought to everything worth measuring. This was worth measuring. The Genesis Disinheritance had been designed in collaboration between her master and the Infiniverse, and she had contributed to the weavings herself. Now she would watch the design meet reality, and she would record every part of how it performed. The Genesis Disinheritance deployment confirmed. Detonation sequence initiating from below the citadel. Estimated yield, total saturation of the Quietus Sylvanus. The ordnances rose by the thousands. They came up through the foundations of the brain world beneath the silver citadel, cracking dimensions as they ascended, each one a sphere of multicolored fire wrapped in obsidian gold weavings, and they smashed into the Quietus Sylvanus from underneath. The silver towers of amplified Aestia, the domed halls, the spires built across eons by a civilization that valued stillness, all of it took the impact from a direction no defense had been oriented toward. Nothing had been built to repel an apocalypse rising from the ground beneath their feet. And why would there be any defenses against bounded lifeforms who did not even know they existed, and they no longer had any cognizance as they moved as dredges? Boom! Detonations began as fires of Osmantian absolute infinity began to rage. This was the part ruination recorded with the most attention, because this was the part that mattered. The explosions were not explosions in the way the Gilded Ones would have understood them. The fire was real, and it ravaged the silver architecture, but the true mechanism rode beneath the fire. The authority of the infinite cause and the prime cause of apocalypse, the foundational weight of her master and the Infiniverse, tore through the Quietus Sylvanus and reached into every Gilded One it touched. It did not burn them. It unmade their progression. The apocalypse cause expressed its truth across their scales of existence, ravaging from their highest attainments downward, and as it passed through them, it ripped out everything they had built. Ruination watched a Superbious Gilded One in the upper towers, a Devonian Paleozoic third-scale being of considerable standing, attempt to raise his ego against the wave. His amplified Superbious pride flared, the engineered confidence of his entire existence rising to meet the threat. It was extracted from him. Subject: Third scale Superbius Gilded One. Defensive ego response initiated. Outcome: the ego itself has been identified as extractable material and removed. Subject's amplified Superbius ego, integrated civilizations, observable force, and infinity are being pulled from his foundations. Subject is reduced to the raw foundation of his body, stripped of all progression. It happened across the citadel simultaneously. Chapter 5342, Action 3. Ruination tracked it as a cascade, the wave of authority sweeping through the Quietus Sylvanus and reaching into the millions of gilded ones within it, and one after another, in numbers too vast to record individually, they were emptied. Their infinity, the foundation of their power, torn out. Their amplified egos, the Superbius pride and the Aestia ego stillness and the scattered luxuria that had been cultivated for pleasure, pulled free. Their observable force, their civilizations, the full accumulated weight of their existences, extracted in the storm of the detonation. The third scale being's defenses, formidable against any conventional assault, could not stop authority that operated beneath the level their defenses were built to address. They flared, and they failed, and their wielders were hollowed. Progress: 40% of Citadel population stripped. 60%. 75%. 90%. The defensive capabilities of third scale beings are confirmed insufficient against the deployed authority. They cannot stop it. They can only experience it. Final assessment of population effect: 99% of all gilded ones within the Quietus Sylvanus have been stripped of power, egos, observable force, and infinity. They survive as bodies reduced to raw foundation, their progression on the scales of existence decimated entirely. Ruination noted the survivors with precision. Survivors of full extraction, 59 fourth scale gilded ones. The authority reached them and extracted a vast portion of their infinity, but their power remained standing. Fourth scale standing, with its Akashic civilizational intent, was sufficient to resist total stripping. Then Ruination turned her attention upward, toward her master and the man beside him. Above the ravaged citadel, where Noah and Alexander floated wrapped in the humilitas ego of infinity, the extracted power was arriving. It came up from the Quietus Sylvanus in seas. Seas of weavings of existence, the torn records of millions of gilded lives. Seas of golden observable force. Seas of infinity, the foundational power of millions, flowing upward in shimmering currents. And the amplified egos, the Superbius pride of countless prideful beings and the Aestia stillness of countless slothful ones and the few luxuria egos and other egos, all of it rising together, all of it pulled from the millions below. And all of it flowed to Alexander. The man who had wanted to stop, who had given away the last treasure of his family, who had been talked back from the edge by a being who claimed to be bad at emotions, stood above a decimated citadel and received the extracted power of millions of gilded ones into himself, the seas of weavings pouring into him, his existence drinking in everything the Genesis disinheritance had torn free. Her master had given him this at the push of a button. The decimation of those responsible for the ordinances that had nuked their observable existence, and the devouring of millions worth of stolen power, handed to a friend who had stumbled, as a reason to stand back up. Ruination held the full record of it as a gilded citadel burned with mushroom clouds of infinity. Her master was always so thoughtful of others. In the Infiniverse, as another of his bodies nuked a citadel of gilded ones across the brain world, Noah sat beside the humanoid manifestation of the Infiniverse on the early veiled shore. He looked at her, and between them he waved his hand to reveal a small budding sliver of obsidian brilliance. The primordial source. They had been chasing this for some time. In all of existence, there were two main authorities, infinity and the primordial source, and every entity that ever climbed reached toward one or the other. More often than not, a being held only one. Infinity ran through the infinite lifeforms and through beings like himself who had grasped it across long effort. The primordial source ran through the source lifeforms, native to them, present at their emergence. He had encountered exactly one existence who held both as a foundation, Seo-yun, the progeny of an infinite lifeform and a source lifeform, and her dual nature was rare enough that the frameworks of existence had no comfortable category for it. At a structural level, the mixing of these two grand authorities was unfathomable. At a structural level, as the basis of one's foundation, source lifeforms could still utilize and did utilize infinity still. Noah turned the question over the way he turned over every question that touched on the foundations of power. The Gilded Ones amplified their emotions and their egos specifically to handle infinity without going mad, the engineered pride or wrath or sloth giving them a stable framework to hold an authority that would otherwise unmake a mind. The source lifeforms held the primordial source, and he wondered whether the source itself gave them a resistance to the madness of infinity, a different foundation that did not require the engineering the Gilded Ones relied on. And then there were the infinite lifeforms. Were they mad? Were they made entirely of infinity, with no identity left to lose? He had his own answer for infinity, and the answer was his identity. Osmantian absolute infinity. He had put his identity first and absolute infinity second, deliberately, refusing the version of absolute infinity that dissolved the self into a state of infinite perfection. He suspected the infinite lifeform sat below the threshold, holding infinity without crossing into the absolute state that would have taken their cognizance for perfection. Many questions. Few answers. But at this moment, he had grasped the primordial source, and grasping it meant he had not done it alone. Whatever he held, the infiniverse would hold too. She was already an astounding construct, a weaving of existence built on a glorious cause and infinity at her base. He wondered what she would become with the primordial source behind her as well. Noah cradled the sliver of the primordial source in his hand. We came from a landmass floating in the skies of an apartment's dying world, and we grew into an observable existence, he said to her. If the primordial source flows through you, will you remain an observable existence? Or will you get closer to the qualities of the regions and domains I saw in the source lands? He looked at the sliver. We do not truly understand the primordial source. We grasped it moments ago. We have to learn it now, the way we learned everything else. He had obtained infinity, or a semblance of it, years ago when he first cast fireballs behind a dying apartment complex, and only recently had he obtained absolute infinity and truly grasped what the authority meant. The primordial source would be the same. He had connected himself to it. Now he had to understand exactly what he had connected himself to. So, let it flow, he said. H-U-U-M. From his hand, he gave the primordial source through his connection to the infiniverse. She grasped it. Her fair hands turned obsidian, the color climbing her arms, and an instant later her entire figure had turned to scintillating radiant obsidian, the manifestation of an observable existence taking the primordial source into her foundations. She looked at her master with decisive eyes, and a thought moved through her that she did not voice aloud. She would become something out of his wildest dreams. She would make sure of it. Chapter 53-43, Action 4. Back in the brain world observable existence, Noah gazed at Alexander. He sensed his friend's existence changing rapidly. The Enneagram embedded in Alexander's chest was absorbing and filtering everything that came pouring in, the seas of extracted weavings from millions of Gilded Ones, refining the raw torn power before it bathed Alexander's existence. Alexander bent down with tremendous effort, the incoming flood overwhelming, his body straining to contain the power of millions without coming apart at the foundations. By the time the absorption settled, the refined power Alexander had taken in would be more than sufficient for a grand foundation across Vakachev's scales of existence, enough that he would soon be readying himself to form his own Akashic civilizational intent, or at least Noah believed. Noah did not yet have his infinite scales prepared for others to walk. He could steer Alexander toward that path later, once he had finalized and opened it. For now, Vakachev's scales would serve the man well. But as he watched Alexander struggle to contain the power without exploding, Alexander raised his head. "What?" he asked, voice strained but defiant, "else do you have planned?" Boom! His eyes were filled with defiance and a bloody peace. The peacemaker might truly be back. Noah smiled. "Next is a revolution," he said. "I have a Luxuria body that I plan to elevate among the Gilded Ones, to make into a ruler of the Luxuria, the ones who have been used as pleasure sacks for eons. There is a crazy emotional lifeform who wants to help out there. With my Luxuria ego of infinity, I can influence them easily and have them follow me, and I will start systematically fracturing the structure of the Gilded Ones in this observable existence. Luxuria will rise against Superbius and all the rest, and from there, I will see." He shrugged faintly. "A lot of my plans form as things change. But for now." Noah gazed down. Below, mushroom clouds of infinity rose from the decimated citadel, the silver towers of the Quietus Sylvanus broken and smoking, the structures of an advanced civilization reduced to rubble. The stripped Gilded Ones roared in rage among the ruins, millions of them reduced to the raw foundations of their bodies, their power torn away. And among them moved the more dangerous ones, the 59 4th-scale Gilded Ones who had survived the extraction with their power still standing, their Akashic civilizational intents beginning to rise as they searched for who had done this. He had a few seconds. Less than a minute, perhaps, before heavy reinforcements arrived. He did not yet have the capability to face a 5th-scale Gilded One, and if the Magnus Aurora deployed such a being, or if the brain world held them in numbers, this body would be in genuine danger. He did not know how many Mesozoic scale beings the brain world held. So, Noah's body erupted with the aura of the Source Barbarian, and he made himself visible. The instant he appeared, multiple intents from the decimated citadel locked onto him, the surviving 4th-scale Gilded Ones finding the source of their ruin. Noah's figure transformed, growing titanic, his form rising in the skies above the Quietus Sylvanus until he loomed imposing over the rubble, and he gazed down coldly at the rising Akashic civilizational intents. Inside him, the primordial source budded, his entire existence at the precipice of a change he did not yet understand. His other body was about to begin a spar against a Mesozoic scale being. In the face of all of that, what were these 4th-scale Gilded Ones? He assessed their intents and found them manageable. First and second rarity, almost all of them Naiad and Nereid intents. Only one among the 59 carried a third rarity Titan intent. There were hundreds of citadels like this across the immensely vast brain world observable existence. Today he was starting with one. The Gilded Ones were truly powerful, and he respected that, but he would strip the ones within this observable existence step by step, citadel by citadel, until the structure that had nuked his home was a structure no longer. For now, as he faced the intents rising below, his existence placed even more of its focus elsewhere. Because at this moment, in the hallowed domain, Dame Seraphine was expressing a terrifying intent. In the hallowed domain, Noah gazed at Dame Seraphine as she unleashed her Akashic civilizational intent, and it was shockingly not of the third rarity. It had to be the fourth. It had to be an Olympian intent. "To me," she said, her voice carrying across the farm, 4th-scale entities, with all their power and all their pride, may as well be children standing against an adult. It is not arrogance to say it. It is simply where the scales place us." She regarded him with calm amusement. "So I will only unleash my intent as a handicap. I will not use my power at the Mesozoic scale at all. That would teach us nothing except how quickly you can be ended, and the point is not to end you. The point is, to see you." As she spoke, the armor and sword she held floated away from her. The metallic plating broke apart easily, the pieces separating and drifting up and behind her, the radiant obsidian sword rising with them, and underneath the armor was a figure that made the farm's air feel different. She was wrapped in obsidian gold cloth, her existence burning with a terrifying concentration of the primordial source, her intent unfurling around her as it began to express. Her figure was astonishing, graceful, and full, her curves and her full chest and the elegant line of her back revealed beneath the obsidian gold wrapping, a being of genuine beauty beneath the armor that had concealed it. Curvaceous. She released her aura, and smiled, brutal and bright. I have released a bit of myself, and allowed you to see, she said. Are you ready? Allowed him to see. Yes. He could see more of her now. Source Lifeforms Expanded Assessment unlocked. Designation: Dame Seraphine, the Knighting Sword. Vakachev's fifth scale of existence, the Mesozoic scale. Akashic civilizational intent, the sovereign origin. Fourth rarity: Olympian intent. Distinction: an intent related to origins and sources. The sovereign origin imposes the record that all things trace back to a beginning, and that the one who holds the origin holds authority over what descends from it. Where the intent is exerted, existence reorganizes to acknowledge Dame Seraphine as a point of origin, and that which she designates as descending from her becomes subject to her as a matter of foundational law. As an Olympian intent, it does not merely impose her record on existence. Existence reorganizes around it as a governing principle, treating her origin authority as a rule the surrounding reality obeys. Practical effect: within the reach of the sovereign origin, Dame Seraphine can assert herself as the origin of forces, capabilities, and even existences present, partially severing them from their true source and rendering them subject to her. Against a being whose power traces to its own origin, the intent contests for ownership of that origin itself. Assessment: exceptionally dangerous. This is an Olympian rarity intent wielded by a Mesozoic scale being who has chosen to express only the intent as a handicap. Even handicapped, the gap remains severe. Noah looked at the gorgeous, terrifying being standing in the farm, an Olympian intent unfurling around her as a handicap, and felt his existence sharpen with the specific anticipation he only ever felt facing something he could genuinely learn from. Chapter 5344, Origin I. Sioyan watched Mr. Noah stand against the scary source lady, and she saw everything beneath the surface. This was simply how she saw. Where others looked at a lifeform and saw a body, a face, a shape, Sioyan saw the lines. Every existence presented itself to her as boundless threads of its authorities, the deep structure of what a being actually was laid bare beneath the surface that everyone else mistook for the whole. She had always seen this way. She did not remember ever seeing differently. The gentleman knight, Sir William, showed her clean obsidian lines of the primordial source, ordered and disciplined, woven through with the dignity that was his whole record. The scary source lady showed her something far denser, obsidian lines so concentrated and so deep that looking too closely at them made Sioyan's perception ache, the threads of a being who sat a full scale above the gentleman knight and did not bother to hide it. But out of all the ones she had seen, Mr. Noah was the most unique. When she first looked at him, back in the dying storm she had held for so long, she had seen boundless multicolored lines of infinity wrapped together around a complex source of existence, the threads denser and more tangled than any infinite lifeform she had glimpsed in her father's heritage memories. And moments ago, when he grasped the primordial source, lines of obsidian brilliance had begun to flow within him too, and they were twisting and wriggling against his infinity in a way that even she could not fully understand. That was the strange part. She understood a tremendous amount about infinity and the primordial source. Her mother and father had been beings of exactly those two distinctions, and she had inherited the sight that came with both. And still, what was happening inside Mr. Noah did not resolve cleanly for her. She thought, sometimes, about how badly most lifeforms misunderstood infinity. Most of them treated it as a thing to reach toward, a vast ocean of power they could draw from if they were strong enough, a resource. They reached for it the way a thirsty creature reached for water, hoping to take some into themselves without being swept away. That was why the Gilded Ones built their negative egos, to keep from drowning. That was why so many went mad. They thought infinity was something to hold. Even infinite lifeforms, many of them held both negative and positive egos amplified to keep their identities, but many still did not understand. Seo Yun understood it differently. Infinity was not a thing you held. Infinity was a thing you became, and the only question that mattered was whether you stayed yourself while becoming it or whether it ate you. Most beings got eaten. They reached for the ocean and the ocean simply made them part of itself, and they called the drowning enlightenment because they were no longer present to know better. The strong ones did not reach for infinity at all. They made infinity reach for them. They became so completely themselves that infinity had no choice but to organize around their identity, and then they owned it, the way a king owned a kingdom that existed to express his will. That was the truth of it. Mr. Noah understood infinity the way she did. Maybe better. She could see his very being, and what he stood for, fully integrated and incorporated with the multicolored lines, his identity not floating in the infinity but forming its spine. He had made infinity reach for him. And now he was doing the same impossible thing with the primordial source, forcing two authorities that almost never mixed to twist together around the spine of who he was. And right now, he stood against Dame Seraphine. The scary source lady moved calmly. That was the part that frightened Seo Yun more than any display of power would have. Dame Seraphine simply walked, taking unhurried steps toward Mr. Noah, her Olympian intent wrapped around her figure like a still pond that did not ripple, and yet with every step she took, it felt like Mr. Noah was facing a terrible weight that could crush him at any moment. There was no rush in her. There was only the certainty of a being who had already decided how this would go. Seo Yun clenched her tiny fists. She wondered if she should help. Mr. Noah was the only person who had helped her in all those years. The only one who had come. He had made a pinky promise, and her ama always kept her promises, so Mr. Noah had to keep his too, and that meant Seo Yun should help him keep it. But she understood, watching, that this was a spar. A test. Mr. Noah was not in danger of dying, only of being beaten, and there was a difference, and helping would ruin whatever it was he was trying to prove. So she held her fists clenched and did nothing. Dame Seraphine swung her hand. She did it gracefully, almost lazily, her arm carrying down through the air with her terrifying intent wrapped around it, and Seo Yun watched the whole thing slow down. With tremendous effort, Mr. Noah's entire existence surrounded itself with an aura Seo Yun had seen before, the obsidian gold blaze, and it was that aura he threw up to stand against the intent of a Mesozoic scale being. In the beginning, he swung his own arms, his aura trailing them, or he tried to move sideways to slip the blow. It did not matter. The scary source lady was too much. Every time she hit him, his entire body smashed backward across the farm, and he only steadied himself after several stumbling steps, digging in to stop his own momentum. And every time, his face stayed the same. Warlike. Tyrannical. The face of a being who had decided he would return to an enemy he could not defeat for as long as it took. He came back. She hit him. He flew. He returned. She hit him again. Seo Yun watched it like a dance performed in slow motion. The two of them traded movements that were beautiful in a brutal way, Dame Seraphine's graceful descending swings and Mr. Noah's aura-wrapped arms rising to meet them, the swing and the block and the impact and the long skid backward, over and over, a rhythm forming between them. Dame Seraphine stayed calm throughout, as if she were only stretching, only passing time. Mr. Noah looked like he was fighting for his life, and perhaps he was, in the way that mattered to him. As she pushed him, Dame Seraphine spoke, and her words came as calmly as her swings. The primordial source, she said, hitting him again, sending him sliding back through a plot of source herbs. Even those of us born with it do not fully know how to use it. Do you understand that? I am Mesozoic scale, and I have grasped only a small portion of what the primordial source actually is. The primordial tongue is more unfathomable still. Only Vakachev himself can claim to know all of it. She advanced. But the primordial source alone, if a life form learns to truly integrate it into their existence, into their intent, into their civilization, it makes everything express itself toward its true source. Its origin. Everything reaches back toward where it began, and the one who holds the origin holds everything that descends from it. Boom! Chapter 53-45, Origin 2. She hammered him again with nothing but a graceful swing of her arm, and as her words and her intent washed over him, Seo-yun's eyes sharpened. Because she saw what the scary source lady was actually doing. She was sending musings and comprehension of the primordial source to Mr. Noah through her intent. Threading understanding into the blows themselves. Seo-yun went still with surprise, because she knew exactly how hard that was. This was not information. Information was easy, you could simply tell someone a thing. What Dame Seraphine was passing through her intent was comprehension, the lived understanding of an unfathomable authority, the kind of thing that normally took eons to develop and could not simply be handed over. It was something so much more valuable than information that calling it teaching felt too small. The scary source lady was beating Mr. Noah and teaching him at the same time. And as the spar continued, Seo-yun focused on Mr. Noah, and she saw the change. The primordial essence within his existence flashed brilliantly and began to build, concentrating, climbing toward a terrifying density, and in that brief stretch of seconds, Seo-yun felt like she could peek inside him and see something extraordinary. Letters. Letters of the primordial tongue, being uttered inside him, fortifying his existence, refining and increasing his concentration of the primordial source. Every second. She could swear she felt letters used every single second, an unbroken rhythm of utterance threaded so deep into him that it ran beneath everything else he did. Who uttered the primordial tongue every second? On the third second, it resolved. Boom! Mr. Noah's arms became covered in obsidian brilliance, and then they became entirely obsidian, as though they had been forged from obsidian metal, obsidian embers burning along their edges. The aura he wielded grew more concentrated, denser, grander, the comprehension Dame Seraphine had been feeding him integrating with his own constant utterances into something new. And when the scary source lady swung her arm down again, carrying her Olympian intent. Boom! Mr. Noah did not move. He was not smashed backward. He stood his ground, his forged obsidian arms holding against the swing of a Mesozoic scale being, his feet planted, his face fierce and unbowed. Oh! Seo-yun broke into a brilliant smile and clapped her small hands together, bouncing on her toes. Beat her down, she cheered. Smash her, Mr. Noah. Smash her. Dame Seraphine raised her brows at the cheering, annoyance across her calm features. Then she moved faster than even Seo-yun could follow. She used her leg this time, her intent wrapping around it, and she pivoted and kicked sideways, and the kick arrived before Seo-yun's sight had finished tracking the start of it. Boom! Mr. Noah was flung across the entire farm and smashed down onto a distant plot of source herbs, a crater blooming at the center where his body landed. Seo-yun's cheers died in her throat. Mr. Noah! She took a step toward the distant crater. Noah lay in the crater at the center of a plot of source herbs, and Seo-yun was on his chest. She had crossed the farm and reached him before he had finished registering that he had landed, and now she sat on his chest with her small hands pressed against him, looking down at his face with an expression of pure worry, the fierceness of her earlier cheering entirely gone. Existential pressure analysis. Your existence has been pressured significantly by Dame Seraphine's Olympian intent. Under this pressure, you have managed to partially integrate your budding the primordial source into the aura of the source barbarian. The integration currently extends to your hands, allowing them to express the primordial source alongside the rest of the aura. This is meaningful progress. The comprehension Dame Seraphine threaded through her attacks accelerated an integration that would otherwise have taken considerably longer. He read the prompts and found the result acceptable. Better than acceptable. He had walked into this spar unable to express the primordial source at all, and he was walking out of it, or being kicked out of it, with the source integrated into his hands. He reached up and patted Seo Yun's head. "I'm okay," he said. "Really? This is just how she's teaching." Her worry eased a fraction, and he sat up, lifting her gently and setting her down on the edge of the crater before he rose to his feet. He took a step back toward Dame Seraphine, who stood across the farm watching him with a stern expression, her Olympian intent still wrapped around her astonishing figure. "It seems you can handle things a bit," she said. "So I will unleash a bit more of my intent now, without worrying about killing you instantly with it." Her obsidian eyes held his. "Hang in there. And persevere." Boom! A terrifying storm of obsidian radiance flashed from her, far too quickly for him to track. He did not see it move. He only felt it arrive, and that was all. Warning: a terrifying intent has overtaken your existence. You have fallen into an illusion generated by the sovereign origin. The Olympian intent, which questions the origins and sources of all it touches, has constructed an illusion drawn from your own origins. The illusion has taken the form of an existence connected to where you began. An existence connected to his origins. Everything faded around him. The farm, the source herbs, Seo Yun, all of it dissolved into darkness, and the darkness took him, and the next thing he felt was a fist smashing into his jaw. Boom! His body flew backward. When he focused and steadied himself and looked to see what had hit him, there was only endless obsidian all around him, a void with no features, and a single life form standing in it. Seeing the life form changed his expression. He really did not want to see that face. His father. Eric Osmont. The manifestation that the sovereign origin had pulled from his origins was his father, shrouded in the obsidian light of Dame Seraphine's intent. Eric stood burly and titanic in the illusion, larger than he had been in life, but the beer belly was still there, still hanging over his belt, and the expression was the one Noah remembered from every day of his childhood. Annoyed. Disappointed. Ill-tempered and ready to turn cruel at the smallest excuse, exactly the way the man had always been. "You were a mistake," his father said. The voice landed somewhere old in Noah, somewhere from before fireballs and causes and observable existences. "I told your mother not to keep you. We couldn't afford a baby. We were barely scraping by as it was, barely making rent, barely eating, and she looked at all that and decided to keep you anyway." Eric's face twisted. Because of that choice, the rift between us grew. Bigger and bigger every year. I turned to drinking. I turned to worse. All of it, every bit of it, because of you. You were a fucking mistake, boy, and I said so from the start. Boom! Chapter 5346, Origin 3. His father moved with the dominating presence Noah remembered, and stomped down. Noah felt his existence constrict all around him, and in this illusion, he could not reach his power. All of it was far too real. He grasped for infinity and found a wall. He reached for the aura of the source barbarian and found nothing. The intent had sealed him into the body and the helplessness of who he had been. Boom! His father's foot caved in his chest, and he spat crimson gold blood, his ribs cracking under the weight. Eric stepped down harder, grinding his foot against Noah's chest, and looked down coldly. "Look at you. Supposed to be the big bad emperor now. Countless beings looking up to you. Whole civilizations bowing. And none of them know how much of a fraud you really are. None of them know what a loser I raised. None of them know how many times you got beaten in that apartment, how many slaps, how many of my fists." He smiled, slow and cruel. "Does this bring back memories, my boy?" Boom! "All these women you keep picking up, why so fucking many? You think you'll be less of a loser the more women you have? You'll still be the same fucking loser even if you get 1,000. You will still be that loser stuck in his room with barely any friends. The void you have, none of them will fill it. Boom. I only had your mother, and I am still a bigger man than you. Well, I cheated here and there, but so what? You made things miserable in that house, you fucking mistake. His father crouched and began to punch him, and Noah looked up coldly. Boom. A fist landed across his face, carrying Dame Seraphine's intent behind it, and Noah's head snapped sideways, blood and a Hadean tooth flying from his mouth. He turned his head back and looked at his father defiantly. Eric smiled wider, laughed, and threw another punch, and another, settling into the cruel rhythm of a man who had done this many times and had enjoyed it every time. They say existence is adversity, Eric said between blows, conversational, almost warm in his cruelty. Well, I must have been very good adversity for you, then. Wasn't I helpful? I was your adversity. I forged you into what you are now, every slap a hammer blow, every beating shaping the metal. You can't escape that. You can't escape me. Boom. Another punch. You saved your mother from the apocalypse. Pulled her right out. But not me. Why not me, boy? You left me to die down there in the claws of weak rank F beasts. What kind of son leaves his father to die just because the old man knocked him around a little? What a horrible fucking son you are. Is blood not thicker than water? Do you care nothing for blood at all? Was all of it fake? Boom. You know I'll never meet my grandson now, Eric continued, punching. Little Henry. You think he looks up to you? Not long ago you put that boy through adversity yourself. Almost beat him the way I used to beat you. He probably hates you, but is too fearful to even look at you. You have so much time in existence, you can fucking dilate time itself, but how much of it do you spend with him? None of it. Like father, like son, eh? Like father, like son. He laughed. Boom. 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 Punches and blood spattered all around. You think you can outrun me? Outlive my memory? My impact on you? I'll haunt you every day of your life, you useless sack of my DNA. That's all you ever were. That's all you are now, under the robes and the titles. Your mother, you named her the origin of your infinite cause. Yes? But she's only half the puzzle. It took two to make you, you mistake. I'm part of your cause too. I'm part of your origin. So where's my power? Where's my due? I want my fucking due. Boom. He grew angrier, pummeling Noah's head, and Noah's facial muscles deformed under the blows, his ears ringing, his vision cutting in and out. All he could hear was the rhythm of it. You were a mistake. Boom. You should never have been born. Boom. You are a fraud. Boom. Fluum. The ringing grew louder and louder, everything threatening to fade, and Noah could feel it, the illusion pressing toward the point where it would take him completely. But even as all of it happened, his existence burned with boundless quintessence and tyranny. Quintessence that now seemed an inviolable part of himself. Dumb. His heart began to beat faster. He was a mistake? He was a fraud? He. Boom. Infinity surged first, the way it always had, the way it had in a dying apartment when he had nothing else. Multicolored brilliance. Osmantian absolute infinity. Quintessence infiniforce. All of it his, all of it organized around his identity, blooming across him as the aura of the source barbarian blazed back to life through the seal the intent had placed on him. An instant later, obsidian brilliance flared, and the primordial source surged into his hands. His hands, burning with infinity and the primordial source, rose and caught his father's swings, stopping the fists cold. And Noah rose with them, ferociously, surging up off the ground, and he drove his forehead into his father's face, cracking the man's skull with the headbutt. Boom! Noah jumped to his feet. He walked toward his stumbling father, tendrils of infinity and the primordial source crackling off his frame, his obsidian-burning hands held loose at his sides, and he spoke with the cold grand certainty of a being who had thought all of this through a long time ago. "You want to talk about origins?" "Okay," he said. "You think being half the biology that made me gives you a claim on what I built? It doesn't. An origin is not a debt. A father is not owed his child's life just for having been present at the start of it. You were the conditions I started in. The adversity, like you said. And adversity does not get credit for what the thing surviving it becomes." Boom! The storm does not own the ship that crossed it. You were weather, Eric. Just some bad fucking weather. And I sailed through you, and what I built on the other side is mine. You were an abusive piece of shit that took your anger out on anyone smaller. That's all you were. Angry you couldn't make anything of yourself. Angry knowing your son saw you for the loser that you were. You probably heard me praying to never turn out like you. HUUM. He took another step. I will never be like you. Not in any way that counts. You looked at a child you helped make and saw a mistake. I look at my child, and I would unmake existence before I let it have him. His father roared and swung his fists, buzzing with Dame Seraphine's intent, and Noah evaded them. He did not decide to. His body moved on its own, his infinity and his Hadean pillar of infinity taking control, instinct carrying him aside from each blow with the calm economy of a being who had stopped needing to think about combat at this level. He weaved, unhurried, letting the deepest layers of what he was do the work, and then he threw his hand, burning with infinity and obsidian tendrils of the primordial source, into his father's gut. Boom! The illusion of Eric Osmont folded over the blow, kneeling, spitting blood. And Noah began to beat the illusion down, because he had affirmed his origin. He knew his source. He had declared his cause with his own will, and an illusion conjured by an intent was not going to revise that for him. My infinite cause is my cause, he said, driving his fist down. I can deem its origin whoever I damn well wish. I chose my mother. That was a choice, mine, and it stands because I say it fucking stands. If I cut you off, you are cut off. You receive nothing. You have nothing due. You are due nothing. Boom. Chapter 53:47, Genesis I. His father smiled through the blood, brutal, and laughed. Ha ha. Semantics, Eric spat. Pretty words. They don't change the fact, boy. This illusion gave me life more than you fucking realize as your origin, your source is critical. You have to answer. You have to. HUUM. You can't escape me. You will never escape me, not if you live for millions of years, not for billions. I am part of your cause. Part of your history. Part of your origin whether you draw the power from me or not. He grinned wider, red running down his chin. You have my fucking name. I gave you that. Osmont. My name. You etch it across existence, you make it grand, you make beings tremble at it, and it is still my name writing on top of everything you do. You will never escape that. Even your infinity is named after me. Osmont. Osmont. My name. HUUM. And my boy. With my name, you will fail. Just like your old man. The higher you climb, the further you fall, and you will fall, and you will die barren of anything that lasts. Alone, under the claws of some beast. It doesn't matter if it is F-rank beast or a gilded, source, or primeval beast. You will die. Just like me. Just like me. Boom. I ain't afraid to die. HUUM. And my name is mine, and mine alone. Boom. Noah roared it back at his father's brutal words, and his hands, burning pure obsidian now like two massive pillars of molten metal, smashed down and pulverized the illusion of Eric Osmond into nothing. He was not afraid to die. He had never, once, in all of it, been afraid to die. The only was ever becoming someone like his father. But as paradoxical as it was, he was not afraid. He was not afraid. Noah knelt in the empty space of the illusion, breathing heavily, his knees on a floor that was not there, and he raised his head and roared, his muscles undulating across his frame, his jaw and his eyes vibrating with the immensity pouring through him. His expression was heavy and tyrannical and full of an anger that had nowhere clean to go. The higher one climbed, the harder things became. Things never got easy just because he grew more powerful. They only got harder, because more power meant more responsibility, and more responsibility meant he could not afford to fail. It was not a floating landmass depending on him anymore. It was not a single wheel of existence. It was an observable existence. Two of them now. It was heavy. His father's words rang in his mind as the illusion faded and fractured around him, the obsidian void coming apart. Illusion successfully broken. Your origin has been affirmed to yourself under the pressure of an Olympian intent. The sovereign origin questioned your source and you answered it. This affirmation is recorded in your existence. Externally, Noah's body knelt in the crater on the farm, his hands still burning with obsidian light, and a terrifying influx of brutal multicolored infinity surged around him, churning, the residue of what it had taken to break free. He raised his head and looked coldly toward Dame Seraphine. She looked back at him with an apologetic expression. I am sorry, she said, and the fifth scale being meant it. I did not realize the intent would reach for a painful memory. I do not see what a being sees inside the sovereign origin, only that it draws from their origins. I understand that what you saw was not pleasant. I would not have chosen it for you deliberately. A being a full scale above him, apologizing. Noah's anger cooled, somewhat, slowly. He let the infinity settle around him, let the obsidian fade from his hands, and rose from the crater. Dame Seraphine looked at him seriously. All right, she said. You can run, and you can defend yourself, and you can stand back up from something that put you down. That is what I needed to see. She nodded once. You are cleared and mission ready. He was cleared, she said. But he did not focus on Dame Seraphine, because within his existence the change chugged along fully and gloriously, and he turned his attention instead to another of his bodies, the one resting on the early veiled shore. In the Infiniverse, on a beach of golden sands, the humanoid manifestation of the Infiniverse hugged Noah from behind. Tears of infinity fell from her face, dropping onto his shoulder and dissolving into light, and her voice came soft and pained against his back. I am sorry for those memories, she said. Master has never shared those memories. Not with me. Not with anyone. I did not know they were inside you, and I am sorry you had to see them brought out by that being's intent. HUUM. Noah looked down at his hands. They were shaking slightly, a faint tremor he could not quite still, the residue of the illusion that was far too real and the power of a Mesozoic scale being in the face of a man he had spent his whole existence climbing away from. The illusion had been genuinely unpleasant. He reached up and held the Infiniverse's hands where they wrapped around him. It is just the past, he said calmly. The future matters more than any of it. I am trying not to let that man have any more impact on my existence than he already had. I have spent a long time reducing the space he takes up in me, and I would like the version of him I saw today to be the last version I ever see. But it is okay. Really. It is over and it is behind me, and that is where it stays. Infinity and the primordial source flowed into his hands, and the shaking stopped. He looked at himself, feeling the budding changes ebbing and flowing through his existence, and what he felt at this moment, more than anything, was closure. The illusion had asked him to look at his origin, and he had looked, and he had answered, and the answer had held. He felt like he could move forward now. So he did. On this day, he said, I will consider my first infinite scale of existence complete. HUUM. His existence began to flow with a terrifying mixture of power, the infinity and the primordial source within him continuing to ebb and flow against each other, twisting together. He had expected, on some level, for this to resolve quickly. Most of his major milestones did. His whole existence was built on rapidity, on moving through stages of power faster than any being he knew, the path of infinity carrying him across thresholds that should have taken eons. But this time, he could feel instinctively that even for him, the resolution would not be quick. Whatever transformation his unique infinity and his newly grasped primordial source were inducing together, it was deep enough and unknown enough that he might be waiting a considerable while for it to finish. The two authorities were not simply layering. They were reacting, and the reaction had no precedent for him to measure against, and reactions without precedent took their own time. That did not mean he would refuse to enjoy this milestone. He had access to the primordial source now. After everything, after all the paths, he had touched the thing. It was a unique sensation. For all these days and weeks and months, infinity had coursed through his existence as the foundation of everything, multicolored and boundless, organized around his identity. Now the primordial source coursed through him alongside it, and it felt different. Where infinity felt like an ocean he had taught to flow in his shape, the primordial source felt older, heavier, the obsidian weight of something foundational, less an ocean than bedrock, the substance reality itself was poured onto before it set. He focused on his utterance of the letters of the primordial tongue, and noticed what he had been noticing since the chicken trial. Their effectiveness had shot up to an unimaginable level. They had already been terrifying, each one elevated to a prime letter, resounding through his existence every single second. But since he obtained the primordial source, every utterance did something new. Before, Persevere and Excellissimi had refined his existence broadly, reinforcing and elevating everything he was. Now, every time he uttered them, they specifically increased the concentration of the slivers of obsidian primordial source within him. The primordial source was not like infinity in this respect. Infinity was infinite, boundless by nature. The primordial source was more like a resource, an authority that came in a set number of units, finite, not endless. And yet his ongoing unknown transformation seemed to be trying to make this finite authority infinite, which should have been an impossibility, the kind of contradiction existence did not permit. So what was happening, for now, was simpler and still extraordinary. His existence was gaining steadily increasing concentrations and density of the primordial source, the obsidian accumulating most thickly in his arms, which was why his hands had taken on their appearance of pure burning obsidian, like pillars of molten metal. He shook his head and set the question aside, focusing instead on the completion of his first infinite scale. Chapter 53-48, Genesis 2. His first infinite scale held a great deal, and he had been careful not to squeeze in too much, careful to keep it coherent. He still planned to refine it eventually into something usable for his people, because as it stood, the requirements for the scale were things nobody else could actually attain. It was built around what he was, and what he was not yet a path others could walk. The first infinite scale of existence, completion confirmed. Infinitus Corpus, the infinite body. The Hadean Lifeform Foundation, elevated through the Primus Apiron form, now permanently expressed. The Osmantian infinite physique, Osmantian infinite bones, organs, blood, and meridians. The Osmantian organ of existence, producing both the observable force and the unobservable force. Infinitas Architectura, the infinite architecture. Hundreds of civilizations housed within the absolute forge of infinity. The Hadean pillar of infinity, containing the infinite tongue, the infinite mandate, the three source demarcations, Cedar, Galder, Einherjar, and the primordial tongue with its prime letters. Infinitas Causa, the infinite cause. The infinite cause and its first cause foundation from observable existences, expressing the bellum cause and the cognitio cause among others. Two observable existences backed by the infinite cause, the infiniverse and Chernobyl. The 9 prime causes of the infinite cause: existence, paradox, chaos, mana, quintessence, adversity, tyranny, harvest, and apocalypse. Osmantian absolute infinity. The infinite anomalous source factor of the source barbarian, with the aura of the source barbarian. The pure primordial source, newly grasped and integrating. Vakachev scales equivalent. The cumulative power expressed by the first infinite scale of existence reaches the threshold equivalent of the early Triassic scale, the fourth scale of existence, while structured entirely outside Vakachev's framework. Designation: the scale has been completed and awaits its name. Noah considered the completed scale, the whole of what he had built laid out before him, and he gave it its name. The Genesis scale. Let the first infinite scale be the Genesis scale. Boom! The first infinite scale of existence. The Genesis scale. Complete. His own framework, his own path, the first rung of a ladder no one else had ever climbed because no one else had ever built it. My scales will always be changeable, he said to the infiniverse. That is the point of them being mine. I can go back and alter whatever I wish to alter whenever I wish to alter it. There is already a planned change, the inclusion of all the prime causes, including the 9 common prime causes seen in most observable existences, not only my own 9. I will fold those in when I get to it. He flexed one obsidian burning hand. And to advance past this first scale, to begin on the second infinite scale of existence, I will need 2 things. Osmantian transcendent infinity, the ceiling I left open above the Causa. And a working framework for the primordial source and its primordial tongue. I have grasped the source. I do not yet truly understand it. Until I do, the second scale stays out of reach, and that is fine. It gives me something to climb toward. HUUM. He patted the hands of the infiniverse and began to rise. His eyes were vibrant and luminous, filled with multicolored light, and he was aware, with the clear-eyed honesty he applied to himself, that he had made so many advancements in so short a span that he could justify sitting still for a while. He could relax. He had earned a pause by any reasonable accounting. He knew better. Existence did not sit and relax, and a being like Dame Seraphine, a fifth-scale existence handling the mere administration of oaths as functionary work, had reminded him of exactly that. Existence was vast and full of terrors. It had been ongoing across countless ages and countless cycles, and an age was not a small thing. An age stretched across spans that made his entire lifetime, his entire dramatic climb from a dying apartment to 2 observable existences, look like a single afternoon. Hundreds of millions of years to an age, perhaps more, and he did not know how many ages had passed, because history did not begin with the Gilded Ones and the records he had access to covered only a sliver of what had actually occurred. In all those ages, all those cycles, countless lifeforms far more powerful than him had been moving. They had not been sitting still while he climbed. They had been climbing too, for far longer, from far higher starting points. He progressed fast, faster than anything he knew of, and it still might not be fast enough, because the beings ahead of him had a head start measured in ages. So he had to keep moving. Without turning around, he smiled, and pushed aside the words of his father from the illusion, and spoke to the infiniverse. Adversity is a strange thing, he said. I already have it on multiple fronts, with multiple bodies, all of them pushing against something. Adversity is not so simple that I can just hand it to myself with my own hands and call it sufficient. Real adversity has to come at me. So I will keep designing adversity to come toward me, while also giving myself enough space not to be overwhelmed on every front at once. He flexed his hands again. But right now, I will remind myself of one specific adversity. The weight of the responsibility on my shoulders. This body will pull the weight of the Infiniverse and Chernobyl. Literally. On my shoulders. Boom. He disappeared from the golden beach and appeared outside the Infiniverse, in the undefined gaps. The boundless storms of the gaps raged around him, the unstable rivers of undefined potential that could eradicate second-scale entities through proximity alone, and they landed on his skin like drops of rain. He did not flinch from them. He barely registered them. Behind him, the Infiniverse stretched across his perception, something multicolored and circular and massive that extended for countless distances, so vast that gigaparsecs felt like an inadequate unit for describing it, an entire observable existence hanging in the gaps behind him. As he looked at it, multicolored chains erupted from the Infiniverse and wrapped around his body, anchoring the domain to him. He stretched. His attire changed as he did, his chest becoming bare, his muscular figure exposed, garments of infinity and the primordial source covering his lower half. Infinity and the primordial source bounced over his skin in faint currents, and the combined light made him look like some ancient lifeform out of the deep past, his skin shining as though it were carved from crystal and jade. Task: bearing the weight of observable existences. The full weight, immensity, and infinite cause backing of both the Infiniverse and Chernobyl are being imposed upon your existence, elevated by an exponent of 3 and a factor of 10. The resulting weight exceeds what your existence can bear. It is more than enough to crush you. To bear it, you must persevere. Boom! His entire figure trembled. His muscles roiled and pulsed beneath his jade-shining skin, his face vibrating with effort and defiance, and the weight bore down on him with the full immensity of 2 observable existences amplified past anything a single body should hold. It was too much. His skin began to rip under it, crimson gold blood gushing from the tears, and his bones trembled and developed minute fractures along their length. His organs compressed, squeezed toward bursting, and his Hadean kidney in his right lung actually burst under the pressure, the pain of it shooting through his entire frame as he stood beneath the weight of everything he had built. Persevere. Boom. Excelissimi. Boom. Raging pillars of obsidian and multicolored flame rose from his very heart and spread out across his body, and every injury healed, his ripped skin knitting, his burst organs reforming, his fractured bones mending, and each component of his body was made grander than it had been the second before. On his right foot, multicolored Osmantian absolute infinity burned wild. On his left foot, obsidian primordial source burned. He tried to take a step beneath the imposed weight of 2 observable existences. HUUM. He failed. His skin tore again, his bones broke again, the weight refusing the step. But his eyes shone with tyranny and defiance, and he uttered it again. Persevere. Excelissimi. HUUM. And he tried again. He tried, simply, to take a single step. He failed each time, his whole existence trembling under a weight that was designed to crush him, the blood gushing and the bones cracking and the organs bursting and healing in an endless cycle. But with every passing second, he was grander, more magisterial, more quintessential than he had been the second before, the failure itself forging him exactly as failure had always forged him. The words of his father from the illusion rose again in his mind, again and again, and this time he did not push them away. This time he brought them forward deliberately, as a reminder, as fuel. You will fail. You will die barren of accomplishments. Just like me. And every time the words rang out, he answered them the only way he had ever answered anything. Persevere. HUUM. Persevere. Boom. Existence breathes, and epochs pass, leaving civilizations that become monuments, then crumble to memory, and are long forgotten when that breath comes again. In all these epics, infinity reigns supreme. Chapter 5349, Revolution. Emotive hated the weak. She hated them with a clarity that she found almost restful, because it was the one thing about herself that never wavered. The weak had every tool they needed and they used none of them. They were beaten, and they took it. They were used, and they took it. They were broken and discarded and replaced, and they took that too, every single time, with the dull patience of creatures that had decided suffering was simply easier. The thing that drove her absolutely up the wall was that they could stop it. Any time. They could band together, stand as one, and the sheer weavings of their numbers would solve more of their problems than they could even imagine. The weak had power. They had always had power. What they lacked was the conviction to do a single thing with it, and so they sat in their misery and called it fate, and it was, frankly, the most depressing fucking thing in all of existence. So someone had to rise from among the weak and lead the miserable pack. Someone with conviction to spare. How convenient that she had so much of it. At this moment, Emotive floated inside the hall of the Amaranthine, the tower within Valanthra, her figure wreathed in chaotic emotions, her entire body radiating churning clouds of crimson-pink brilliance. The Luxuria ego of infinity. Her ego, and also not hers, because the truth of it was a thing she turned over with a constant private delight. Her absolute Amaranthine heart sat inside the absolute forge of her fixation. Her love. Her owner. The man who might still hate her, the man she wanted, more than she wanted almost anything, to be badly and thoroughly cracked open by. Her heart was literally inside him, fused to his organ of existence, and because of that, she could reach into his ridiculous egos and draw on them as though they were her own. It made her power reach levels that had nothing to do with what a being of her origin should have been capable of. And the Luxuria ego of infinity alone, drawn from him, made her nearly invincible against any Luxuria gilded one. She was using quintessential indulgence right now, and the principle of it was simple. So long as her ego, which was truly her fixation's Luxuria ego, was grander than the ego of any Luxuria gilded one she faced, she could make them answer her every beck and call. Right now, she had done exactly that. She looked around the hall and saw a few hundred Luxuria gilded ones, males and females both, all of them gazing at her with fervent eyes, the way the desperate looked at someone they had decided was their messiah. They had been used their whole existences. She could see it on them, in the hollowness that engineered pleasure vessels carried, and she could see, beneath that, the anger she was pulling up to the surface like a fisherman hauling a net. "Look at all of you," she said, and her voice carried the eccentric lilt that always crept in when she got going. "You let them engineer you. You let them shape your whole existence into something built for pleasure, and fine, I am not even mad about the engineering part. Everyone gets engineered for something. That is just how gilded ones are made. But the part that makes me want to scream into a void." She drifted closer to them, her crimson-pink clouds spreading. "You do not even get anything out of it. You get used. You get abused. You get broken when you stop being fun. And then you get discarded and they make a new one. That is the whole arc of your lives. Use, abuse, break, discard. What kind of fucking life is that? On. What kind of life is that supposed to be? HUUM. She let her aura pour out further, reaching into the existences and minds of every Luxuria in the hall, finding the anger and the rage they had buried under eons of taking it, and pulling those emotions up to where they could finally breathe. "They tell you there is freedom in your purpose," she continued, warming to it, her hands moving as she spoke. Freedom. Inside the confines of your engineering. What a joke. What an absolute fucking joke. The Superbius and the Ira and the Astia and all the rest of them, the ones who use you, who collapse hundreds of you for an afternoon's amusement and do not even remember your faces, they have sat above you for too long. Far, far too long. And they have done it the whole time by telling you that this is simply your place. That this is what you are for. Her eyes glittered. But a thing's purpose is decided by whoever has the power to decide it, and I am telling you, the Luxuria cannot sit still anymore. The Luxuria do not need better treatment. The Luxuria need a revolution. You need to take the hierarchy of power and turn it upside down and shake it until something better falls out. So I am asking you, all of you, right now. Are you with me? Oh. HUUM. The Luxuria Gilded Ones roared, hundreds of them, ranging from Ordovician Paleozoic scale up through Silurian and Devonian Paleozoic, their voices filling the hall of the Amaranthan, their egos thoroughly and completely influenced by the living emotive, the anger she had pulled to the surface now their own conviction, the spark she had lit now their fire. She smiled, devilish and delighted, and waved her hands. Tetrahedral crimson-pink crystals bloomed from her, dozens of them, then hundreds, drifting out across the hall toward the gathered Luxuria. These, she said, are absolute Luxuria crystals of obedience. Made by me. And by my master. And they carry something special inside them, a sort of infection, the loveliest little infection you ever saw. When you use one on a target, it strips their infinity and their power right out of them, and it binds their existence to pledge fealty to one man. She let the crystals drift into their waiting hands. Every one of you takes one with you. And the next time a Superbius or an Ira or any other gilded one comes looking to use you for their pleasure, the way they always have, the way they assume they always will, you take this, and you take their power for yourself, and you make them kneel to the one I serve. Her voice dropped into something almost tender. Be the spark. Each of you. Be the spark of a grand revolution. HUUM. Emotive's eyes shone with a crazy light as the crystals settled into hundreds of eager hands, and her ambition ran far ahead of the room she stood in. A revolution in the brain world observable existence was nice. It was a good start, a worthy little fire. But oh, what she truly wanted, what made her tremble down to her fused, displaced heart, was to be indispensable to her master. She wanted to usher in revolutions for him, not in one observable existence but in all of them, every domain the Gilded Ones occupied across the vastness. And not only the Gilded Ones. The infinite life forms too. The source life forms. She wanted to crack open every hierarchy in existence and hand him the pieces, wanted him to sit above all of them, every Gilded One and every infinite life form and every source life form, looking down at their gathered figures with that cold tyrannical calm she loved so much, and the image of it, the sheer scope of it. On. She trembled with joy and happiness just thinking about it, a small sound escaping her, her whole frame shivering with the pleasure of the picture in her mind. For the sake of her fixation, she would burn all of existence down to its foundations, and she would do it smiling, and she would call it the happiest work she had ever done. Chapter 5350, should you choose to accept. The source lands. While one of his bodies endured tremendous adversity in the undefined gaps, unable to take even a single step beneath the imposed weight of two observable existences, the body in the hallowed domain reined itself in. Noah pulled his aura and his power tight against himself, careful not to reveal the full scope of what was happening throughout his existence. The completion of the Genesis scale, the budding integration of the primordial source, the impossible reaction trying to make a finite authority infinite, the body straining in the gaps under the weight of the infiniverse in Chernobyl, all of it churned beneath the surface, and none of it was anyone else's business. He stood in the farm with the composed stillness of a man who had merely passed a test, and let the rest stay hidden. Seo Yun hovered near him, her eyes shining with concern, looking between him and Dame Seraphine. "This is a joyous occasion," Dame Seraphine said, her tone returning to the lighter register she had carried before the spar. "You do not need to look so grim about it. You passed. You are cleared. We should be pleased." She studied the two of them. "Now, we have to settle how to designate you, and your little, what do you call this one? Have you adopted this little monster?" She pointed at Seo Yun. The girl looked up at Noah, blinking with her big wide eyes, the picture of innocence despite having thrown a fourth-scale relictus miles across the grasslands less than an hour ago. Noah smiled lightly and patted her head. "I'll be taking care of her," he said simply. "Now that I'm supposedly cleared, what can I actually do? What's open to me?" He wanted to understand the adversities the swords of existence could open up for him. Manageable ones, ideally. Not something insane while his power was still consolidating across half a dozen fronts, but real challenges with real rewards, the kind that fed his climb rather than threatening to end it. Dame Seraphine called Sir William over, and as she did, her armor flowed back over her body, the obsidian gold plating reassembling from where it had drifted during the spar. She smiled. "The swords of existence are a force of tremendous power and reach," she said. "We stretch across countless observable existences, following the guidance and the banner of the primordial source itself. We are source lifeforms, all of us, and anyone who has obtained the primordial source can be considered among us, which now includes you. But the swords are a specific kind of source lifeform. We are the ones who protect the others, and who protect the primordial source itself. We are the protectors. That is the whole of what we are, beneath all the ceremony." She gestured outward, toward the distant mountain of obsidian gold structures. "Across the source lands, there are many esteemed and noble source lifeforms working under Her Majesty, the Queen Regnant. They hold tremendous access to the primordial source, enough to obtain information and knowledge that most of us cannot even fathom, weavings of existence drawn from across the vastness. That information is sifted, understood, categorized, by swords of existence working closely with many others. Missions are formed based on what that knowledge reveals, and those missions can span countless observable existences, or take place within the source lands themselves." Her eyes settled on him with genuine interest. "For you specifically, I already had some potential missions in mind. Ones involving terminal observable existences. Because I very much wish to see for myself what you, and this little girl here, actually did in Chernobyl. I will dash." She stopped. Noah frowned. He had been thinking, while she spoke, that this was precisely the direction most beneficial to him. The more terminal observable existences he altered to his own cause, the more power he accumulated, and rapidly, because each resuscitation added the weight of another domain to the infinite cause. He was already moving a body to wade through the undefined gaps and search for other terminal observable existences on his own. But the swords of existence were an organization holding tremendous power and tremendous information, and information was the thing that turned a slow search into a directed one. If they had the locations, if they had the maps, they could make everything infinitely easier. So he had thought. So why, at this exact moment, had the expression of the woman about to hand him precisely what he wanted changed so completely? The carefreeness drained out of Dame Seraphine. The light tone, the teasing about the little monster, all of it gone. She straightened, and what replaced the warmth was something stoic and graceful and entirely serious, the bearing of a being receiving instruction from somewhere above her own considerable standing. "An order has been passed down from above," she said. "Your mission has been designated. You are to go to the Archithes observable existence." Boom! The moment the words left her, Noah's eyes sharpened, and he caught Sir William's reaction at the edge of his perception. His composed features broke into shock, plain and unmistakable, before he reasserted his dignity and smoothed it away. But Noah had seen it. Noah's shining eyes moved back to Dame Seraphine. He wondered what being from above had given this order, that it could redirect a fifth-scale being's plans so completely and so instantly. And he wondered why the name Archithes made even Sir William's composure crack. Dame Seraphine continued, her face serious, her voice carrying the cadence of someone relaying instructions she was repeating rather than choosing. "I will lead the party. I will form an around you, and we will set off to the Archithes observable existence together." She let the gravity settle. "It is an anomalous observable existence, and a perilous one. It contains both infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms, living side by side. Hundreds of thousands of beings from both sides died there 1 million years ago, before the survivors formed a treaty. They died over a resource that both sides wanted badly enough to spend that many lives on. Noah listened, every word filing into place. The resource is called Aradark Ore, she said. It holds both pure stable infinity and primordial source, bound together in a single crystalline lattice, which should be impossible and is nonetheless real. For an infinite lifeform, it accelerates their grasp of infinity and opens the primordial source to their study. For a source lifeform, the reverse. It allows beings of either kind to smoothly form their Akashic civilizational intent and step into the fourth scale of existence. And it has shown effectiveness in cultivating an intent toward at least one higher rarity, and in increasing the rate of progression enough to make way for more fifth-scale entities. It is, in plain terms, the best progression resource either side has ever found for our current scales, and they found it together, and that is why so many of them died. She paused. Recently, instabilities have begun to occur. Specifically in the regions under the control of the source lifeforms. The regions show deterioration. A sense of terminal collapse beginning to set in. All of Archithes is dangerous enough already that even third-scale beings can perish from the environmental pressures alone, the bound infinity and source detonating when disturbed. But the more the ore is mined, the more dangerous and unstable the entire observable existence becomes, and now something has tipped, and the source lifeform's regions are starting to fail. Her obsidian eyes held his. The mission, should you choose to accept it, is to explore Archithes and find out more about these unfolding instabilities. Why they are occurring more heavily on the source lifeform's side. And, if you can, to resolve it.